Actually, okay, I might have overspoken. Rogue versus Handlock, I think Handlock is a slight favorite, but a lot of rogues have been including a big game hunter, which kind of tips it a little bit. It really comes down to the coin drake. If you can dodge the coin drake, you're in great shape. That's a really big point. If you can get a prep sprint off early, you're also in great shape.
All right, that makes a lot of sense because like usually Rogue was struggling versus Handlock, and also Druid is interesting to me because Druid became much worse class versus Green Page and Warrior. So bringing Druid to the tournament might be risky, even though we actually this weekend we've seen Druid in the finals of the Legendary Series. So what's the state of the Druid? Is it still good, like, or is it too risky?
Oh, sorry, can you say that again about Druid?
Yeah, I said like Druid right now doesn't seem like a great class because Green Patron counters it. Also, like a lot of rogues, Warlocks counter Druid. I think Rogue versus Druid is also fine. So why bring Druid? Like, is it still a good class or is it like a liability?
Yeah, I noticed it. Yeah, so a lot of players were regretting their bringing a druid, but it was and the winner did bring a druid. The champion did bring a druid, and a lot of the players that did bring druid had a lot of weapon destruction in druid. So ooze and Harrison, and which is actually going to hurt the rogue if we do see that.
All right. And I also want to remind everyone watching right now that we have a giveaway. So if you want to get a great PC, our sponsor GEICO and our tournament organizer ONOG are having a site. So you can go to geico.onenationofgamers.com or I believe geico.onog.gg. And there is a giveaway. You just register and then confirm your email. Get a quote from Geico, and you can enter a giveaway for a pretty good PC. I've looked at the specs, and they look amazing. It's definitely a top tier PC that you can use for the new games like Witcher 3, or just streaming some great games like Heroes of the Storm that got released recently in open beta. But I think the players are ready, so we can actually jump into the game pretty soon.
Okay, cool, cool.
Other than that, this is the first broadcast, guys, for One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Summer Circuit. We are going to have a lot of them, and we are starting with, we had an EU qualifier, we have an NA qualifier coming up. This is the round of 4 for the EU qualifier. So we are having those 4 players, and we are going to have 4 matches for today, I believe, which is the round of 4 semifinals and the final, and maybe the match for the 3rd place. We will see, but I think the players are starting right now. We can jump into the mulligans. So we have Rogue versus Warrior. And apparently I'm Eldritch for a moment. But this is just my face, guys. Don't worry about it. So looking at those mulligans, we can see Warrior playing the Green Patron. So Eldritch is playing the Green Patron, and Rogue, obviously, the Oil Rogue. Hyped, are you still there? Okay, we lost Hype for a moment. I believe he'll be back in just a second. So Green Patron versus Rogue, a very interesting matchup. We see the fireworks already and double Oyster as well for Eldritch. He is having 2 drawing cards, but he will probably have to cycle them. It's not like Battle Rage is going to draw him many cards at this moment. For Zaros, well, he has a free drop. He has the Pilot Shredder.
So many options.
We're having some small technical difficulties right now. Don't worry, guys. We're working on getting hyped back. Alright, so here just getting the weapon out. I don't think Eldritch is concerned about any kind of weapon removal. Some people play Oozen Ladder, but it's not common.
Blood and plunder.
So an early Dread Corsair using the coin right there. He will be trying to get some value from the Battle Rage, but there is this SI7 and Deadly Poison. I believe Deadly Poison to kill the free will be nice. It's much better than just trading a free into free. It's saving him a card. Especially looking at the second Dread Corsair, just waiting there in hand. It sets up the board also greatly for Pilot to Shredder next turn. So if you play Deadly Poison, like, even though it seems wasteful. Oh. Alright, so going with the Throttling Berserker, obviously, to avoid Corsair getting killed. There's no reason to go with the Corsair into that weapon. Now this means that for Zaros, oh, there's a Harrison Jones, a great card, especially versus Warrior, to get rid of Death Spite later in the game. So Piloted Shredder, as supposed, Zaros has a pretty good opening here with a follow-up, Azure Drake and Harrison Jones if Death Spite hits the field. But right now, I think just attacking with the weapon into the Piloted Shredder to see what's happening. It's not that he really wants to play Death Spite now. He still can use the weapon. Getting Corsair is fine as well, to just get it early. And definitely he wants something that will not kill the Berserker. You can also go for Commanding Shot, actually, just cycle it. Like, early in the game you want to cycle those cards. And seeing that he has Torison in hand, definitely he wants to draw as many cards as possible to get the value. Alright, he decides to go for damage. It's actually Rogue is at 21. But if he didn't draw first, I believe this is the armor up turn and pass. Alright guys, I think we are going to jump in a quick break because we need to set up... Alright, after the game. We need to get Hype back. Hype actually can't hear me right now. Like, we can hear Hyped, but he can't hear us. Which is a bit awkward when casting, you know, when one caster can't hear the other one, but that's fine, we're going to set it up, don't worry about it. So we are going to jump into break after the game. For now, we're just going to see what's going to happen. The Harrison Jones will be deadly. Right now, it seems that for Eldritch, playing Death Spite will make a lot of sense. Just kill one of the minions, or even go for face. But I believe killing a minion will be better. For Zaros, there was not much else to do. Just keeping the weapon, didn't have to attack there. Alright, so Death Spite. Now the question is, what is he going to attack? Getting Zaros to 14 will have some merit, but definitely want to clear the board. You basically want to kill all those minions to avoid... Oh yeah, there is the culprit, the TSO, Tinker's Sharpest Oil. But he will be devastated seeing that Harrison Jones is going to get played here. And I think there is no reason not to play it. Death Spite is so important for the Green Patron warrior. You definitely want to get rid of it. Not only the 4 attack, but the Whirlwind effect. And here we can see that Death Spite is out. There's not much that Eldritch can do, and Zaros, with so much burst, double oil in hand, can just simply continue attacking. There is a Whirlwind, not doing much. If he plays Torison, he's basically... Is he dead if he plays Torison? That's 8 points of damage, 11, 10. Well, 6, 8, 9, 15, not yet. He will need a different activator there. And he will not have enough mana for double oil. But still, Eldritch in a dire situation. Looking really grim, even without the Grim Patron in his hands. The tragic fact is that even if he drops Torison here, which is amazing card on turn 6, and it's something that the warrior really wants, doesn't do much. So Whirlwinds to get rid of the 3-1 and Bad Rage to draw into something to still fight back and have a chance to win the game. So there is the combo draw, Grim Patron and Warsong Commander, which is pretty good. But then, if he doesn't have an activator, it will not do much. He has Commanding Shout, which is also great, but he will not have enough mana, so he needs to buy himself enough time to play that Torison
So many
and
options.
survive by then, get the combo cards limited, and maybe, just maybe, he'll have a chance to unleash the Grim Patron, Warsong Commander, Commanding Shout combo, and get a board. So Zaras decides to trade here, which makes sense. He doesn't have a way to deal with it otherwise. And now a pretty strong turn, I think, Farseer and Pilot Shredder. Azure Drake makes sense as well to draw a card. I would possibly prefer both minions.
Just
Having a 3-3 and a 4-3 on board. But then he really wants the card. Alright, so there is the Tori-san. Unstable Ghoul not doing much yet, but might be useful later with the Green Patrons. Just damage the patrons and provide more patrons and try to get the win. There's Assassin's Blade for Zaros. Interesting card, you don't see it often in the Oil Rogue. So both of those players qualified on Saturday. They played the qualifier. Right now they're in top 4, fighting for the first place. And what they can earn here is an invite to the second part of the tournament, where only 8 players will play. So they qualify for that, and they also fight for GEICO points. And you know, GEICO points are really important because you can, even if you don't win the tournament, you get the GEICO points, you accumulate them, and then with those points you are going to get an invite anyway if you're one of the guys who has a lot of those points, and you can get them by just playing in those qualifier tournaments and doing well. Alright, so here 8 mana, we can see double oil, which would be 9 points of damage and 14. Just clearing makes a lot of sense as well. Double oil was not lethal, obviously, so just going for a clear and getting his opponent to 5 points of health. A pretty tough situation. But then there is the combo going out. He has the Shout, he has the Unstable Ghoul. He can create... Oh wow, but with this, Unstable Ghoul is not going to die. An interesting situation. I think attacking with Unstable Ghoul first might have been a bit better. Unless he wants the Unstable Ghoul anyway, to remain on board. So now 3 damage, but... well, that Ghoul is going to be troublesome. 5 points of damage. Oh, with this... is it over? That's not enough mana to go with the Assassin's Blade, Sap, and Oil, so... what will be the line of play here? He might actually... maybe Sap the Patron, the 3-3 one, kill the 1-1 Ghoul. Or maybe just... yeah, the question is, what do you Sap? And if you Sap, what else do you do? You're at 15, so... if there is a frauding with Whirlwind, you might actually die. So what do you want to do? Like, if you sap the free to avoid getting any more dwarves and kill
So
the unstable
many
ghoul,
options.
the Warsong commander is still on board, so that free is going to attack, and a free card combination that can kill you. I think it's still possible. Like you've seen one frauding, you've seen one whirlwind already, or maybe even two. But yeah, this is the line he's going to take. I think just attacking into the ghoul first. Yeah, just to clear the board almost. And then there's a 2 to Warsong. And you just play minions. You want the minions on board to be able to just deal that last 5 points of damage. And those minions are also good because they have free attack, so Patron is not going to spawn any more patrons while attacking those minions. Gnomish Inventor to draw into something that might help here. Fire War Axe, not really doing much. 5 points of health. Well, he doesn't know he's dead yet, because on board he can probably solve this board to get in the situation where he's alive. But then we can see Assassin's Blade and Tinker's Oil, which is 6 points of damage.
What now?
So what he will have to do, Eldritch, he has to armor up and clear the board. And then he's going to survive if he does that. There is no way he gets lethal. No good way to kill the Pilot Shredder, I believe.
I wonder.
A very difficult situation. Right now he's just trying to survive against this board. So attacking the Pilot Shredder, trying to get a Doomslayer, I guess. He will be able to execute. Oh, that's actually good for him. Not great, but it's something that gives him hope. But we already know there is Assassin's Blade, and he didn't armor up, so Zaros is going to take game number 1 in this best of 5 match conquest format, round of 4 in the EU qualifier for GEICO. One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Summer Circuit. First game. And a Rogue is the deck that already is out of this match. Alright guys, so we're going to take a short break now to try to bring hype back, and we're going to be back in a moment. Yo.
Hello. Hello.
Uh, Hello, everybody, and welcome back to ONOG Hearthstone Summer Circuits. I'm your host Nimsh. I'm joined here by Hyped. I think everything works on Hyped side. So, Hyped, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm back for now. I'll try
Oh
not to leave
man,
you stranded again, Nimsh.
perfect. So I had to do the rogue match by
Yeah,
myself.
I feel I missed out. I'm upset. I want to cast the rogue match. We both lose. But yeah, so his goal was to snipe Patron, and you can see in his rogue deck. Rogue is already a good matchup against Patron, but you see he has the Assassin's Blade, which is sort of risky because every other class that's not Patron Warrior runs weapon destruction for Patron Warrior. But if you get the Assassin's Blade against Patron Warrior, it is pretty good. It kills them. It puts on a little bit more pressure and gives you that reach, and you can kill them before they can combo you. Basically, if they don't Emperor on 6 as Rogue, you're probably going to kill them before they can get their combo off.
Yeah, certainly, and it didn't do that much that game, but I think it was important overall. And but obviously having Harrison versus Deathspite was the big thing.
Yeah,
And
and that's another thing of his deck. His Patron sniping lineup is he has the Harrison.
all right, so we know that Eldritch is playing that Green Patron Warrior, and what do you think he's going to take now? Is he going to continue with the Green Patron, or is he going to switch?
Oh man. So you see your opponent has a rogue with Harrison in it, and you're already thinking that you might be onto his game plan already. Um, if he knows he's going up a warlock and a warlock and a warrior, let's see. Yeah, again, but he probably thinks his opponent's playing patron himself. I don't know. It's a tough call whether he plays warlock or warrior, but I think if you have I think the druid generally you don't need to know what type of warrior or what type of warlock your opponent is. So if you can safely druid and then your mulligan isn't really affected by any knowledge. You know what I mean? Whereas maybe your warrior, when you play your warrior later, you're gonna want to know if you need to keep like Deathspite against say that warlock. Say that warlock is Zoo or Handlock. His warrior, when his warrior mulligans, it wants to know that before it has to mulligan. So maybe I think he'll toss the warrior back for now. Start with something that like druid that has the same mulligans against all types of warlock and warrior maybe.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Just snipe a bit, like what types of cards are in those decks with the druid that doesn't actually get influenced
Yeah.
by whatever anti-druid cards there are. So I think the players are ready, so we are going to jump into the game right now. He picked the warrior again, so he's just pummeling
Okay.
the wall with his head, trying to win that one game.
Well, we'll see if it matters here. We'll see if his mulligan, if he's respecting Zoo at all. We
Well,
don't
but
see a
that's
fire, which is the card. But if you're playing against Zoo, would you toss back the Emperor and maybe you'd keep Coin Emperor against Handlock? And I also saw
yeah.
I saw Kit Kats and Zele, or Kit Kats, and he got the idea from Zele. A lot of people were kind of saying you don't fraudding on turn 3 against a Handlock, but it's starting to come back. It's starting to be a thing. It's like actually this is pretty good. It kind of makes their giant turn hardened, and it's a way to win. So you
Well,
toss back everything though.
if you know it's handlock, basically you want to. I love keeping Emperor and the coin versus handlock, but then again, like he doesn't know if it's handlock or zoo, so it will be risky. On the other hand, versus handlock, you want to have executes and you want to have card draw because one of the best openers is just get the acolyte early, get the acolyte into giant or drake, execute that, and just continue drawing till you get that turn 6 Emperor where you have around 6 cards in your hand still after drawing so many cards, and then just try to win with a combo, like with a big frauding berserker before they set up a taunt wall.
Yeah. We saw the full mulligan, which to me made it look like he was looking for that fiery, but at the same time those cards weren't that great against Handlock except for the Coin Emperor, which we were talking about. But it's permissible even if he doesn't know what he's playing against.
Yeah, but
Or
then
basically he didn't get punished, yeah.
Zaros knows what he's playing against. He knows that he has a good
Yes.
matchup, and he knows this is the Green Patron. So again, as you said, like he's targeting that Green Patron deck, and Handlock is another proof of that. Where what do you think about his hand for now?
I don't know, the double mountain or the double molten is really going to come into play because because you're not going to be taking enough damage, so they're not going to come out for a while, right? But it's nice to have both early, I guess. Now he just really needs taunt givers. I see a lot of the Jiraxis handlocks have been running all 4 taunts, like 2 Sun Fury, 2 Argus, whereas most people shave the Argus. So if he can pick up some taunt givers, he'll be in great shape.
Yeah, and especially with the Torison as well. All right,
Oh yeah, the
so
Thorson is fantastic.
exactly. For Eldritch though, Acolyte, and he needs to get an execute, I believe. it's good for him that there is no Twilight Drake and no Mountain Giant for now for Zaras, so he can just get enough time to draw into those cards. He has a Death Spite as well, Battle Rage, so he will be able to draw some cards. What do you think here? Would you Inner Rage Acolyte to try to cycle the card?
I'm generally pretty afraid of that getting owled. And even so, just having a 3/2 on the board is kind of nice. You know, you don't lose too much tempo. It gets Dark Bomb, so yeah, he loses a card, but he's gonna get one more patron later. I don't think you're really killing them without the frothing though. So if you have the frothing, maybe you could see, okay, I'm gonna pair that Inner Rage with the frothing, but Inner Rage on the patron isn't gonna do that much in this matchup, I don't think.
Yeah.
Or at least it's not worth. I think it's worth getting your frothing sooner by one card, which would be putting that Inner Rage on the Acolyte. But maybe he wanted to kind of bait a little bit and bait him into like maybe a slam Inner Rage Acolyte kill on something. But he's
Well,
gonna
we
make
can see that.
yeah.
Yeah, he was mostly thinking of extending the board on 5, so we'll see how it will work out. Oh, there is a Hellfire top deck. That's
Yeah, it's
yeah.
brutal.
Is there any reason to not Hellfire here? I don't think that there is.
Yeah,
If you go slash Belcher, it's kind of baiting him out into playing more minions.
Yeah, that is very interesting. The coin Grim Patron Inner Rage. You don't see that often. So he played the Acolyte on 3. He blocked or in his mind he blocked the Giant maybe, and now he's blocking. He wants to continue blocking the turns, but at the same time, what can he do to stop this Emperor coming down from Zaros? Let's see. Put on a Death Spite. So now Zaros gets a free Emperor. That's huge.
Yeah. Zaras is in a really great shape here, just not afraid of dying yet. But then again, like if you go Emperor now, is there a risk that you're going to die with Death Spite's frauding Warsong?
Death Spite
Not
Farthing Warsong.
yet, I believe.
Yeah, he's pretty good. You just take the one turn, you throw down the Emperor, and then you have a Taunt Giver, a Sludge Belcher, and then all these creatures. You might not even need to taunt after you get the Emperor down. But of course he's going to try to set up a double taunt wall as soon as possible.
Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely. Basically, just play Emperor now, and then you can do whatever starting next turn.
Yeah.
There's no risk of dying. You've seen one Inner Rage already. There was no Emperor, so you know that the best turn for Eldritch would be just Warsong and Frauding. We know that there is not even Frauding his hand. With Warsong and Frauding, how much damage would that be? That would be like 5 plus 4, 9 points of damage.
9, okay. Looks like he's going to need to get a Battle Rage off at some point pretty quickly. Is he trying to preserve the swing? It looks like it.
I
Can
like
he, though?
Nomish Inventor this turn. Nomish Inventor, like you have to kill Emperor. There is no question about it.
Okay.
So Nomish Inventor, attack Emperor, and Battle Rage possibly to get more cards.
Okay, this is interesting. He's picking up the Grim Patron. He's like, I don't think you have another either Watch of Shadow Flame or Hellfire. Now, and he's holding the Warsong in hand, so he can get a lot of damage out of nowhere if this board isn't dealt with, which actually might be difficult. He can't get the double taunt yet, but Belcher's pretty good.
Yeah, I like it. It was pretty aggressive. And now, if he draws into an execute, if Eldritch gets an execute, he might be able to go through this board. He has Taskmaster. He has the Slam, so he will be able to produce some more patrons and draw a couple of cards. So Warsong will be taking 3 points of his mana, so he will have 4 more. But then, like looking at Zaros' hand, what is the turn? You can't
Yeah,
put
so
multi yet.
you can go for the sort of greedy play with like a double creature, so Mountain, Twilight Drake, and get set up for a double taunt later. But at the same time, your opponent's pretty low on cards. He's kind of thrown out his Grim Patrons. He's only drawn a 1 card off the Acolyte, and he's only got 5 cards in hand, which only 5, but it's pretty low cards in hand. So maybe you think you don't have to get away with, say, the Belcher, but at the same time, it's like your opponent's kind of throwing all in. It kind of seems like he's going to be out of cards this turn if you just like live one more turn and throw down the Belcher. But throwing down the Belcher costs you a lot because that's all you do. So he goes with the Mountain Giant, Twilight.
Mountain Giant, Twilight, yeah.
Oh, and okay, so he goes with the Twilight Taunt. So this, let's see, what does this allow him to do next turn? Next turn he can do like a Belcher Healbot. Maybe that's what he's thinking about. And yeah, actually the the Belcher could be a bit of a liability because once you kill the first half, which he can actually easily do with Slam, then he's going to just make more patrons. So actually, this is probably better. So he needs to have Execute to get through that 11 HP.
Yeah, definitely. And it's also like from Zara's, it makes a lot of sense because, you know, looking at 5 cards, there's only this Frauding Berserker missing. If there will be a Frauding, that would be lethal. Or like maybe an Execute here.
Yeah, and let's see if this War Song, even without a Frauding, can do some work with all the little 2 HP, 2 damage guys, but Cruel Taskmaster. Okay.
And Battle Rage to try to get an Execute out of how many cards?
Oh, man.
5?
Yeah. 5 out of 15 about cards in his deck. 1 and 3. Or 2 and 3. Yeah.
So he's not going for the Battle Rage.
Yeah. I guess he doesn't need it. He figures he didn't Hellfire me last turn. I don't have to worry about Hellfire. But he's probably gonna clear that Defender, so he doesn't have to worry about Shadow Flame. At the same time, though, did he need to get that Battle Rage off now? Because that turn, is he ever going to get it off if he doesn't? Or can he win with it? Oh, man. 4 off.
That was a lot of damage. But now, like, we are going... Wait, he doesn't have a Taunt Giver because he's
no more
dead
Taunt
Defender of Arcus.
Givers.
And he doesn't have Shadow Flame? He can't clear this.
Can go back up to 12. There's more than that on board. Yeah, I think he might have it. Yeah, Belcher Healbot doesn't save him, so he's forced to tap. He can no longer
Forced to
Hellfire,
coil.
and he can no longer afford... Oh, he can Shadow
Shadow.
Flame a Mountain, or Molten Giant, okay.
Oh
And
man,
Healbot
that Hellfire. So
Healbot
painful.
Healbot Hellfire. Ouch. Looks like
Yeah,
that's
that's
game.
it. Wow.
Very
So
aggressive board control win from the Patron, which is not how you usually see this matchup go.
yeah, it's very impressive actually that Eldritch he applied this strategy instead of just going for the combo with Frauding. He went for Patron twice, and it worked. Like there was not enough removal for Zars, even though he had the Hellfire for the first two of those guys. So, Hype, do you think like maybe instead of Hellfiring 2 Patrons in the beginning, maybe playing that Belcher there to stop it, or maybe to force Eldritch into patroning the whole board to be able to Hellfire it would be a better move?
Yeah, because, like, no, I don't think so, because Belcher doesn't really stop it, because it maybe stops 1, but if they buff up 1 or they slam and kill the first half, you're just giving them more. I kind of liked it. I did like his Hellfire, because he got the Emperor, and when I play Handlock and I get an Emperor down like that, I feel invincible. But he only picked up the 1 Argus, and he only got to taunt 1 thing. It seemed like a pretty okay play, but maybe that was the mistakes, not using both taunts, because when I feel really bad wasting any taunt at all as Handlock. If I don't want a Sun Fury 1 thing, I don't want to Argus 1 thing, I want to get because I only play 1 Argus, so I want to get all those 6 taunts, you know. I don't really want to get one up,
all right,
especially
so
with yeah.
So we are having a 1-1 right now, Zaras versus Eldritch. There is a tie, and I want to remind everyone what we're watching. We're watching One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Summer Circuit, as you can see. It's sponsored by GEICO, a car insurance company. They have pretty fun commercials. If you haven't seen them, definitely Google them. And we are also having a giveaway. Like you can see this PC there with the Gekon, the small lizard, the logo of GEICO, and it's a pretty good gaming PC. You can get one. You can get into the giveaway. Just go on the site geico.onog.gg and enter the giveaway. Just register, get a quote from GEICO, and you might be the one who gets it. And it's a TSM PC with pretty good insights. All right, so
cool.
Hyped. Would you enter the giveaway? Do you want that PC?
I don't know if I'm allowed to, but yes, that is much better than my current PC. Much better.
Pretty good stats.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, so we are having Warlock, Druid, Warrior. And
yeah, this is interesting because Zaros, remember, he was supposed to lock out the patron and he let the patron slip by his handlock. Not good, not good. So Warlock versus Warlock, Zaros is definitely hoping that's Zoo with his handlock. But at the same time, I kind of like, I'd rather play, if I was a Control Warrior, I'd rather play against handlock, especially because we're kind of guessing he's playing double Brawl. We're guessing. So I like that matchup a lot. Oh, okay, wait. This is new.
Hungry Dragon? Wait, do we
Okay.
know Hungry Dragon Druid?
I've never seen it. But if you innervate that bad boy out on one, that's a lot of damage. And 6
Yeah,
HP is a lot to get through. So
five,
as long as you
six.
don't get the a taunt. Oh, this
Oh,
is
the
oh
Varian!
okay. So it's Dragon Druid.
Dragon Druid.
Maybe it's got to have corruptors, right? Does it have Blackwing Technician? Probably
Um,
not, because Shade is so good.
yeah, exactly. And Technician is really well. You need to have a dragon in your opening hand, and you play Technician on turn 3. So it's not a great card. It's like it's okay, but then like Raptor is much better.
Are you seeing
And
those cards in Zaros' hand?
yep, there is a Raptor now.
Double
Wow,
ooze.
double ooze. Oh
Okay.
man, wait, he didn't draw into that ooze last time. But this is
No,
his,
no,
this is
they're
what you
swapped.
said,
They're
hype.
swapped. Zaros was
It,
playing. Oh no, no, yeah, okay, you're right. Yeah, it was
yeah,
swapped.
this is what you said. Like this is so bad. His full lineup was against the Green Patron, and now Green Patron is out. Like Green Patron is locked. He's
But
not
he
going to
did
face.
mention that in the qualifier open, he didn't hit Patron and he still made it through. So
Oh
hope
wow.
isn't lost yet. Okay. Corruptor to the face. Zaros is like, wow, interesting. Now, Nefarian is pretty good against handlock. You got your sack pact, and even things like power overwhelming, I found have been amazing versus handlock. Um, it's mostly those two, but there's a Shadow Flame is great, but it's hard for Druid to
Onyxia.
use.
What are you watching? There's an Onyxia as well. This is so nice. Is this the first time you're watching the Dragon Druid?
Yes, I've never seen it before. Um, Now, like, Nefarian's a powerful card, but 9 mana is a lot, especially against a handlock. Did he ramp? No wild growths at all. So actually, it's going to be really
Wait,
hard for him to get those down.
he played the Wild Growth before. He had the Wild
Okay,
Growth.
did he go? He got 1 second then.
Yeah,
Okay, it's it's pretty hard to get there. Okay, so there's the
there is
technician.
Technician, yeah. But you know, like Zaros' hand is pretty slow. There is no Giant, there is no Twilight Drake, so just that Belcher on 5 is not doing much. So I think we are going to see those dragons. And there is obviously the Big Game Hunter, but then there's 2 of the dragons.
Yeah, so I wonder if you open with the Onyxia, so then the big game hunter doesn't do as much, or do you want to see those Nef cards ASAP?
Yeah. To get the Sacrificial Pact and kill Draxus.
Yeah. I actually got the
It's
sack
pretty...
pact against the handlock, but I lost the game because I didn't get him to Jiraxis. I was just waiting, but he didn't do it.
Ah. Alright, so what do you do this turn? Technician at 3/5, pretty good for 3 mana, but then you don't do anything else. But I think that's the play, actually.
Yeah, it looks like he
And then
goes with it. Is there any reason to hero power the Belcher? Probably not.
to just swipe next turn? Not really. You probably just play Ancient of Lore next turn anyway.
Yeah, he knows this game is going long. He probably can't afford to just take 3 damage, especially since he's going to be behind on board for a while. Someone needs to tell the spectator. Okay. Someone needs to tell the spectator to move his mouse. Just throwing down the oozes. I guess they're good here because the 2 HP is sometimes when you throw down some 3/2s you get them Force of Natured, but I guess that's not really going to happen. No one's going to burn Force of Nature against a Druid, and there's no spell power, so this is as good a time as any.
Yeah, they're going to do some damage. They can trade with the minion, so and it's not like they're going to do anything else with the weapon. Oh, there is another Corruptor.
That's cool. Yeah, sometimes with these Corruptor decks, the Corruptor is really powerful, but maybe there's a little bit of inconsistencies because sometimes you don't get them, and sometimes you hold them in your hand, you're like, well, do I wait for a dragon or just play it? But lining up pretty nicely for Eldritch, although he did just throw the first proc at the face, so I guess it was kind of burned, but it should be pretty good here.
I think Raptor overall is a fantastic card. Like even if you don't get a dragon, it still fights versus Belchers. Like it's a 5/4 versus the 3/5, so it kills Belchers like kind of fully. Even if
Yeah,
you
but you're
have
supposed to have it on the
tested.
board before the Belcher comes down. The Belcher's already down in this case, unfortunately. But it
Yeah,
should
yeah.
combo here nice with the Technician to finish off a Belcher. But he has the option of doing one of his 9 drops if he's willing to play off curve.
Yeah. He will have 10 mana, so he can basically... Is there any reason to swipe maybe No,
I
there's
don't
no
think
with swipe.
so. So
I
it's
think
actually
like
going to be pretty bad. I'm assuming he doesn't play Azure Drakes in this deck. So Swipe is actually kind of bad against Handlock if you don't play Spell Power, right?
yeah.
But he doesn't really have a good turn with either of those.
Swipe might be alright as a finisher, like to put them
Yeah,
so low, hope there is no heal bots. Yeah,
it's
but
probably
this
going to be
turn
what
is
it's used for.
awkward. You kind of want
It's
to
probably
play
gonna,
Corruptor, right? But then you have 3 mana open, so then do you really innervate and play something for 5? Like,
yeah, most Druid players I talk to hate innervating for 1. They just hate it. But it seems pretty good here. It's your 9 drops you're gonna have trouble getting them down. No. All right, so they like I said they hate wasting mana and playing off curve so much.
that's true. But it makes sense, you know, like if you get double Savage or Force of Nature, it's like, it seems like you can innervate always in a better way. But oh, he's going for the innervate anyway.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, it's a fair play. It's pretty difficult board for Zaros to deal with.
And it makes sense as well because he's using Corruptor now, and then he's going to start following up with the dragons. So he
Yeah.
is asking Zaros to clear the board with those 2 minions, and then if he does, he's going to play those big guns. All
Yeah,
right.
this guy. I feel kind of bad for Zaros' draw. These are very like useless cards. Nothing very exciting at all.
Watcher Shadow Flame seems like waste, but then you are at least.
Yeah, but you have to use he has to use cards because he owns a tap. It's kind of like a weird situation.
Yeah.
It's like a freeze mage that has to burn his cards to make room.
There is Dr. Boom, so it's something at least.
Yeah, that's actually something that he can play. But he's going to be behind on board here. I'm guessing Elixir is going to come down first. That way, if he gets BGH, you still have the Whelps.
Zaros will be able
6
to
Whelps.
Hellfire.
The full
Hellfire
Elixir
BGH.
value.
Oh man, it's like you are forced to Hellfire, right? Like you can't not Hellfire because of Savjor.
Yeah. Okay, well, if he could, yeah, so if he Mortal Coil and trades in, that's still 4 up. Yeah, oh
You
man, does he have to...
Hellfire this?
Can you start with the Mortal Coil, maybe? Nope, he's Hellfiring. Okay, so does he have to BGH then?
Yeah,
No, yeah, he's BGH.
you definitely
Okay.
do. And Molten. Wow.
Okay,
Yeah,
pretty strong
that's
turn. Oh man, I just want to see the Nef cards. So don't die yet, Eldritch.
alright, so Eldritch just played his dragon and now he's in trouble. He needs to kind of get back. He can... No way to deal with this giant. He might be able to play those keepers, maybe.
Yeah, he's actually not dead because there's no Hellfire Dark Bomb left from Zaros, but he's probably imagining he is. So I don't think we're going to see the Nef, unfortunately.
So do you draw the card first? You might like go with the Wild Growth cycle, see if you get BGH. If you don't get a BGH, maybe double keeper. Kill the 4-2 and kill the 3-1 as well.
Yeah, that's looking pretty good. So yeah, start with the Wild Growth, double keeper if you have to. He wants a hero power, I think. Is that what that's saying? If he starts with the keeper. Oh, he can actually force a nature? No, he can't force a nature. Okay. Yeah, it looks like he wants a hero power then. Maybe he doesn't even play BGH.
Technician hero power. Now he's going to cycle. Yeah, I guess Technician then. If you don't cycle, like you have to Technician. To set up some kind of board.
Okay.
It's like he's not in a super bad state yet because Warlock is 12. But after
That's
this
the
turn,
second Molten. I think he is
Yeah.
now. Do you take the free tap? You don't need it.
are you sure? Like maybe you would like to tap to get Defender Virus?
Yeah, okay, well, he's got double heal bot, but generally you want to Loatheb first and then double heal bot. There are some lethals that can kind of go through Loatheb, like with Druid of the Claw. So he's doing the math now. So if he taps, he'll probably trade into the Technician and get the Loatheb down. And then that leaves him with pretty much no more mana. Unless he gets a Taunt Caper, like you mentioned.
Basically, I think like Lothab is super strong this turn. And
Yeah, I
if
think you can afford to tap if you low thub. So I think that, yeah, you tap.
yeah, tap Lothab, free giant, see what you get, obviously, and you'll have what, like 3 more mana left. So
There's nothing good in his hand that he could play, so he kind of be, but
I
the
think that
chance at getting a Tonk Giver, like you mentioned, is probably worth it.
yeah, I think he can go with the Watcher, like if he doesn't get anything specific, because then you set up lethal next turn for sure. Silence Watcher, you'll have those giants. Even if you don't tap, you can still play Watcher, I believe.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Watcher go down. Um, Now, did he actually have to hit face? I mean, he could have been. Oh,
He didn't
Rend.
have to. Wait, what?
Rend. Does Rend do enough? It does not stop lethal. Okay, actually, Rend might have prevented the lethal if he traded into the Technician.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah, Rend might have prevented that. So good on him to hit face. I didn't think it
that's
was
actually quite
necessary.
funny. I would definitely kill the 3/5
Yeah, it
because yeah.
seemed. Yeah, interesting.
Can you remind our viewers what is Rand actually doing?
Rend. Yeah, well, let me actually look that up because I'm not sure. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so if you have a dragon in hand, it'll kill a legendary creature. Um, so I was playing around with this a little bit the other day. Some highlights were my opponent played Doctor Boom. I daggered a Boombot. I rended his Doctor Boom. And the next turn, he spent 7 of his mana, and then at the very end of his turn, he hit the Boombot into my rend. Like, it wasn't part of his play. He didn't have a way to deal with my rend, but he's just like, well, I'll just go for it. He threw it in, and it killed my rend, so that's pretty
Oh,
much how it's going to work. The other time, I played it against a rogue. For no value, I just threw it on the board because it was getting to the end of the game. He saps it. He plays Blood Mage Thalnos. So I replay my rend and eat the Thalnos. Pretty good. Pretty good card. I took it out of my deck after that.
yeah, that was a sick kill, killing Thalnos. All right, so we have Zaros take another game. He is 2-1 versus Eldritch now with his handlock with double lose, which is, well, kind of ridiculous, but
Uh, yeah, he pulled out the win. That's good. It was rough. But we were kind of cheering for the Dragon Druid, though, right? I wanted to see the
yeah,
nerf go down. I want to see
definitely.
some Warlock cards. The synergies when you take one class's cards, spells with another class are just pretty crazy sometimes.
Well, we are going to see more of this Dragon Druid for sure because it's actually stayed alive.
That's true.
So definitely. All right, so I want to remind everyone that you can win a PC, a fantastic TSM PC, sponsored by GEICO, the sponsor of our tournament. The whole circuit, the whole series, they sponsor everything, and you can go to the site geico.onog.gg and register there for the giveaway. You can also check out the specs. You can check out our schedule because, guys, this is the first broadcast out of many. We are going to have. Let's quickly look at it. We are going to have 16 completely open qualifier tournaments, 8 European, 8 NA. We're going to have 4 feature 8-man tournaments. And it works in a way that we have 2 European qualifiers, 2 NA qualifiers, and then after those qualifiers, we're going to have a feature tournament. And for the feature tournament, we have the winners. We have four winners of those opens. Then we have 2 invited players, and then 2 people are invited based on the GEICO points. So basically, even if you don't win a qualifier, but if you compete in as many as possible, but like you have regional points. So basically, if you compete on EU, compete on NA, and if you compete on all of them, we only count like one region. So basically, if you are top GEICO points, Europe, then we're going to invite you into the feature tournament. So we are going to have those weeks, 4 opens feature, then 4 opens feature, 4 opens feature. And after that, we are going to have the GEICO Grand Finals at PAX Prime at the end of August. So the ultimate winners are going to get invited to a LAN tournament at PAX. And the overall prize pool for the whole series is $60,000. For the Grand Finals, it's $25,000. So even in the qualifiers, you are able to win some money, and the feature tournaments as well, and we're going to cast a lot of them. Right now we are casting the top 4 of the first EU qualifier. The NA qualifier is, I think, on Wednesday, is it? Hyped? Do you remember?
I believe so, yes. Wednesday.
You can definitely check it at liquidheart.com. They have all the qualifiers listed, so...
Yeah, June 9th. Oh, it's our Tuesday. It's Tuesday for us. Your Wednesday.
Okay.
Oh, did you mention the most important part, though? Which you mentioned the money. You mentioned the GEICO points. Did you mention the BlizzCon points? You get The winner of this
Didn't.
tournament today gets 10. So 10 basically weekly extra points for people.
How many points do you have hyped?
I don't know, but I fell out of the top. So the top 16 or so, the top four, is it, get a special thing, and then the next top 16 get a special thing. I fell out of the top 16, so I'm working my way back up. I will be playing in these GEICO events. Need to find a European account. So yeah, you don't get double points, double GEICO points. You only get to, so people that have both accounts don't get too much of an advantage. But you are allowed to play in both if you can find someone else's account or just have an account. You are allowed to play in both. You just don't get double points. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm definitely, if I'm not casting, I'm going to play in some of them as well, if possible. And yeah, definitely recommend them. And GEICO, our sponsor, they are putting a lot of money into this, and this will be a great series. So definitely a shout out to them. They're a car insurance company, and so they have hilarious commercials. Like, I've watched those commercials a couple of times, and they're just great. Like, looking for a scapegoat, definitely check them out. Check their site, 50% off on car insurance. All right, I think our players are ready, actually, so we can jump into the game pretty soon. We have Warrior being the last deck for Zaros, and Druid and Warlock for Eldritch. If Zaros wins with the Warrior, that's it. He takes the series and advances to the finals.
Yeah, so we're guessing this is a double Brawl Control Warrior, if I had to guess. I mean, okay, so his handlock had double Ooze. So his Warrior, I'm thinking he went further than double Brawl Harrison. Is there any way you can go further? I don't think he plays Ooze in his Warrior. But what else would you add to make it even better against Patron? It's hard. Lotheb, maybe?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I think
Well, we're gonna see.
Lotheb is
Those are
strong.
some
Definitely
cards.
double Belcher for sure. Revenge. We can see Revenge, and that's a pretty sick
Revenge.
card, actually. It's like a
It
Hellfire.
actually, you can actually get that off against Patron, because sometimes patrons kind of play for board control. They just try to swarm with Grim Patrons. They're like, if you don't brawl, I'm gonna win. But maybe they don't win because they can hit you with the patrons, not to kill you, and they get you below 15. I could definitely see that working. So one of those revenges is gonna kill some Onyxia whelps, I'm guessing. But overall, if he's targeting Patron, is it possible that he's cut Big Game Hunter from his Warrior? Because that would really hurt him in both of these matchups against the Dragon Druid and the Handlock. It's going to
I
be a
think
big
it's entirely
liability.
possible. Like, if you play double Revenge, if you play double Brawl, you have to do some cuts, and you cut the conditional cards first. And sometimes Grim Patron does play Dr. Boom and Grimash, but Dr. Boom is not that common. So I think cutting Revenge, definitely, especially because he also has Executes. By the way, Revenge, like, our viewers might not be familiar with the card. So this is... What does it do?
I believe it's if you're 15 HP or lower, it does 3 damage. Otherwise, it does 1 damage. So it's a Whirlwind that costs 2, but with some benefits. So maybe you're getting swarmed down by like a zoo or something, and you just want to clear their board, and they get you too low. You get to do 3 damage. It's pretty good. I like the card a lot.
12.
12. Okay, 12 makes more sense because that's Mortal Strike. See, we don't even know because
I haven't played with the card that much. I've seen it a couple of times, do some amazing things, but yeah, it's really rare to see it.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's like usually when you Whirlwind, you wouldn't mind paying more, but there are some scenarios like maybe like a Grom Whirlwind Execute scenario where you'd really need that 1 mana. I haven't played around it much. I don't even like Whirlwind, so... But if I were to pick, I think I'd just go with the Revenge. It seems like an okay deal.
Yeah, like I've been talking to a couple of Warrior players before, and they said that normally when you cast... when you have Revenge in your hand, or you have Whirlwind, when you cast Whirlwind, you have this 1 mana spare. Like, you're in those situations where, with a Control Warrior, that you actually are able to cast a 2 mana card instead of a 1 mana card. So why not play Revenge, where you have more or less the same effect, but you have an added benefit later in the game, where you just drop lower.
Okay. I remember... Now, Druids hate playing the off-curve cards. So you think he's just going to go with the lore rather than the Emperor? Okay, he goes with the lore. Alright.
So lore makes a lot of sense here, because it makes Emperors stronger, actually. Like, you draw more cards.
Yeah. Okay, it's okay. Oh, plus he's gonna, since he Death Bites into this, he doesn't have a clear answer to the Emperor. He's probably gonna find one. I mean, he has one in his hand to execute, but I guess in Eldritch's mind, he'd rather him burn the Death Bite right there.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's hit with the counter Emperor. Or
Yeah, Counter Emperor is
Preemptive
great.
Emperor.
But actually, if Eldritch goes with the Emperor right now, and it seems that Emperor might be the best play, no, you have to kill the Emperor. Like, you can't leave it open.
He's just short of like a Wrath Corruptor play. That'd be sick.
You can
That's just,
swipe. Yeah, that would be the best. Now he has to swipe Hero Power, I guess.
double Wrath is an option. He can Wrath draw Wrath for 3 hero power, something like that. But I think he might want to pair those Wraths with the Corruptors. It's kind of like when you play Dragon Warrior, you really like to pair the Corruptor with the Fiery Warx late game. You're like, oh, this Fire's not enough to kill anything. But if I pair it with the Corruptor, it's actually really strong because I already have the Fireworks on. I only paid 5 mana. It's great.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, it looks like he's choosing, but it's not quite as good with the Wraths because you have to pay the mana that turn, which is kind of a big deal. But it looks like that's what he's going to do. He's going to save it for like, Warrior has a few 5 HP creatures. There's the Shield Maiden. Most people just, I think if you're playing Emperor, you usually cut a Shield Maiden, but some people still like double Shield Maiden.
Yeah.
We're remembering he's playing against, he's built his deck against Patron, so I think you'd still go with the 2 Shield Maidens if you can fit it in. But there's the BGH, so maybe with BGH and 2 Revenge, you probably cut a Shield Maiden.
Yeah, definitely. But then the BGH, what do you think about it? Like, we were discussing that he might have cut it, but he kept it.
Well, good news for him, because against Dragon, Druid, and Handlock, it's going to be really useful.
So now I believe we're going to see the Corruptor Wrath. Seems like a very strong play to set up a board. Just getting the Torison. Is there any reason to play Torison? Just get those plays better. Like, if you play Torison now, on turn 8, you will be able to play double Corruptor for 8. So maybe it makes sense. It will also,
Sick.
that Shimid is going to trade into it.
Yeah. Against a Warrior, though, I don't think there's a rush. Oh, he was considering he's grabbing it. I think you're fine, playing a little slower against Warrior. It's like not like you have combo in hand. You have like a lot of great answers. You can handle almost everything, but maybe he thinks he can't handle a Dr. Boom. Okay, but this isn't stop Dr. Boom anyways, but I guess he doesn't like doing that 7 mana combo to kill something, so he wants to make it 5, which is,
I actually like it. Like, I think just holding to Torison to get the sweet spot might actually lose you the game. Where here Torison is actually giving him 8 points of mana and making his plays from next turn amazing with those Corruptors, Wraths for 1.
Yeah, I guess now that you mention, I mean, thinking an Emperor is going to live against a Warrior is probably way too greedy. So I guess he just figures he doesn't have to deal with that Shield Maiden, which kind of bugs me. But I guess, if you're thinking Alex Grom, the damage right now doesn't matter, so you can wait a turn. Okay, so there's a Savage Roar. Oh, I think he's going to do, like you said, the double Corruptor rather than pair it with the Wrath. And now he's actually threatening a ton of damage with Savage Roar already. If he had the combo, that's 21 plus 7 is 28. That's a lot of damage.
Oh, there is a Dr. Boom. Look at that. So actually it worked out for him, kind of. Because right now playing a Dr. Boom is dangerous, even though he is at 37.
He's technically out of combo range. So maybe he wants to go with the Sylvanas instead. And look how good those Corruptors are at dodging Fiery Warx. But he could Revenge Fiery execute one. It actually lets him play a Sylvanas onto an open board, which is, not what you want to do. But sometimes against a Druid, you can kind of make these plays that aren't always the best, but you need something to go against Druid.
What do you think?
Plays.
What do you think, Hyped, about Revenge double execute Dr. Boom?
Oh, you can actually afford all that.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's pretty sick.
Do you want to kill the boom bots? Probably not. Okay.
Oh, he
He has
just
the
went for
he has
boom.
the brawls. I think he feels pretty safe just getting some creatures on the board. Yeah, those Corruptors are so awkward because you don't want to execute something with 4 HP. It's very awkward, especially since he knows he plays dragons. I think actually when you see the double Corruptor proc go off, you're like, okay, so he definitely has a dragon in his hand, but he does have the BGH double execute. Okay, that's interesting.
If that's Ysera, you will not BGH that, so you might be thinking, hey, I need execute for something like Ysera or maybe Malygos, like, you never know.
Yeah. And he knows he's out of combo range, so I guess he'll take this turn now. And I like when I have like all these removals, all the removal options, but you do have Brawl. I like to use the brawl when I don't have a better way to spend my mana. So I'd like to see a brawl first, and then him utilize the executes, the zero cost executes. But technically they cost one because he's probably gonna have to revenge. I'd like to see him take advantage of that really cheap removal and actually develop a creature when he has one. He
That
doesn't
makes a
have
lot
one
of
in hand.
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But
This
now
looks,
like you can easily raft after Azure Drake, so pretty good. And he got the Rand. And
wait.
the
So is
Hungry
Rent's activated by a dragon? Not okay. So it's active right now, right? With the Hungry Dragon. I think it is. Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah.
It should be on.
Okay.
Maybe there's just no legendary on board. That's why it's not.
I think it's just because it's
Right.
mana. He spent his mana. That's the thing. Oh, and then yeah, there's no legendary on the board either. Okay.
It's a pretty sick brawl. Let's see what happens after this. Whatever happens, the bombs can still kill it.
Yeah, or the bomb could live.
4 damage to the face, not much, but Eldritch is already at 14. And if Zaros wins this, he wins the series.
Yeah, he's got a lot of removal. So but executes awkward.
Slam it. I think slamming it is fine.
Maybe he wants to save that for his Sylvanas though, but I think slamming it is fine as well. Maybe just put the fiery on now. It's only 1 mana, so it's not going to make a big deal.
Another Hungry Dragon.
Oh man, do you double Hungry Dragon? You can Wrath or Hero Power one of them. Okay, so maybe just start with the Wild Growth then. Yeah, he's probably going to double Hungry Dragon Wrath.
I think it's the first time I'm going to
Oh
see
wait, but
Hungry
then his Ren
Dragon
doesn't work.
play.
Oh no, Ren still works because of the Nyx. Yeah, okay, he's good.
Yeah. Alright, let's see the Hungry Dragons. 5-6.
So the best cards for Zaros are like Flame Imps and Taunts. Pretty much. That's a bad one. Bad but average.
Where shall I strike?
Okay, doesn't want to go double Hungry Dragon. That's fair. I guess a 4/6 taunt is probably better than a 5/6, so he probably made the right play.
What do you think about this Dragon Druid so far? It looks alright.
If you give it time, which I guess Warrior gives it time. I'm actually really excited because, like, what other deck than Control Warrior you actually get to see all the dragons played like this? Looks pretty cool. I'd have to play it myself. I don't know. It seems very heavy. 9 drops are hard to get off, but I mean, if there's a class that can do it, it'd be Druid with the Wild Growth and Innervates. But, like, sometimes you're going to pay 9 mana for a Nefarian that just gets BGH'd. It's really painful.
Yeah, it is. But still, I think it's super cool that Eldritch was playing the deck and now he's in top 4, getting those GEICO points and trying to qualify for special tournament. So the feature 8-man.
Yeah, really awesome. So he has a nice trade into the Sylvanas, or he can just ignore it and go face, which most Druids do. He saw 1 Brawl. Probably going to not play around the second Brawl.
Usually you don't, right? You just ignore the second brawl.
Yeah.
Like most of the players, they play only 1.
Yeah, he kind of wanted a Hungry Dragon, but he's like, okay, with the Sylvanas. Okay. I'm surprised he didn't just take the 5 to face, but I guess he has the double roar, but at the same time, he's like, I have a Neff and a Rend. I can play the long game. Actually, Rend is pretty good against Warrior.
Yeah, whatever big legendary is going to get played, you rend it. Right,
This is some
revenge.
weird combination of removal to kill all these little things, but in the end, it's not that efficient. And Eldritch doesn't care. Look at that. His hand is so good, so beefy. And
Yeah,
he
it's
has the
packed with
burn.
dragons. It's like you never run out of threats. You have those hungry dragons, you hit Nefarian and Onyxia. What else is he going to play? Is there like a Deathwing or something?
Oh man. And Nefarian is actually really strong against Warrior. All their cards are really high quality. They have a few weak ones like Whirlwind, Inner Rage, and Revenge. But outside of that, you're getting removal. Okay, Shield Slam is actually another bad one. But you're getting Execute,
Yeah.
you're getting Brawl, you're getting Crush, and you're getting even things like Mortal Strike is kind of like pretty good removal. Actually, Mortal Strike is
Yeah.
probably going to use for burn on the face as a
Oh,
druid.
come on, Shield Slam can be nice as well if you're a
Does
druid.
have 1 armor somehow. I don't. How does he have 1 armor? I don't. Oh, the hero power. Okay, so you have to
Yeah,
hero
use the
power.
hero power. Come on. He can hero power a couple of times and then he can use
Okay.
Shield Slam to deal with something.
I haven't seen it before, but okay. Well, I'd like to see it. I don't think it's gonna do more than 3 ever. 3 would be as good as it gets. But for 1 mana, that's better than Holy Smite, so. Okay.
Time waits for no one.
Okay, oh man. I talked to
Whirlwind
Ref
and
too much. Yeah.
Yeah, versus Warrior specifically.
Okay. I took it all back. I guess it might help him kill the Hungry Dragon spawn. Oh man. I talked it up too much.
Right, so it doesn't look good for Zara's, even though there is this BGH. There's so many threats still, and if he's running Grom, and he should be running Grom, maybe it will be time to, you know, like set up a weapon and try to go for face. Like there are no taunts for Eldritch, so this game can still swing into Zara's favor.
Yeah, I mean technically he's got 16 damage worth of weapons right there. You know, 8 plus 6, 14 damage worth of weapons. So he has a lot of damage if that BGH can connect, which it probably won't though. Unless...
And he still has an execute as well, so he will be able to remove something big.
What to do?
But then Onyxia is so tasty. After you have double Savager in your hand, and you've seen Revenge, you've seen the BGH.
Oh man. So we might have to see the Death Spite break it to whirlwind all the whelps and then execute the Onyxia next turn.
Yeah.
Which is gonna leave Zaros out of cards, but Eldritch will be very low.
Yeah, that's definitely true. But for Eldritch, like, is there any reason not to play Onyxia here? Like, maybe you Whirlwind first to kill the Armorsmith and then Onyxia?
Yeah, I'm not liking the other options. And with 2 Roar, you gotta go for it, I think.
Time waits for no one.
I guess you can Hungry Dragon Swipe is a reasonable play. Swipe isn't that great against Control Warrior.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he goes for it. I mean, he figures it's hard to get a 9 mana card down, I'll do it now. Okay.
Armorsmith is a blank. Like, it will give him some health, but it's not
Yeah,
that
so
much.
it would be an extra 3 armor, 4 armor. I don't. Actually, 4 armor is kind of a big deal, but he's out of combo range. It only
So I guess
costs
you
him 1
basically-
HP on his armor smith. I think I think you can afford the 1 HP on the armor smith. It's a pretty good
I
deal.
think, yeah, it's... Well, right now it's fine. He just goes for face with, like, 5 damage. Dev Spite, go for face, Armorsmith,
Yeah.
and then play the... You attack with the Dev Spite first, yes.
Yeah.
Into 7.
With all the cards.
The only problem is you will lose the activator for Grom. But then you have the Fireworks equipped.
And so what 5 drops does Eldritch play? He plays 2 Druid of the Claw, 2 Corruptor.
We've seen one
so
Druid of
nope.
the already.
Yeah, we've seen 1. I don't think he plays Belcher. So what is he looking for here? Is he gonna does he need to heal himself with lore? What other options are there?
I think you do have to... Can you afford to play Hungry Dragon here? Like, you definitely want to swipe this board and then Hero
Yeah.
Power. That's 6 points of mana. You have to do it because Grom kills you either way.
Yeah, so most things off Hungry Dragon are 1 HP. But there are some 3, which could be problematic, but I guess you could leave the Armor Smith up, worst case scenario. So yeah, I think you Hungry Dragon, swipe.
Zombie Chow would be devastating.
Zombie Chow would be sick.
Oh man, it's a 1-2.
Okay, that's...
But
that's
then he
fair.
can Revenge. I don't know. So awkward. Like, he has to Hero Power. Like, you have to account for the Grom from the top.
Yeah. Yeah, Hero Power is fine. Oh man, okay.
And
I
you're
was
going
looking
to-
really bad for Eldritch for a second, but I guess he's stabilized at 7 HP. Technically 4.
There is still the Fireworks, so he's going to deal,
Yeah.
like, Zara's
So-
going to deal 6 points of damage total.
Oh man.
This is not over yet. This is actually very close. Grom is finishing the game if he gets Grom right now. Oh wow, Taskmaster. Actually, Taskmaster is amazing, because now it enables Grom for the future turn. So he can just continue dealing damage with the weapon, and just patiently wait for that Gromage, and hope there is no taunt.
Honestly, he only needed like the 4 damage Grom anyways. Korkron is fine. But yeah, we'll see him. swing in the
Korkron?
face here.
Who plays Korkron?
Oh, well, just that's the naked, the unactivated Grom does 4. It's basically just a
Oh yeah, yeah,
Corcoran with a lot of HP.
that's true.
Okay,
Did
so
we
he's
see
really
double
running a
Astros?
lore or some sort of his one Druid Claw,
Yeah.
or maybe that Alexstrasza, but he can afford it. Okay, there's the Druid Claw.
Oh, there's the
It's
taunt.
pretty fortunate. Although if you look at his deck, look how thin his deck is. He has one lore and one Druid Claw in there, so it's not that lucky.
Second brawl maybe for Zaros. Zaros was looking at the ceiling for a moment, just thinking, what is there in my deck
Okay.
that will help me here?
It's not amazing, but it
It's
helps.
something at least. Yeah, but now Eldritch has all the tools, kind of. He can clear this Belcher easily. Maybe just silence it, kill it with the Hungry Dragon, attack
Yeah.
face, and set up lethal for next turn would be enough.
We'll see that Revenge Golf. Yeah, he just dipped his health low because he wanted to get the revenge value. I think that's what's going on.
One Savage Warrior is what, 10 points of damage? So that's 20 plus the board, and board is 35.
Yeah, it should be good.
It's actually 36. He might be one off. No, he's fine because of the hero power. So he has lethal. With
Okay,
double
see if
Savage or
you
hero
can
power,
help.
it's exact lethal, 36 points of health.
Alright, so it's going to be Zaros' Warrior against the Handlock, which is a good matchup, and we didn't see the double brawl, but if he has a double brawl, it's solid. Although,
Typed! The Dragon Druid has won a game!
Dragon Druid has won a game. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Barely, it's fairly, but okay. Yeah, it did.
Oh, I think it was a convincing win. Come on. He was just
Okay,
BMing
convincing.
him.
Zaros is really upset about it. I mean, it was a. I mean, if you look at his deck, it's this thin. He definitely had double roar, but yeah, Zaros is upset. But he should be pretty optimistic going in this next game. But I think this is one of the matchups where the revenge is a liability for sure. Like Handlock the mana is really important, and you want to whirlwind stuff. Actually, you kind of don't want whirlwind in your deck against Handlock. It's like a low quality card. Whenever you whirlwind against a Handlock, you always feel kind of bad. When you like whirlwind execute a giant, you're not that happy about that usually. So just the fact that it's in the deck is bad.
Are you sure it's actually Handlock? Because we haven't seen the deck yet.
You are right. We haven't seen it. Okay. So if it's
It
Zoo, those revenges might be sick. Might.
Yeah,
Maybe.
they might be really good. All right, so this will be the moment for those guys, Zaros and Eldritch. Whoever wins advances to the finals of the Hearthstone Summer Circuit qualifier, sponsored by GEICO. And guys, I just want to remind you that you can get into the giveaway. We are giving away a PC, a TSM PC, pretty 6 packs on geico.onog.gg. And ONOG are the guys who were behind the old VGVN tournaments. So the same crew. Shout out to them for doing this awesome tournament with us. And we are ready for the last game of this match. Eldritch versus Zaros. Handlock versus Warrior.
It's like you mentioned, he doesn't know he's playing against a Handlock though. So this mulligan, I would keep the Emperor and the Deathbite. Did he toss everything? He tossed everything, but he got the Shield Slam back. That's interesting.
He doesn't know what Warlock it is.
Yeah, I think he was looking for the Fire War Axe. That said, his hand, okay, he got the Emperor back. So I'm thinking this is pretty good for him. So he's going to get the Emperor on his Sylvanas, which is huge because then he could do the Sylvanas Brawl later.
Wow.
So hopefully he can hit the Brawl too, so he doesn't have to wait till turn 10. But we'll see.
Oh, he gets a Death Spite as well, so pretty strong. So what's the match here? Like originally, Handlock was pretty good versus Warrior, versus Controller specifically. How is it right now? How do you evaluate it?
If you're playing double, like the double brawl, I keep coming back to. It's a big deal. I really like the double brawl, and like Handlocks have kind of, like there was a time that Demon Handlock was popular, and then you had all these creatures, but they kind of slimmed down a little bit. So right now the Warrior can deal with all the creatures. If the Deathbite maybe lines up with the Twilight Drake, that's like a way to get ahead. If you can kind of kill a Twilight Drake fully with the Deathbite, then you've already like saved one removal, and then the power of the Emperor is really kind of in Warrior's favor because usually it's great for Handlock, but that's when Handlock has to deal with someone else's board and develop a board. But Warrior kind of only plays one thing, and they don't really develop a board that often, right?
Yeah.
But what the Emperor does do is it makes the warrior's removal free, and then the warrior can have these huge power turns where they clear and develop, or like Sylvanas Brawl, or just brawl with anything really. And at the same time, if you've ever played Handlock and been trying to dodge Grom for a few turns, it can be pretty stressful and pretty difficult, especially if they have extra mana. Like you're thinking like, okay, as long as he doesn't have Grom, Whirlwind Execute, I'm good. But then all of a sudden you have to dodge that, and you can't tap as much because now you have to think about like an extra cool Taskmaster in there doing an extra 2. It's very scary. So I really
Alright,
like
so-
Warrior now, especially if you're playing Brawl.
So again, Thorison is actually changing the matchup a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, there is a Mountain Giant top deck.
Oh, another thing too is if you're playing Thorson, a lot of warriors have snuck like a Ysera in or a Nefarian. Have we seen Zaros's late game anything cool yet? I'm not sure. I don't think so.
It seems standard. There is Jaraxxus though, so both players tend to play Jaraxxus in their handlock. Is Jaraxxus a standard now? Because recently some players actually took him away from the handlock.
Yeah, it seems like some people. I know a lot of the European players like Ragnaros, and Life Coach was saying that he doesn't think it's a Jaraxxus meta right now. But I know a lot of players still like Jaraxxus, and the players that do play Jaraxxus usually play the double Argus to taunt support it and just to have more taunts against like Patron and other things. I think it's decent, but I like it a
seems like
little
there
bit
is
better
no
than
time.
Rag. Yeah,
Maybe
but
like another, there's too many combo decks right now, so Jaraxxus is like limiting your health, and it's not doing much. It's basically what it's doing is providing you 3 points of damage to seal the game. But other than that, I rarely see situations where you can stabilize with Jaraxxus and then just hide behind its own wall.
I do see a lot of Jaraxxus like costing 8 now, and then maybe they throw out a Dark Bomb or something thanks to Emperor.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it's a little slow. Okay,
I think it's
so
because people play the Malagas handlock as well, offering a lot of burst.
oh yeah, there's that too. And Combo Lock is making a comeback too with just Leroy or Arcane Golem power starting to come back.
True.
Okay, so getting a revenge for a Whirlwind basically because it only costs 1. So let's see, what did he hit with this Emperor? So the Sylvanas is huge. Taking the removals down to 0. Hopefully that comes into play. Doesn't seem strong now, but he doesn't have anything to pair it with.
Grommash on 7 with the Shield Slam, possibly, as an activator. But then again, he doesn't have enough mid-range minions to push damage. It's very important that Zaros has double execute. He will be able to deal with those threats.
Actually, yeah, just hitting the Grom was actually a big one too, because now he can Grom, Cruel, and like do 3 removals technically. Yes, and if he saves the weapon, that's impossible to play around if Eldritch gets low. You just be careful of those double Moltens.
Oh, he has all the important removal cards.
All the removals.
No, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, if he had Brawl, he could Brawl first and then use all those, and then he'd just win. But without Brawl,
He can execute. Just maybe attack the slime with the weapon.
yeah, I think he really wants to hit the Ancient Watcher with the weapon, but I don't know if he can.
Maybe you Grom now. No.
I don't know. All right. So let's
Grom's
see.
your finisher.
Yeah, so the Cruel doesn't do anything, and plus you want to save it anyways. You really like saving the weapon, but I think
Shield
we're gonna
Slam?
see him swing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think we're gonna see him swing. Maybe not. No, I would save it. I think I would save the weapon because now it kind of makes it look like you're kind of baiting a Brawl, and Eldritch might be really scared to put something else on the board here.
Yeah, and it's not like weapon is doing much here. If you don't execute it for free.
Yeah, I guess weapon's only stopping 3 damage, so
You might be considering to execute or shield slam the for free. Because you don't really have a follow-up. You don't have that brawl yet.
yeah. I think with this, I think we'll see the Sylvanas because you're seeing that owl on the board. So even though 2 owls is common, I think you're feeling pretty safe about dropping the Sylvanas into the board here. So you're okay with the board getting big.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What do you think like about shield slamming the Ancient Watcher? Because if you don't shield slam the Watcher, you just lose all the armor now, and shield slam is useless for a couple of turns.
Yeah, looks like this shield slam's gonna be useless for a while. Well, there's a
Oh,
shield
never
wall.
mind.
Huh, I wonder why he's attacking. I guess Belcher's good on this board if he wants to go that route. But if he wanted a Belcher, I think he maybe should have considered Shield Slam last turn, like you said. I kind of liked. I think he could have afforded like a greedy Sylvanas and wait a few turns with all those removals. Um,
Well, I think
but
shield
actually,
slam is actually valuable in this matchup. It seems like shield slamming Ancient Watcher, even though it was an option, if you can stop the Watcher with the Belcher, it's better to keep the shield slam because that's all the removal you have. Like you have double execute, double shield slam, and you used one execute, one shield slam already, and you are aware of the Molten Giants at some point.
yeah, I think what he's going for with this play, he wasn't thinking about the boom, obviously, but I think he was thinking he would be ahead on board, and with the Grom in hand, Grom and Cruel, he's trying to, get him in that range. It's not working out though.
Well, at least now he can shield some boom, so it's something. Fireworks might be okay-ish.
Yeah, he would love like a revenge for his acolyte and clear the board. Do you want to throw your Belcher? Yeah, I don't think you want to. Can you afford to wait a turn on your Belcher to like, kind of protect it from the boom bots? Maybe throw it on the acolyte here.
Definitely not Dustin. Yeah, Acolyte is better than Belcher.
Yeah,
It's like
that last
you
turn
don't.
though made it seem like he really wanted to get on board with his last Belcher, so I thought he really wanted to get on board with this Belcher too.
But then again, he's super reactive with his plays, so he knows that this is why Handlock is winning most of those matchups. Like Handlock is putting all those threats on board without any problems, and Warrior is just running out of the removal. Like even though he had all the removal cards, now
Yeah,
he's
but I
going
think
short.
if he paced that Sylvanas on that one turn, he would have got more efficient removal the following turn. But I think he's still totally in it if he gets Brawl in a reasonable time.
Oh, Doctor Boom might be great here. He's going to execute and boom at the same time.
Yeah, it's actually a really efficient turn with the Revenge and getting the Fiery on the Belcher there. Okay, so now he has to be really careful about those. I mean, he doesn't know about them, but that's how Eldritch gets back in this game. Eldritch is now running out of threats because everything got removed already.
There is the BGH though, yeah. Look at that, and now Twilight Drake. So is he really out of threats?
I guess not. So now, if Zaros can not let him Jiraxis, like always have like a kind of scary board from Jiraxis, he should be fine. Oh, okay. Now the Boombots are gonna give him Moltens. Oh man.
Oh, there is a BGH for one of those Moltens. It's a really interesting game actually, like back and forth, like a chess game, like move and removal.
Oh yeah, I was talking about the Sylvanas before, but maybe he's just saving it for Brawl. Maybe that's his plan. He's like, that's 5, I'm saving it for Brawl. So I guess you maybe go for the BGH snipe on the Boombot if you don't get it. He's got a Shield Maiden Belcher, but it's kind of awkward to kind of like leave a Handlock's board like this and play a board into it because you're worried about Shadow Flame, but you're pretty Shadow Flame immune here. Best you could do is run the Drake in and then Shadow Flame something else.
And look how useless this Jiraxis is for now. With those Molten Giants in hand.
I think he'll be okay. He's got the Sun Fury for the Moltens, and then he'll Jiraxis the following turn. I'd be feeling super confident if I was the Handlock. Zaros doesn't quite have what he needs.
What do you think about Argus, Dark Bomb, and trading? So you defend your Argus now. You kill the Belcher with Twilight Drake and Dark Bomb the 1/2, and then kill the 5/5.
Yeah. The other option is to get a Molten down, but you haven't seen Brawl, so that's a little too dangerous. So yeah, I think Argus now, while you can afford it, because sometimes it's too expensive, definitely trade in at least once. But maybe he just trades the BGH. Okay, no, he's gonna do your play. Um, he might go face, but he's seen both shield slams. It's only 5 damage. Yeah, it looks like he's gonna trade in.
I think actually what you suggested, going face with BGH would be better there, or like just not using the dark bomb, just killing the 1/2 with the BGH. That was fine as well.
Yeah. I think with his hand, yeah, it's interesting because he's like, all right, I have Molten, I have Healbots, I have Draxus, I just need a little bit of time. So he's feeling like he just wants to play safe. At the same time, it maybe kind of burning that Dark Bomb was a little bit wasteful.
Yeah, that's
Now
true.
he might have needed Dark Bomb to pair with these turns here with the Molten. But it looks like next turn he can tap double Molten and Sun Fury.
What do you think about Zaros now? Can he play Onyxia? No, Onyxia Alexstrasza.
Yeah, so it's like it's gonna weigh in your hand. You're like, it's probably gonna get BGH. I just want to get it out of my hand. I don't want to heal. I don't want to heal the Warlock, or I don't want to take the Warlock's health down. So just casting 15 is fine.
Seems like a
He-
vanilla 8/8 on board. It's alright.
yeah, it's actually yeah. This is good.
It's not contested. Like Warlock will need to have something more, like a
Yeah,
Warlock
because his
or
other plays
whatever.
were bad anyways. So yeah, it's good.
There is
Emperor.
Torison. So I believe like this will be a turn where you have to play one Molten at least. And
Yeah, since the Twilight didn't get cleared, you're a little bit afraid of playing both.
oh, is he just gambling on it? He's just going for it. Type no respect for the brawl.
I guess he figures he'll lose the Alexstrasza. I'll lose a mountain, an extra mountain this way if he does have brawl. So I guess it's an okay trade.
Oh man, and there's still no brawl. Zara's definitely sad about it. But he can't clear the board, but he can just kill everything almost here, like the giants. And well, basically when you kill the giants, you should feel fine. You've seen most of the threats already. You're still at 26.
Yeah, and you saw that. I think he could go for like a value trade on the Drake with the
With the
Alex.
dragon?
I think. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if he really wants to save the Sylvanas for brawl, but he might be forced to use it here.
It looks like a good Sylvanas board, actually.
Yeah, looks like he's going for it. So if he's Sylvanas, I think you take the value trade on the Drake with the. Although this is a really awkward board for AOE. He goes for the safe.
This
the
is
non-value
better
trade.
because the Drake doesn't kill Sylvanas.
Okay.
So you might end up with a 5/1 Drake on your side.
Yeah, he's gonna put the fire. I don't know if. What's the fire do? Okay, alright.
That didn't do much actually. I would probably arm wrap. Yeah, like the Drake kills Sylvanas, but the Drake doesn't die here. So it's like a weird spot where you would like to kill the 4/2. Or maybe you just attack the 4/2 with the Drake and then go face with fire minions. I guess this is a tricky spot.
I think he wants a Draxus. So he could full clear, and he'd like to keep the taunt, but he can Draxus swing into whatever gets stolen anyways. So if the Drake doesn't get stolen and he steals the Sun Fury or the Argus, that'd be the best scenario. And he Draxuses into it after it
Yeah.
gets stolen. And then
Wow,
that way he
if
gets to
actually-
save his.
Attacks into Sylvanas with the Drake and he steals one of the 2/3s, then you just trade into the 4/2, kill the 2/3 that got stolen.
Oh, I see. Yeah, you trade first. That way, there's 2/3s to steal because you want to keep the Drake.
Yeah. Oh wow, this will be amazing. This is an amazing Jirax's turn now.
Yeah.
Almost out of time.
But
Although, technically, if he draws an execute, oh, he's out of executes. That would still be lethal with execute, right? Yeah, because he could. Actually, if he could. Okay, he's gonna heal bot first.
it makes sense also because like if not playing Jirax's here, because of the heal bots. Like with the heal bots, you can still tap, you can draw into some cards. I don't know how many cards he has left in his deck, but then you're getting full heal bot value. If you go Jaraxxus, you are getting those 6/6s from now on, but I don't know. What would you prefer? Would you prefer Jaraxxus? This just slam Jaraxxus and get full control of the board this
I
turn?
did
Or
forget. I always forget when I'm casting. Draxus looked great, but he probably is really afraid of Harrison Jones. That's the thing we forget about. So and actually, Zaros' deck is looking thin, so now Eldritch can safely play. He can get Harrison because Zaros is too low on fatigue. He probably knows how many cards are. If we can get the Spectator to mouse over, hopefully. But it's looking really thin. With those dark... Okay, 5 cards. So now Draxus, if he swings, that's 70 fatigues for 2. So he can probably wait one more turn. Emperor's great because that way he could Draxus Hero Power. It's always a strong turn.
yeah, that's true.
Alright, so does he have to taunt?
Can you
He's looking
tap
at
still?
12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, he can tap. Oh, no, because that Shield Maiden is kind of awkward. But yeah, if you taunt, you can tap.
All right, so we're looking at 15 damage with the weapon and Grommash Taskmaster.
But Eldritch is also very low on cards, so maybe he doesn't want to tap because he's going to fatigue himself.
Oh, he just clears.
Yeah, it's fine. It's being a little safe. This way he gets to save his taunt plus Draxus too, anyways. It's probably more valuable on the 6/6s. Although he does know... He has to be knowing Zaros is going to pick up a Brawl very soon. But I guess that's too late if you just Brawl some of the 6/6s and then just make more the next turn.
That's true. What do you think about just attacking here with Deathbite? Deathbite, Armor Smith, Armor Up.
Yeah, well, it looks like he didn't do it anyways.
Oh, I guess
Yes.
it's fine actually, because this is threatening lethal. This is like 16 points of damage out of nowhere.
Yeah, so
So-
he's forced to taunt up, which he can. So he can Jirax's taunt. It's kind of weird, but he can do it. He really wants to get double taunt, or 2 things taunted though. It's his last taunt, I'm guessing.
We've seen one Defender, we've seen one Sun Fury. I don't think he's running double Defender Vargas.
It's actually
Oh, man.
interesting because he didn't. Like, he used the fire instead of the Despite, so now he's maybe... Eldritch is thinking, oh, he's not going to kill me next turn, but he can proc Grom next turn with the Despite. So it's actually kind of tricky, and it might get him.
You know, this is a situation where you have to gamble sometimes. You have to say, like, all right, I don't believe he has Grommash and Duskmaster in his hand. I have to make the gamble. So I kill the Armor Smith. I play Jiraxxus, and I create a 6/6 because I need double 6. Like, I have a second 6/6 next turn. I total it up, and I win. Like, even if there is a brawl, I'm still in a good shape. So I have to take that risk.
Oh, it's also... Okay, so he still gets the double taunt this way, I guess. And he gets to wait one more turn, assuming if there's a Harrison in the hand. Now the Harrison's really bad this following turn. So I guess, okay, I can understand this. That's actually pretty good. And he gets to save the taunt this way, I guess, if he wants.
Yeah, I like it. Much better than taking risk here. There is the
There's a
brawl. And I think you do brawl this, or do you... Unless you're... Well, if you're playing double brawl,
Yeah. He can wait a turn.
you're still safe, so it's fine. But if you're running double brawl, do you want to brawl this? Is there any merit here? Like, you're going to lose the 1/4.
I think you have time to wait. And the Brawl gets better in this scenario if you wait. It's like the Warlock doesn't have much burst, so you can... He's thinking about it a lot, though. But I think you can totally wait.
Yeah, but it seems that Zarazin has a great advantage here in this match.
I don't know. I like Eldritch's position. Oh my! So he's one of the very few people that plays Rag and Draxus. So
Wow.
you're still saying Zaros' advantage? I think just seeing that, Eldritch is way far ahead now.
Yeah, but he has that brawl, and it's like Eldritch is running out of cards. So if there is a second brawl, he will be in a good shape. Obviously, Harrison is not doing much, but
Oh man, the free. So he gets to Hero Power and Sunfigure. That's insane.
yeah. But this is the brawl board.
Yeah. All right. So he really wants a non-taunt to live.
If a non-taunt lives, then he possibly wins. If there is no more taunt givers. Is there any chance for lethal next turn?
Yeah, so he can Ragnaros, Hellfire, and Swing. So that's 14 plus whatever lives.
It's not ready. One
No.
off.
Yeah, one off.
Right, Armsmith and Brawl. This Brawl will decide the game. If a taunt survives, it might be tricky.
It did.
And Torison survived.
You can get
Wow.
through it. Okay, so he didn't swing. That's interesting. So he's out of executes. So how's he gonna get through that if he didn't
Second
swing?
Brawl.
Second brawl. Yeah, I think that is what that says. Second brawl.
Yeah, he needs a second Brawl
Two
here.
cards, 50-50. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's a brawl in there.
Is Brawl the last card? What will be the card that Zara is going to draw?
No, he's got to play Harrison. So it's Harrison and brawl. It's a 50-50. So I bet he's gonna. Okay.
Oh,
So
wow.
he loses, right? But he's gonna Harrison, and we're gonna see the last card's brawl.
That's pretty sad, actually. Yeah, because like he can't do anything else. Oh man, this is tough. It's like you're a 3 damage of lethal, and if that would be a different a different minion, you would just go through all of this right now and win the game. That brawl was deciding the game.
Yep. All right. Yeah. I'm betting that's last card's brawl. Let's see him Harrison. Yeah, he lost 100%. Right. Yeah.
It was super close, hyped. Like, I really love this match. It's a great opening to the big series.
Yeah, and some cool decks. Dragon, Druid, somehow winning.
Double Ooze in a handlock.
Or Zaros.
Yeah, Zaros are pretty insane decks. Eldritch as well. Alright, you have to man up in Harrison. That's the
Yeah.
best way to die.
No, show us the second brawl. Okay.
Aww. Well, I guess you survive if you do this. If Ragnaros doesn't hit.
Actually, with the fatigue damage. Oh no, he's not fatigued yet. Okay, no,
Yeah,
because he
but
can just swing.
Hellfire, you can just Hellfire.
Yeah.
Double
Alright.
Hellfire. Alright, so Eldritch is going to take the series 3-2 versus Zaros. A very nail-biting match, a nail-biting game. That single brawl, if the taunt would not survive, that would be Zaros' game. But both players played it really well. Very great plays, enjoyable to watch. And we are watching ONOG Hearthstone Summer Circuit, sponsored by GEICO, a big insurance company. Definitely check them out. And check our giveaway. We are giving away a great PC, great stats, a TSM PC. Go to geico.onog.gg and enter the giveaway. See what you can do and give yourself a chance to get that that hardware.
Awesome.
All right, Hype. Any final words about the match?
Just I feel bad about the double brawl being so deep. Usually you want to brawl before you use your removals, but he had all his removals, but he's kind of forced to use them and just let the handlock tap into more threats, so it's kind of awkward for him.
We
So
are actually
Forrest-
not sure if there was a second brawl. That might have been something else.
I'm pretty... definitely.
Have we seen double Devs Bite? Double Fireworks?
Yeah. Yeah, it was brawl, definitely.
Okay, that just had to be brawl. The last
It
card.
had to be brawl, yeah.
All right, so I think we're ready to go into a short break. Give us some time, and after that, we're going to be back with more Hearthstone action. See you guys soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to ONOG Hearthstone Summer Circuit, sponsored by GEICO and hosted by me, Nimsh, and my co-host Hyped. We had a lot of fun. We had a very long first series, but really exciting. All coming down to that one brawl, but we had, wow,
Two
like
brawls.
2 brawls, actually, yeah. And the second brawl never came, right?
The one brawl and then the lack of brawl. So
That's true. That's true. And right now we are going to have a second semifinal in our EU qualifier. Micro Pingu versus Shup. And what do we know about those guys?
all right. Well, Shoop is actually from the U.S. So like we said, you can play in both the EU and the U.S. Qualifiers, but you only get points for one. And so Shoop is from the United States. He's a chess player who earned the title expert. I don't know what that means, but it sounds impressive. He's also
Seems
from
pretty good.
Team. That seems pretty good. Yeah, he's also from Team Vicious Syndicate or VS, and you might have heard of them recently because their player WW Los was in the ESL finals this weekend. It's pretty cool to see both two players doing well recently. And you were kind of looking at some of his other something about Dungeons and Dragons. You were impressed
Yeah,
by?
so we asked our players the question, what's the nerdiest thing you've done? And he said that he did a philosophy-based spin-off of Dungeons and Dragons, and I don't even know what that means. I know Dungeons and Dragons. I played Dungeons and Dragons, so I believe he did his own version of an RPG where you can role play philosophers. I think like Forsen would be into this, but
Oh,
that
definitely.
was,
Yeah,
that was pretty nerdy.
sounds
Uh,
right up Forson's alley.
he's also like he owns the world's cutest tree frog.
It's very impressive if he's being truthful.
Yeah. But on the other hand, we have Micro Pingu, who is from Czech Republic, and he said that his creativity is an absolute 0 level. He is on Hangover, and he can't manage to play more than 5 games at once. A very interesting personality. Yeah. Apparently, he looks like Steven Seagal, and he can be sometimes even saltier than Reynad. That's pretty impressive.
A lot of people make that claim. We'll see if he can back it up, though.
Yeah. All right. So looking at their lineups, we see double Paladin. What is this? What are we looking at?
Well, he said he lacks his creativity is on a 0 level, so he probably just copied the other guy's lineup, right? Unfortunately, it looks like he has a warrior instead of druid, though. But what's the least creative paladin deck? Is it aggro paladin or is it standard, some sort of standard mid-range paladin?
Well, I would say that the least creative will be the standard mid-range with one Defender Vargas. That's the most popular list. But on the other hand, the easiest to play might be the aggro one, with Argent Squires being buffed and the Divine Favor. So, might be aggro paladin then.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see either. Well, they both have paladin, so maybe we'll see one of each. They both have warlock. Maybe we'll see one of each of those. And then warrior versus paladin, probably Grim Patron, right?
Yeah, and Patron is pretty good versus Paladin. So I would give an edge to Patron. And there's a definitely. So like looking at those lineups, if this warrior is a Green Patron warrior, then it has a good matchup versus Druid. It has a good matchup versus Paladin. Definitely can win there. Paladin will have a 50-50 chance in the mirror. Then it's good versus Druid, I'd say. It's awkward versus Warlock. And with Warlock, I think it's fine versus most of those decks. So definitely giving an edge to Micro Pingu here.
Okay, but did you take into account that he is hungover? Or is that's him, right? That's Micro Pingu?
Yeah, it is. You're right. But then again, if he plays on a hangover most of the time, he is definitely used to that.
Okay,
And
that's a fair point.
And also, like, if he's listening to the Titanic theme right now, he might be having an edge because this is the song he really likes. Just a small thing there.
Okay, well, with I'm gonna say the hungover part's gonna hurt him, so I'm gonna give the edge to Shoop. Slight
Okay.
edge to Shoop.
Just rooting for your NA guy. I'm rooting for the Europe
that.
brother. All right, and I want to use this opportunity to also remind our viewers that you can get something out of this tournament as well, other than obviously great entertainment that we provide to you. You can try to get a PC, a pretty good PC, great stats, a TSM branded PC, sponsored by GEICO, our main sponsor, an insurance company. You can just go to the geico.onog.gg site, and then just enter the giveaway. Give yourself a chance. Pretty good stats, definitely worth trying. But I think our players are ready, so we can jump into the game. Let's see what they took for the first game of this exciting match. This is obviously Conquest best of 5, so whichever deck wins is eliminated. You have to win 3 times.
Another thing
Alright.
to mention too is Micropingu did say that Nefarian is his favorite card because it gives you the chance, it gives you 100% chance to win the game instantly. So I would like to see that in all of his decks, if that's what he believes.
It worked for Reynard, saying that Unstable Portal is one of those cards, right? He
That's
got to the
true, yeah.
finals. Yeah,
You
so
got a
maybe Nefarian.
Corcoran.
Definitely right.
Yeah, the quote is, "My favorite card is Nefarian since it instant wins me the game 100% of times." How can you argue with that?
That's what he said. All right, so Paladin versus Druids. Micropingo going with Paladin versus Shup's Druid. And I would have to favor Micropingo, especially seeing the True Silver and Master there.
So yeah, it's looking like a pretty standard list, like you mentioned. We do have the Wild Growth for the Druid, which is, the best card in most matchups, especially the Paladin matchup.
And also, like, he lacks Swipe at this moment. Like, Wild Growth is amazing, obviously. And he has Ancient of Lore, which is also important. But then he is lacking Swipe. So if Micropingo goes for a very fast opening with that Master for Battle on 3, trying to get a Quartermaster on 4 with the coin, that might hurt Shup. But then again, like, some players, they are afraid of Swipe and they are not going for it.
Yeah, I think with that hand though, I think you might as well just do it. If it doesn't work out, you can play the Shredder, and if it does, you get the coin Quartermaster into Quartermaster again. Have you ever double buffed your muster guys, like back to back like that?
Yeah.
Has it ever worked out?
If that works out, you just win the game right there. So I think going into a Dude this turn was a correct choice. You just want to master next and hope there is no swipe. And if there is no swipe, you're in such a great position.
Yeah, I wonder if Shoop will Wrath Hero Power if he sees the muster.
Does it telegraph the Quartermaster that much? Well, it might be coming because there's a coin.
Yeah, it's mostly just the... I don't know, though. I don't think he can pass up the Belcher, because, I mean, say you do Wrath Hero Power, you could just muster again. It's like the Nightmare scenario.
True.
Yeah, I think he's going to come out of this top deck if it's Wrath or not. It isn't. So let's see how afraid he is of Muster. Or it's not just being afraid of Muster, though, because it's like, can I win if I just Wrath Hero Power, though? Because as we can see, Micropingo does have a nice 4-drop in Shredder.
There is one merit to Wrathing, because you not only play around Quartermaster, you also get a card, so you make Thorisan a bit stronger. You will be able to cycle Wrath and draw something else, then you draw at the start of your return, so Thorisan might be amazing there.
That's true. It's really debating it. It's pretty tough.
If you go for a Belcher, and there is a Quartermaster in fact, Belcher will... It's like similar effect, because you leave the free 2 on board. Like, Belcher is going to die. Yeah.
It's pretty reasonable. So you have a 3-2 and then a 2-5. I think as the Druid, I'd go for the Belcher here, but as you were saying, it's not that good anyways.
It's also like the thing that if you play the Belcher, if there is no Quartermaster, the Belcher is much better than just Wrath Hero Power.
Definitely. And like you said, it's not that much worse if he does have the Quartermaster.
Exactly. Alright, so now you see the Belcher, and you know that you are able to clear it with the Quartermaster, and you will have a 3-2 on board. You can Quartermaster again, get it into the 5-4, have the 2-5 on board. So I think you still do it, definitely. The question is, do you attack now?
Interesting.
Yeah, he passed. And I like it, because it's just giving him a chance to Quartermaster again. So hopefully... Or do I really like it? I don't like it that much. I think it's too cute, actually.
Yeah, I like the idea of it, but as we see, Shoop has the perfect answer in Emperor Innervate Wrath, right? It's pretty good. pretty good. He can't even get through to the Emperor if he even with the second quartermaster because they'll only buff one guy. Yeah, this is too perfect for shoot. But I did like the idea.
He might be forced to just consecration here to get rid of both.
Yeah, so that would actually let him push through.
But then there's double Ancient of Lore, so even if it sees that Shup doesn't have that many cards in his hand, he has a lot of potential. Is there anything else that's possible here other than consecration? You definitely want to kill Tori-san. You cannot afford to get a dwarf to live.
Maybe though, he only has 3 cards in hand, so he's like only discounting 3 cards, and you're giving up a full turn kind of with your consecrate. He was touching the quartermaster. I guess if you quartermaster, you trade your first. Oh, okay, he's going with consecrate. He's afraid of the Emperor. Used to make sense. The double combo is really scary.
If you quartermaster, you're not able to get to Tori-san because of the
Yeah,
1/2.
you just ignore it.
You're pretty sad that you lost your dudes that got buffed, but then again, like you are the one with the minion board. You still have the True Silver. You have a good follow up.
Oh man, not happy to see that lore. You can see it in his face, in his expression.
Yeah, definitely. So here, your mana is a bit awkward. Normally, you just Aldor and then True Silver to kill it.
Yeah.
Can you ignore it for now and just go? No, I don't think. Like, even if you go for face, it doesn't do much. I was thinking about playing Pilot the Shredder because it's the best card you have in your hand.
Yeah, and then setting up the 1/1 to hopefully True Silver later. I think you just True Silver it. I mean, is that 2/4 really going to do anything? If you True Silver right now, then you get an Aldor Shredder next turn, which should be really strong. You'll get an Aldor Shredder True Silver swing next turn, which should be pretty strong. It should deal with everything. But it goes with your play.
I like it, definitely.
Okay.
This seemed like a play because you want to have the Pilot Shredder as soon as possible on board, but then again, I liked your play much better with the True Silver follow-up Pilot Shredder Aldor. And then there is another lore. And full hand, just like that.
Yeah. Looks like he is going to get a good Aldor True Silver turn, though. So the lore actually, I mean, the cards are great, but actually in terms of the board, kind of hurt him. Because now he's going to be able to deal with this pretty easily.
That's true. Yeah, but the True Silver Aldor, you still can't kill everything here.
Yeah, you just leave up. I guess you don't have to choose silver if you're willing to give up your shredder.
I think True Silver is fine. You just True Silver the
True Silver,
5/3
okay.
and Aldor the 5/5 and go face with the Shredder. Because it's like the times for the Ascension of Lore are over anyway. It's just the 1/5 is not going to do much. It's going to turn into an ultimate Dude Slayer, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But then you can finish it whenever you want.
Micro Pingu has a lot of damage. Usually when you're trying to like, you're thinking how much damage a Druid has, you're not thinking of like, oh, he had both True Silvers and the Consecration too. So if you add this up, so the Shredder's going to swing here. And then that's 12, 13, 14 damage kind of from hand with the 2 True Silvers and the Consecrate. And then if any of those creatures hit, that's almost lethal. If both of them hit, I mean not lethal, but you know, enough damage to kill him over 3 more turns. Okay, 3 more turns as well.
A Shade pickup for Shup. He might go for it because he's seen 1 Consecration already. And Shade would be nice because you want to set up the double Savage board so that you can win in 1 turn. But then what else do you do then? You can silence your 5/5 to be able to attack with it. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think he's too afraid of Tyrion at this point. If he had 2, he would probably do it, but with 1, he's probably afraid of Tyrion. So if he shades, he knows the consecration is a thing. So he's thinking if he can taunt with the Druid of the Claw, but then he's still pretty open to consecrate. So I'll probably go with maybe some swipes to try to clean up a little bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking, is there any good way to swipe here?
Yeah, so maybe swipe hero power if you can. Okay, no, he's gonna double swipe.
Oh man, but the rope is running. Okay, so he
Okay.
just goes for the taunt.
It's kind of
Another
awkward
outdoor.
for him to get through this. Um,
Well, he can go with Consecration, True Silver Attack, and just continue building up his board. Go for face. Oh, before mana, he will have 4 left, so he can basically play Aldor. Aldor on the 4/6, Consecrate, attack the 1/4 with the weapon, attack phase. That's 6 damage on phase, 13. You have 2 minions still, unopposed, and a True Silver in your hand.
I'm trying to think if I like the antique heal bot this turn. Just get it on the board, pay with the mana. You're kind of losing some heal, but it seems all right. Outdoor heal bot, just because you're pretty close to killing him, and then that way you save the. You get another
Consecration.
creature on the board. You get another 3/3 on the board, and then I don't want to say save the consecration for damage, but more of like save the consecration for like surprise damage with this True Silver
Yeah,
Stones.
yeah, for the burst.
It looks like he's choosing between those two. Yeah, he's like, do I want to consecrate or do I want to heal bot? Goes with the consecrate.
Oh, do you like Zombie Chow, by the way, this turn as
Oh.
well?
I think he has. I'm not sure because he's like trying to burst. I thought he was trying to burst him down, but I guess he's not. Yeah, he wasn't trying to fully control the board. All right, but I guess okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like a board control play, but I'm not sure if Zombie Chow was right here. I think it's fine. Like, he's still far enough from killing.
Yeah, he has
Sure.
lethal with no hero power, but I think Shoop realizes how low he is. He's probably gonna try to kill the zombie chow now.
So what can you do here? You can swipe the Zombie Chow, or do you?
Yeah, so he saw the consecrate, so he's like really wants to get the double shade down this turn. So he probably just wants to swipe. He doesn't want a hero power, so probably just. But yeah, the swiping the zombie chow feels really wasteful. I think you have to swipe the shredder and then hero power. Oh. Okay, I guess this makes sense. That makes sense. Okay.
Alright, what's gonna be as a 3/2, so it's some damage, but then you are pretty safe, and with double shade. You've seen most of the burst in Paladin, and as you said, like, there's not much burst overall. Always Zombie Chow is just terrible here.
Yeah, plus he's gonna get a combo range, but those shades are just gonna keep growing because he has no consecrate. Alright, so 6, 10, 14. He's 4 off of killing them over 2 turns. Plus there's gonna be a hero power, so I don't know how he kills them now. I think Shoop just wins. Because all these cards are very weak, right? So Micro Pingo is just gonna fall behind.
By the way, I think the Druid of the Claw is actually lethal. If he gets rid of the Claw charge form, that will be enough to win. Yeah, definitely. Because right now,
yeah.
with double Savager is what, like 12 plus 6? That's 18 points of damage right now on board with Savagers.
Yeah, it's interesting. So the Druid of the Claw is more damage than Force of Nature pickup, because you can afford both the Savage Ores. Yeah, I don't... Micro Pingo's gonna have a hard time winning.
Yeah, he doesn't have anything, and if Shub just controls his board, now he can
but
use whatever he wants.
actually, okay, maybe he's in a better spot than I thought, because I think he'll be a little scared to use both those keepers. But I guess if you double keeper, you can probably just Savage Roar through a Tyrion anyways at this point,
Yeah.
with so many creatures on the board. So yeah, okay, he does both.
Well, you have to give yourself a chance. It's not like you're going to draw into any more cards. You've seen double lore, you've used double lore.
That's true.
Just you hope there is no Tyrion. And Micro Pingu really wants that Tyrion now.
Oh,
He doesn't get it.
Yeah, Shoop actually he double Lord like you mentioned, but look at his deck. He's still got quite a few cards. At least like 12. So
I guess at this point you just dude up Quartermaster, shielded mini bots, and go for face with the weapon to put some pressure and try to fight for it and
Yeah,
try to
but
get the
he's at
turn.
a he has no more reach though, so going to the face with the True Silver doesn't
Doesn't
actually
make
do
much sense.
much.
Yeah.
But he
Can
can
kill the
hold it,
2/4.
but I'm pretty sure he has to throw it into one of the 2/4s just because Savage Roar.
If he's thinking about combo plus those minions, that will be 14 points of damage with the shade
6 for the
that's 20.
shades, that's 20, yeah.
Yeah, you have to kill
24,
one of these guys.
28.
And so late in the game after double lore, it's a huge possibility that combo is there somewhere. So just doing quick math and you just have to attack into 2/4. Especially because it also saves their minions and maybe forces a shade trade.
Yeah, it's interesting that Shoop is 5 HP out of range. And is their card probably because of that zombie chow healed him for 5. If he didn't zombie chow, he might have had lethal right here.
Alright, he
Oh,
actually
so he
went
goes for
face.
face. Interesting.
It's probably because he was really going for face like all this time, even though it's not the best play. It's just in the back of his mind, he's like he wants to be the one pressuring and forcing his opponents to trade. So right
So
now,
what
how
kind of
much
damage
damage
is
is
there?
it? 16 plus 4, 20, 24, 25.
What?
I don't know. I'm trying to think if there's anything that Micropingo can draw to kill him. So his burn is one more consecrate, a mustard that does 1 damage. That's it, right? Argus does 2, maybe.
Yeah.
Uh,
Tyrion is nice as well.
yeah, Tyrion is great. Okay, yeah, Tyrion's the best draw.
Tyrion
Doctor
is the best draw.
Boom. Oh, he's a
Lay on
good game
hands
hunter,
doesn't
but
do much.
okay.
Equality doesn't do much. What about a Coghammer? A Ninja Coghammer?
Ninja Coghammer. I don't know if he could fit that. He's got the double quartermaster going. Yeah. Okay. He's forced to trade a little bit. A lot of it.
So he needs 4 points of damage somehow. We know the double True Silver is out of the way. Shub is going all in, just preparing this for final turn. Dr.
And so
Boom,
Doctor Boom.
it's not going to do it. Like, you can only kill the Shade, let's say, and then
Yeah, you
there
still
should be
kill the
none.
shade for sure. Um,
Come on,
and
there's
then that's
20 damage from
28.
Savage.
Yeah. Yeah, it's lethal.
23 points of damage if you kill the Shade.
Alright.
Well, 33, right? Yeah, 33.
Yeah. There's no way to pop the shredder too to look for something.
Alright, so it seems like Shoop is going to charge his laser, Shoop da Whoop, and win the first game, Druid versus Paladin.
Yep,
Lock.
yep. It used to be a pretty bad matchup for the Druid, but he picked up the Emperor into the double lore, and then Micropingo went for the burst plan. He couldn't quite kill him in time.
This sometimes happens with Paladin. Like, the strategy was good. Like, he was trying to get there to deal that damage, but he didn't get Tyrion in time. Also, Shoop was able to recover with the minions with double lore. Even though he didn't heal, he drew into enough cards to be able to set up the board to protect himself. Pretty good decisions, putting him in the situation where he can just double Savager for the win, dealing with a 32 points of damage.
Something like that.
Alright.
21 plus 12. 33, yeah.
Pretty exciting game. And I want to use this opportunity also to remind everyone, what are we watching? We are watching ONOG Hearthstone Summer Circuit, sponsored by GEICO. This is the top 4 of the European qualifier, the Open qualifier that was on Saturday. We're going to have more qualifiers like that. I believe we have an NA qualifier tomorrow. Those players are actually playing for prizes already. So it's not only the invite, they are playing for the following prizes. The first place is going to get 10 GEICO points, 10 Hearthstone World Championship points, and $125. Then we have $75, $50 for the following places. We have more GEICO points and more World Championship points, which is amazing because everybody knows World Championship points. Everybody wants them. You want to have you need at least one to be able to play in the last chance qualifier. But overall, they are really hard to get. Like you have to be top 100 in your region to actually
Yeah.
get some. That's really tough. And we also have GEICO points, which are amazing in themselves as well, because you accumulate them while playing in our qualifiers. We'll have 16 qualifiers total. That's when you win the qualifier, you qualify for the feature tournaments. And feature tournament is 8-man tournament with amazing prizes as well. Four qualifier winners get 4 spots in the 8-man qualifier. 2 people are invited, and 2 people get invites from the GEICO points. So you definitely want to play in all those qualifiers and get as many points as possible, the GEICO points, to get that invite. And also we are giving away a PC, a great PC, great stats, TSN branded, at the site geico.onog.gg. Go there, check it out, get your PC, enter into giveaway. And that's that. Hyped. How are you looking with the decks now?
Okay, so yeah, like I said, they have pretty similar lineups except for the Druid and the Warrior. So the Druid's knocked out. So maybe if Shoop can knock out the Warrior, which should be pretty easy with Paladin and I'm guessing Handlock. But I mean, Zoo vs. Warrior's gotten a lot better as well. And then we could see a true mirror between the Warlock and the Paladin. But yeah, if you're down the first game, you already hurt your chances to win a lot. You know, he has to win 3 versus 2. But yeah, it's pretty hard to analyze because it's so similar. They both have Warlock Paladin. We don't know what kind of Warlock, so it's just the Warrior that Micropenga gets a free chance with. But like we said, it's not really valuable. The Warrior you might have trouble getting a win against a Paladin and a Warlock.
Yeah, that's definitely true. On the other hand, do you really think like Green Patron Warrior is going to have trouble versus Paladin?
Well, I remember when that matchup first came out, and everyone just said, "Oh yeah, Paladin's free win," because you just Grim Patron and their dudes. But some Paladin players have been telling me that it's not that bad once you know about the deck. But I still think it's a pretty bad matchup.
All right. Game number 2 is going to start Paladin versus Demon Lock. Or is it Demon Zoo?
Okay, so that's good news for. Oh wait. Okay, so it's Micropenga that has the Demon Zoo.
Yeah, so they switch. Now this time Shoop is going to play Paladin and show what cards is he running. There is Azure Drake. Is there a remote chance this is actually Dragon Paladin?
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. And well, it would be cool to see, but isn't normal Paladin a great deck against Zoo? So the fact that this is Dragon might hurt him quite a bit.
From my experience, it is okay, but you definitely want Consecration. Like if you miss on Consecration, and if you actually have this hand like Shoop, you might be in big trouble. Like if you don't get the Zombie Chows, you don't get the Shielded Minibot, you might be the one very passive and end up losing before you even just play your good cards.
Yeah, he missed basically everything. Zombie Chow, Minibot, Muster, and Consecrate, and True Silver are like the big ones, and he has none of those.
Yeah,
it's looking really bad.
Really, really passive. It seems like he has no ways to clear the board. He has an Aldor though, so he will be fighting. But it's like a minion fight. So it will really depend what Microping will have, how much pressure he will be able to apply here. No Implosion for him. He has double power, which is not doing much now.
Yeah, Sylvanas will be pretty key. On the other hand, we have the Power Void Terror combo, potentially, for Micropingu.
Do you think he should use it this turn?
It's kind of awkward, because he has the Void Caller, but it's his only demon, but you don't really want to pull that out, but it's better than pulling nothing out. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go for it.
Another possible play was just life tap and maybe play Direwolf Alpha, trade Abusive Surgeon into the free and go face with the Juggler. But then I can understand also the big one.
The nice thing about the Void Terror is you just saw an Aldor, so you're feeling like this might be the best time to do it.
Yeah, and it certainly seems strong because Shoop doesn't have a way to deal with it. Just going with his spawn minions.
Yeah, so he takes the gamble and juggle, and now his juggle dies to the abusive. Really hurts. He can also just... Implosion. Oh, Bane of Doom even
Bane
better.
of,
Okay.
yeah, Bane of Doom seems nice.
See Amalgamus.
Oh,
Okay, it's
Illidan!
pretty good. That's pretty
Oh,
good.
man. You are not prepared to face Illidan on turn 5, seriously.
Yeah, this card. Okay, yeah, he's at 11 HP. Jesus. Oh man.
Wow.
Now the Illidan spawn is actually really weird because it
That's it.
happens when you play a card, but it actually happens before. Okay, yeah,
Yeah, but that's
nice.
it, hype. That's a
Yeah,
turn 6
I really
kill.
wanted to see some flames of Azzinoth. There's two flames of Azzinoth. I like it.
Shope definitely disappointed. And
Wow.
Micro Pingu, even though he is on the hungover, he's just getting that Illidan in the face. And that was a very quick game.
Oh man, that was sick. I want to play that deck.
Man, Bane of Doom is so cool, right? It's a amazing card. Like you can get
Yeah,
something really bad, but
yeah, but it didn't cost him much. He killed a knife juggler. Pretty cool.
get Illidan for free.
Yeah, pretty
But there's
sick.
a lot of great demons anyway. I think there is more demons that are actually great for you than demons that are bad.
Yeah, there's a lot of them that just win you the game, and then there's a few that are bad. But you most likely killed something. You paid 5 mana, but you still killed something. So it's like imagine you frostbolted it.
Yeah, but
It's
even if you
almost as
would
good as
get like a
frostbolt. Yeah,
Void Terror, just a vanilla free, that's still a
yeah,
fine deal, right? Like for 5 mana, you kill the juggler and you get a free.
yeah. It's
But
great. I like the
all
card a
right,
lot.
so we have a time we have a tie now, and so what do you think is going to happen next? We have Warlock done for Micro Pingu, Paladin Warrior versus Paladin Warlock.
Paladin. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it depends on that warlock, right? Um, Handlock is better against both of those than Zoo. Zoo's gonna struggle against. Zoo should struggle against Paladin normally, right? It's a bad matchup, but not when that
Unless you get
happens.
another done on 5.
Yeah. So maybe she can get some revenge and get an Illidan himself. If he
Definitely.
plays that version of Zoo, hopefully.
Or
Maybe.
Mal'Ganis after
Yeah.
Implosion. Also, I heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage. That's 12 to the face, right? Something like that. You know.
That's for sure. All right, so maybe we will throw some more facts about our players. What else do we know about Shoop that we haven't told our viewers yet?
Oh man, Shoop is interesting. Okay, let's see. Um he has the world's cutest tree frog. I think we already mentioned that though.
Yeah,
Okay. A lot of these things look like lies with the tree frog, and there's the Harry Potter themed puzzle hunt. Okay, interesting.
and he is part of AI research discussion group in his spare time. So basically,
It's
okay,
just a
he's
hobby
not.
of his.
Yeah, it's kind of hobby, but Hearthstone is a hobby as well. But apparently, he wants to pursue Hearthstone like fully. He wants to become a full-time Hearthstone player and just drop a software developer job he has. So if you're actually
Seems worthy.
hiring,
Yeah.
if you're hiring Shoop, I hope you will not like fire him away because he's still working for you guys, and he will pursue Hearthstone if he goes well. And he's basically doing really good here at this tournament right now versus Micro Pingu. And Micro Pingu himself, we are mentioning that he is kind of like a Forsen type of a guy. He loves Nefarian.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. Hopefully we see it in that warrior deck. So maybe he plays control warrior. We're not going to see it yet, though. We're going to see the warlock and the paladin.
All right. So game number 3, Paladin versus Handlock. A very interesting opening for Shope. Zombie Chow into Master Fight of the Shredder.
Yeah, so great hand against Zoo, but not as
No,
good
but-
against Handlock. Now, he was the one playing double quartermaster. Is double quartermaster good versus Handlock? Something you want, right?
It's alright, but you want to play later. Like it's not. Sometimes you can just win if they lack the removal, but most of the time I value more a version with double equality, double consecration instead of the aggro one. So I think this particular version doesn't have much edge versus Handlock, and he doesn't know it's Handlock.
Yeah. We are seeing in Owl, but Owl standard, okay. But it's a good card to have here. Alright, so he sees the tap. There's an
Oh,
equality.
yeah, there's the first time
Uh,
we see equality actually. But it's a very good card there.
yeah. There's no reason to coin the muster here, right? Yeah, you just save it.
You want to coin the Shredder, maybe? No, not really. You want to keep the coin for Dr. Boom.
Yeah, looks like he just plays on curve for him for now.
Oh, there is a Twilight Drake, so it will hurt if
Oh, nice.
Owl hits there. You do Master here, and you're basically happy with this. The Quartermaster. He is threatening the Quartermaster, so he will, like, Shoop might be trying to do whatever he can to kill those dudes. And he can also top deck a Quartermaster. That's why I think the Master for Battle is pretty good.
Yeah, definitely. I've seen those. I've seen that happen quite a few times where the paladin thinks he's lost and he's just like, all right, I'm just gonna play this muster, and they top deck the quartermaster and get the kill off the
Yeah,
top deck.
it happens, definitely. Let's evaluate Shoop's hand, though. He has the Twilight Drake, he has Belcher and double Shadow Flame, so he has a lot of removal. Also, that Ancient Watcher will be important on 6 with the set Shadow Flame.
Let me think.
Mountain Giant. Like, looking at the Micro Pingu's hand as opposed to Shoop's, it seems like he has ways, he has means to counter this stuff. Like, he has Owl for the Drake, he has Equality for the Giant.
Reporting for duty.
Okay. Yeah, but do you want to equality the giant this early? Don't you want to save it for later?
It will really depend on the board situation. Like, if you feel you're having an advantage, and oh wow,
Well,
now he will not have to do it.
okay, so he has all the answers, but can he, can he actually kill him? He has the equality to push through, but he doesn't actually have any damage like on the board.
He still
So is
has
it
a
going to be a
chance.
slower game?
It might be. I mean, he has still a lot of damage. So right now, this turn definitely an owl. You can kill the Drake with the weapon, and do you even create a dude? Because then your board will be full. You will not be able to play, say, Pilot Shredder,
For duty.
or even. But then again, your opponent has to play a minion.
Yeah. I guess now that you mentioned that he does have a lot of damage on the board. All right, so does he go all... Yeah, you definitely take that at least 15. Come on.
Yeah, for sure. And Quartermaster wins you the game if that board is not getting cleared. And for now, there is nothing to clear the board. 5 mana,
He
not
didn't
enough to
swing
shut
with
up.
the Lights Justice, though. I guess it kind of makes sense because 14... No, it doesn't. Because you kind of want him to play both Moltons so he could just equality. And now he's going to get the Zombie Chow heal anyways.
That's true.
Alright, so it's just a Shredder turn, right? I'm not seeing anything cool you can do with equality.
Me think.
Oh,
Yeah, you
if
just...
you if you equality, what happens? You kill the Belcher with the weapon, and then you kill the 1/2 with the owl, and deal what, like 5-6 points of damage.
yeah,
Get
it's
them
not
to 9.
happening. Coin Sylvanas doesn't do anything either, does it? Well, okay, he's gonna clear first. He decided he's not gonna do the equality play, so he's like, I'm gonna clear. Yeah, I don't think Coin Sylvanas does anything better than
The Shredder.
the Shredder.
Yeah, I like Shredder and Boom on 6.
Move quick.
Yeah, it's looking good.
Yeah, it's looking fine for Marco Pingo, even though Shub has a lot of answers and he has the Giant. So Marco Pingo is the one putting up pressure here.
Alright, so I'll go with the big game hunter, but he's gonna get Watcher's Shadow Flint. Oh,
Whoa.
wait a minute.
Whoa, he had the burst. That's why he went for face with that Trucial weapon.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. And I was like, he's 4 or 5 short. How's he gonna kill him? Blessing of Kings.
Makes a lot of sense now.
Okay, cool.
Me think.
And yeah, he has the Blessing of Kings BGH combo for
Wow.
other matchups.
Interesting. Okay, but still, like, this is the BGH turn. There's nothing else you could do. And you still dude up, just deal some damage. And you have equality for Molten Giants. At this point, I will even force the Molten Giants.
Technically, you have so many options, And like with the equality in the BGH, technically you could boom or Sylvanas here, and then just do one of those next turn. He goes with the BGH. All right, it's fine.
I would be afraid of Shadow Flame.
Cannot move quickly.
If I just boom, I would be afraid that he just goes for face and Shadow Flames.
Yeah. Oh, cool. He gets the okay. He gets to. Oh, this is actually really good because now he gets to dodge a watch a Shadow Flame.
Yeah, pretty nice play. And now he is also forcing Moltens. So either way,
Yeah.
he is putting himself
Okay,
in a
yeah,
tricky
this is good.
spot. But there is silence and Mortal Coil. So a simple silence Shadow Flame Mortal Coil is going to clear the board. Or just maybe Ancient Watcher Shadow Flame, yeah, same.
Yeah, I guess it is the same.
I think it's basically better to go Wolf Watcher. You keep the owl for Tyrion. And Tyrion turn is getting closer. Oh, Aldor, look at that.
Aldo, right on time.
You can go Aldor Master even. Because you've seen Shadow Flame already.
Yeah, maybe he goes with the boom right now because he wants to hit a few things with the equality, right? But then the Aldor's good. But Aldor, you think that's an okay play? Aldor Muster? It seems a little weak right now.
Like if you play Boom, you basically contest the Giant, but you're losing Boom, and you end up with nothing on board after that. And with Master and with Aldor, you get a free that's uncontested, and you get 3 minions where 2 are uncontested at this point. Maybe, what about like just Sylvanas?
I kind of like Sylvanas, but no, I think Aldor Muster is probably the way to go. Who's at the boom? You that was my play, but you talked me out of it. I don't like it anymore.
Well, Boom is probably fine as well. Like the difference between Aldor and Master and Boom is not that great. Did he attack face? Like he did attack face.
No. Yeah, he's already at 9. Why didn't? Oh, because he only has 1.
So many possibilities.
Wait, did he not swing? I think. Yeah, that's interesting.
I think he didn't attack actually.
Yeah.
At this point, I would definitely attack. Like this 1 point of damage could matter.
Yeah, plus he's gonna must get a new weapon anyway soon.
Yeah. All right, so here you possibly attack Molten Giant with the bomb to check what happens, and then
Yeah, you kind
might.
of want to spend your mana, but Sylvanas doesn't do anything except for put a 5/5 on the board.
If you are able to kill this anti-kill bot, you might actually play Sylvanas on board and do that. But then
Okay,
Zoltan
that makes
Chow
sense.
again.
So it's just basically just a 50/50 to hit the anti-kill bot. Just hit it for 1 is fine. And then yeah, I don't mind the Sylvanas there on an open board.
Yeah, it's fine. Like people are stop playing Siphon Soul or they play only one from time to time. But most of the list they don't run Siphon Soul. And if there is a Belcher, like whatever is being played, you are fine with it unless you get silenced. But then even if Sylvanas is getting silenced, that's 1 silence off, and your Tyrion is in a better shape. And it's still a 5/5 that contests most of the stuff. Oh, he hits the heal bot, so now definitely Sylvanas and dude.
Yeah, and just
And-
I would say swing face, but he didn't last turn, so
Well, he should go this turn at least.
it's holding on to it.
Yeah, very interesting. I hope he's not trying to bait Harrison Jones into being played.
Yeah. I don't know many handlocks running Harrison. I have seen it though. It has been done.
Yeah, definitely.
Double owl, so I think he's okay with the Sylvanas.
Yeah, but then what do you do? Because you're at 13, you have to imagine that if there is a true silver, that's what like, and you've seen Blessing of Kings also. So
Yeah. So does he have a second Blessing of Kings? Does he have a Leroy Blessing of Kings? I think you just have to play the Owl Doctor Boom, right? You can't play around those things.
true.
'Cause you're 6 out of range from board.
Normally you would just taunt up, but like you can't leave Sylvanas unattended with her with her powers. Is there anything better? Like, can you Shadow Flame somehow? Not really.
Yeah, this is you gotta play. do this. If Micro Pingu has the second Blessing of Kings, no.
No, he doesn't. But then he has the outdoor and equality. I don't think it's time for equality yet. Definitely not. But outdoor is nice. You can
Yeah, I
go
like
for
Aldor.
face.
Do Belcher too. Belcher's pretty AoE resilient, so it's like not like you're overextending too much. But it would be kind of throwing your hand on the table.
Yeah, what do you
Terms of
think about
creatures.
attacking two bombs? Like Sylvanas obviously going face, but then you attack both bombs, one with the weapon as well. That was pretty good for Pingu.
I think yeah. Here, I think that it's better to hit the owl now. But yeah, the first one was fine.
Oh, he's going for the Chow again. Just trying to get a bit more bored. He hopes there is no AoE basically, and with no AoE, Zombie Chow provides that 2 points of damage that might prove to be lethal. But then we see the Shadow Flame with Torisan. You can also silence the boom and then Shadow Flame. But again, Tyrion. You want to have silence for Tyrion.
Yeah, it's weird. I think I've seen Emperor Shadow Flame before. Yeah, he doesn't want to do it. Oh, it looks like he's doing that play.
Definitely attack Belcher first, yeah, to get that one to killed as well. Alright, double silence is out. Now if Micro Pingu gets Tyrion, oh, he gets True Silver. And this is awkward, like, you might want to get
face. Oh, no, I see. You want to get the guys out for equality.
Yeah, but then again, you have double Quartermaster, so I think at this point you just have to
so you gotta
hold
save
them.
it.
Yeah, especially after double Shadow Flame as well. You know that there might be one Hellfire. So yeah, this is weird. You just do that True Silver face.
Yeah.
Let me.
Yeah, I think that's all you can do. Okay, he's gonna build up the dudes.
Dude up, close your eyes, try to get that Quartermaster. Quartermaster top deck would be massive at this point. So Shup is
I
able
think
to
that was the
kill.
play.
Yeah.
Setting himself up for Quartermaster top deck. You got both. And he has taunts.
Yeah, it looks like Micro Pingu ran out of steam. Which is not surprising for the Paladin, actually.
Yeah. Plus his deck's like a kind of going for the face, kind of like using cards like Blessing of Kings, which, you know, running out of steam quickly. He's picking up all the damage, but just a little bit too late. Right,
Yeah,
but he
there's
can
too many
equality
taunts.
now. Okay, maybe it's not too late, but yeah, he has Argus and Belcher in hand, so it's going to be really hard to get those True Silver swings through.
Exactly. It might seem like it's not too late for Micro Pingu because he doesn't see the hand of Shup, but even though he can clear this board easily, not even clear, just go face with the True Silver to get them 7. But then just looking at Shup's hand, it's too much.
Yeah. Is there anything he can draw?
Tyrion might be interesting.
Tyrion
where you
will
get
be really good, yeah.
Yeah, you get that Ashbringer, you are able to deal a bit of damage. What else? Like Consecration will not do much after the next turn.
Yeah. Oh, man. He did say that every time he plays Nefarian, or was that? I have to double check.
Yeah, he loved Nefarian.
That was him?
And
Okay.
he wins 100%. Oh,
So
there's
we have the
Drax.
Nefarian sack pack out.
Oh, wow. So if he plays Nefarian in this Paladin, then there's Drax's play into Nefarian Sacrificial Pack. That's the thing. That's the way to win
It's
the
happening.
game.
It's happening, maybe. No, that's the Maybot.
I think he's playing like a standard.
Oh man.
Where's Tyrion? Where's Lay on Hands? Never got those cards. Do you think he actually cut Tyrion for Blessing of Kings?
It's very possible.
Is it really?
He said he had zero creativity though, and now we see things like Blessing of Kings in the deck.
That was kind of creative. I don't know, man. It's really tough. I don't think Michael Pingu is doing it. I'm rooting on Nefarian Sacrificial Pact, but that will be it.
Oh, we got one more turn till we can see that.
All right, there is one condition already there. There is Jaraxxus. We just need the dragon. That's a second condition, and the third condition will be getting the pact to kill the demon. And for those,
It costs 0, right? So you can just do it on the same turn.
yeah, it's not the far end.
You got one more turn.
Yeah, actually. So for the viewers who don't know what we are talking about, basically Nefarian is giving you 2 abilities, 2 spells from the opposing class, and Warlock has a card Sacrificial Pact for 0, sacrifice demon, and heal 4, and you can actually target opposing demon. Jaraxxus is a demon, so you can target Jaraxxus as the hero and basically win. Just kill opposing hero, heal yourself for 4, and win the game.
It's a pretty sick combo.
Yeah. Alright, so he's setting some kind of a board. Actually, after that Sludge Belcher, it doesn't look that terrible, but still, over
Yeah, we're
time...
gonna see a Twilight Drake, Hero Power, Argus, though.
Yeah, super great turn. Taunt Wall. Even if he draws into... Let's say he draws into Lay on Hands, and from Lay on Hands, he gets Equality Consecrate.
Equality, yeah.
Yeah, like Equality on the turn. Actually, yeah. That'd be good. A 4/4. Not really much. I'm used to seeing Twilight Drake being like a 4/8.
Yeah, it's a
Aldor?
5/5.
Is Aldor buying him one more turn, or is it over?
Yeah, because he can Aldor the 7/7, but he still has to get through it anyways if he wants to win, so it doesn't really do anything for him.
I think if he Aldors the 7/7 and attacks the 1/7 with a True Silver, even with the Hellfire Shop will be 1 damage of lethal. Let's count it. But that's like
Oh, man.
super weird.
Yeah, because there's still the damage on the board from the...
Let me
There's the one, yeah. I think he is lethal.
Yeah, it's lethal with Hellfire.
Yeah.
Okay, no way. All right, so Micro Pingu is looking at a dire situation. He doesn't know about the Hellfire, but it seems that it's over. No Nefarian for him, at least this game. Hopefully, he is running one in his Warrior deck. He promised in the player interview. He said Nefarian is his best card, the best card overall. Whenever he draws it, he wins.
reporting for duty.
Alright. So he Aldor the 5/5, yeah.
He's dead on
I can
board.
do it. Yeah. It's okay.
All right.
Yeah, he said he gets saltier than Raynad, so he should be pretty upset right now, but he looks like he's pretty cool and calm on the webcam.
Yeah, it's basically haven't moved. An ultimate poker face.
Alright, so
Okay.
now we have, what was it? A Paladin. Paladin has to beat Shoop's Paladin? Yeah,
Yes.
it's going to be a Paladin versus Paladin, and one of them
Paladin
has
versus-
Blessing of Kings, which actually doesn't seem that bad for the mirror matchup. Like, normally you want to be the slower Paladin, but Blessing of Kings seems like it'd be pretty good, because Paladins are kind of leaving creatures up here and there.
Yeah, definitely. But then again, there is Aldor. So, and we haven't seen much of Shoop's Paladin. We've seen Azure Drake being one of the, let's say, non-standard cards. So I still
Yeah.
hope this is the Dragon Paladin.
So it should be slower and more control-y, but then at the same time that opens you up to maybe losing to Burst. But Micro Pingu's been drawing double True Silver every game. I feel like his Burst is going to run out and he's just going to draw nothing this game.
Like both of his Paladin games were pretty similar. He's playing mid-range Paladin with some additional burst, but he can't get there. Like he is leaving his opponent at what, like 7 points of health, and never
Yeah.
getting through. So maybe we'll see Tyrion this time. Is he really playing Tyrion or not?
You might have cut like the top end of the curve, like you mentioned. No Lay on Hands, no Tyrion, because we haven't seen any of that. If he's playing like bursty cards, it makes sense. He might even be playing more bursty cards. The way he's playing is like, yeah, okay, Blessing of Kings, but maybe he has even more. Maybe Leroy. Or would you play Arcane Golem? Blessing of Kings might be more
You
reasonable.
might be, yeah. Like one charge minion, definitely. That's 8 points of damage out of nowhere. That's pretty
Yeah.
good. I'm
Maybe.
surprised by one thing, Hyped, because we mentioned that Shup he owns the cutest tree frog and he's not playing Shaman. I'm pretty
Yeah, and he's not
disappointed.
showing it on stream either. So that's upsetting.
Yeah.
Should be in the background for sure.
All right. Okay, so we're almost ready for the next game. If Shup wins with his Paladin, he is through to the final. And in the final, he will be competing for 10 Hearthstone World Championship points and $125. And it's just the final of the open qualifier, which means that he didn't have to pay anything to get here. He just had to play really well. And you guys can also play like Shup, like MicroPingu. Just watch for those open qualifiers at liquidharp.com. And the game's ready. Paladin versus... What is the deck? Is it Paladin or...
Paladin. Yeah.
All right.
Oh man. So we were saying how Shoop had the slower deck, and that should win in the long run. But he might not be able to keep up. But with the double knife
Check
juggler, I
back.
think he'll have no problem. I mean, he does have the mini bot, but it's okay.
Yeah, that's still a pretty sick start for the Paladin.
Yeah.
If he picks up Master for Battle, that would be amazing. Interesting. Wow.
Okay, one of them's
Blessing,
gonna live.
Blessing of Kings for Shup Hype. I guess we are
Wait.
behind a metagame.
Are we-
It's a
Yeah. So they both have it, or am I?
Yeah, they both have it.
confused?
I guess we need to
Alright.
revise our Paladin decks. It's a new standard.
Wait, and oh man. Yeah, that's interesting. So he plays Azure Drake and Blessing of Kings. That seems crazy.
I want to see more of this list. Unfortunately, we haven't seen much because of Illidan and being not prepared on turn 5, but he might be prepared now.
Reporting for duty.
He missed the knife. What's that? Oh, Harrison Jones! Wait, have we seen Harrison Jones before?
In Paladin, not yet. No, because we were watching the last game, and I wasn't even. I was like, he plays 2 Quartermaster. There's no way he has a Harrison in there. Or else I was gonna mention it for Jiraxis, but I was like, no, he plays 2 Quartermaster. It's not in there. Wait. So he plays 2 Quartermaster, 2 Sludge Belcher, Harrison Jones. I
Yeah.
think you're right. He doesn't have Tyrion or Lay on Hands. There's no way, right? If you're
He
playing all
might,
those 5 drops.
he might still have Tyrion, but if I
Okay,
see
Tyrion, yeah,
Harrison
probably.
Jones, he might not be having Lay on Hands because it's like a draw for draw.
Yeah.
But then we haven't seen Tyrion, so it's entirely possible he's not running one.
Yeah, no, it makes sense that you keep the Tyrion. You drop the Lay on Hands first. It makes more sense.
All right, so
The
here
Harrison's
I'm
going to
pretty
be huge in the
Belcher.
mirror, though.
What's up?
The Harrison's going to be pretty big in this mirror.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do you prefer getting, when it's this point in the game, would you rather have the 3 charges off the Lights Justice or the 1 charge off the True Silver for
It
Harrison?
depends on the board state. Like if I feel I'm getting a lot of tempo by playing Harrison and Teacher Silver, I'm definitely going for it. If I feel like I'm lacking on cards and I still feel good about my board, I might keep it and just wait for the Lights Justice.
Okay, interesting.
But it really depends like what your opponent will do. So sometimes you are just forced to play Harrison anyway.
Okay, just throw in more Sludge Belchers into this complicated board. I like it. I like it. They're pretty, resilient to the AoE clears, so you're not too worried. Are we going to see a pretty sick Blessing of Kings here, though? So Blessing of Kings adds 4. So both those targets will be in BGH range if you Blessing of Kings is 1. Kind of a liability.
Yeah, it is. And are you expecting silence as well? Like Blessing of Kings would be much better on a dude. Oh, now with the True Silver, does it open any options for him? True Silver in general being really good, but then again there is that Harrison.
I was hoping he would go for maybe the Blessing of Kings because he could consecrate the BGH, but I guess he can't. They've both been doing that. I thought consecrate was like something you saved later for combos. Like equality is one, but maybe just combo with something else on a better turn. But they both seem to be kind of like I want to get this Consecrate on my hand. I want to combo my other 4 drops like True Silver and Blessing of Kings, it seems. Like, it seems like they both... Like, we were saying they could True Silver here, but they both, like, chose to get rid of the Consecrate and True Silver later. Seems like
Yeah.
a theme.
I think there are 2 schools of playing the Paladin mirror. One of them is what they do right now, which is just trying to get tempo and kill your opponent before he can stabilize, before he can go to Tyrion turns. And the other will be just waiting and trying to get to fatigue and have those key cards in those key moments. Like, if Consecration's out, you know that you can just Master and Quartermaster for the win, because there is nothing that's going to clear it. That's one of the valid strategies as well, but here the guys are mostly just using the cards and tempo.
Big bomb dodge there for Shoop. Even though he took 4, he's really happy that it didn't hit any of his very vulnerable creatures.
Alright, so now there is this True Silver. You might go for Harrison Jones, but what does it do to you?
Let me think.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you look at all your other plays, none of them are good, right? Sylvanas is... So it's either Sylvanas or Harrison, pretty much. Or Hero Power Quartermaster? Okay, I guess he has 3 options. But it looks like it's not a good Sylvanas board. But maybe it's the best you're going to get. Maybe you need to Sylvanas or else you'll fall behind.
I like Sylvanas actually, because of the Flame Tongue Totem. It's not like Flame Tongue Totem is going to attack into you, so Sylvanas is going to get some value at least. Or it might force your opponent to just go face. So he can't deal with Sylvanas and he goes face, but then again, you should be able to deal, to kill your Sylvanas easily and steal stuff.
But yeah, it's like you were saying, he's like, I don't really need to Harrison this. Normally it'd be like a Snap Harrison, but he's like, I'll just wait for the muster or something. Or a better turn. It's interesting.
How much burst is there? Like, even if you go for Harrison now, that's 8 points of damage with Blessing of Kings, that's 12. Not there yet.
Yeah, quite a while. And he's got the heal bot too, so he's good.
Wow, the Zombie Chow's being so bad in most of the games. But then again, Zombie Chow is an amazing card. Oh, and the second True Silver after Harrison. Pretty good pickup.
Oh yeah, that's amazing. And that Owl is going to shut down Sylvanas whenever it comes out. So it's actually looking really bad for Micro Pingu, despite getting a Harrison on True Silver.
Also nice. Oh wow, look at that Owl. So Dr. Boom might be a 7/7 again.
Dr. Moon might be, yeah. Yeah, but if you... Oh, man. So Shoop's got the slower deck with the Lay on Hands and the Azure Drakes, and yet he's still ahead on tempo. So I don't know how Micro...
Double Juggler start. So
Yeah. So Micro Pingu, his cards are going to be lower quality on average. We're assuming he's cut the high end of his deck. So I think he needs to get the Consecration to pair with the Equality, right, to get back in this game?
That's true, yeah. He needs a big clear here.
Or maybe just some musters to go with the Quartermasters.
Can he just Equality this turn? Actually,
Just
if he uses
Equality.
Equality now, he can attack the 3/2 with the 1/1. Then he can kill the Flame Tongue with Dr. Boom, or even like basically kill the Twilight Drake with Dr. Boom, and then True Silver the Flame Tongue. And the board is not that scary anymore. It's just a Zombie Chow and a 1/1, and Zombie Chow is going to heal you eventually.
Looks like he's going for that. No. He's going to go for the, make the Dr. Boom 7/7 again. So he kills the Flame Tongue, right? Or does he go face? If I know Micro Pingu...
I think I like the Equality play much better. This board had a lot of Equality value, and it's not that...
yeah, now
versatile.
you lose to Tyrion, which he has.
Put your faith in the light.
Yeah. Has
Yeah,
big
that
risk
hurts.
by Micro Pingu.
That was the turn that might have cost him the game, actually. He'll have that Owl, and...
Yeah, that was huge. Okay, can you...
I have no time for games.
Okay, Sylvanas is his best hope, but we do see the Owl in the opposing hand. Actually, how much damage is that? Is that lethal from Shoop on the other side?
Wow, what do you think about this? Like, just
12
playing
plus 8? That's lethal. Yeah, no, it's lethal, though.
Alright. But still, like, Micro Pingu kind of got distracted, I think. He played Juggler last as well. All right, so Shoop has it. He has lethal, and he's going to take the series versus Micro Pingu, advancing to the finals of our EU qualifier. And the winner of the whole qualifier will get invited to our feature tournament with 8 players, and obviously get the prize, which is 10 GEICO points, 10 Hearthstone World Championship points, and $125. But after this match, we're going to jump into the third place match, which will be Micro Pingu versus Zaros. But what do you think about the match overall, Hyped?
Oh man, we were kind of confused by Micro Pingu's plays because we didn't know his deck and we didn't know how much damage he had. But really unfortunate at the very end that his fast Paladin deck, I would say, got outpaced by the slow Paladin deck. And then also, yeah, that he might actually be. He said he's salted in right now. He might actually be salted right now because he missed that knife juggle, which could have hit the zombie chow, which would have made him live. But he probably still would have been behind, so it's not a big deal. Just like unfortunate how the other guy got the really fast start with the double juggler.
All right, that's a pretty good analysis of the match. And as I said, next we're going to see Zaros versus Micro Pingu. But now we're going to go into a short break. Don't go anywhere. After we return, more Hearthstone action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to ONOG Hearthstone Summer Circuits. I'm your host, Nimsh, and I'm joined by my co-host, Hyped. We are casting some amazing matches. New Paladin breed that jumped into the metagame, apparently, with a lot of 5-drops and the Blessing of Kings. So, Hyped, what do you think about that deck?
Yeah, it's really interesting. So a lot of times when I play against Paladin, I know I can like dip super low, and it's like I'm like as long as he doesn't have True Silver Consecrate and like the second True Silver Consecrate, I know I'm never gonna die. But the Blessing of Kings, it actually adds a lot of not just burst, but just the fact that sometimes you just like leave 1/1s up against Paladin, and now they can turn it into a 5/5, or even if you get it on a mini bot, that's just insane. We had a lot of 5 drops, which it seems like a lot, but sometimes just curving out with paladins are really important. So if you can hit a 5 drop to protect, like a Belcher to protect your muster or your shredders and whatnot, it's really strong.
And what's really interesting is that do we know if Micro Pingo was playing this list exactly? Because we haven't seen Tyrion, we haven't seen him lay on hands.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure, but it really does seem like it. And a lot of people, the sub he made was actually one of them. I actually get confused, but I'm pretty sure his Micro Pingu was playing the Harrison instead of the Drake. The other guy was playing the Drake. But it's basically this list from someone on EU Xerxes. It's a pretty hard name to pronounce. XZIREZ. Got rank 1 with it recently. It's gaining a lot of popularity.
So that's our Paladin, and right now we are going to see Zaros versus Micro Pingu. This is the match for the 3rd place, and it's a very important match because the winner is getting a 3rd place, which is $50, and 1 Hearthstone World Championship point, 7 GEICO points. The 4th place is not getting any money, so it's kind of like a bubble. If you lose, you're not getting any prize money. You're still getting that 1 Hearthstone Championship point, and you're getting some GEICO points as well. And after that, we are obviously going to see the final and see who qualifies for the first feature tournament of our summer circuit. And our sponsor is GEICO. GEICO is sponsoring everything. And if you want to get something from GEICO, definitely check out our site, geico.onog.gg, where you can enter the giveaway. And you see that perfect PC from TSM branded. Great specs. Go there, give yourself a chance. But I think we're almost ready to jump into the game. We've seen those decks before. Warlock, Paladin, Warrior, Rogue. You will have a chance to cast that Rogue, Hyped. Are you excited?
Yes. Well, it might be like some curse where I disconnect again right when the Rogue gets in play, but I'm holding my fingers. I'm crossing my fingers. What kind of Warlock was Zaros again? Was it Handlock? I think Micro Pingu was the only zoo, right?
There was, I think Micro Pingu is the only Demon Zoo, so that would be a handlock. But have we seen that handlock at all? Because
we had to. Oh no, he lost. So technically, yeah, I don't. Maybe we didn't.
Wait. This is Zaros is targeting Green Patron. So this is the handlock with double.
Oh yes. Double ooze. Maybe there's a Harrison in there too. It's getting crazy. So Micro Pingu.
We haven't seen him his warrior.
Is his warrior patron?
We haven't.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen it. Okay.
That would be interesting if Zaros is targeting Green Patron and then Micro Pingu is actually not running one. It's running a Control Paladin or Dragon Paladin with Nefarian.
Yeah, but actually, if you think about it, the oozes and the Harrisons are going to help versus the Paladin too. So even if he doesn't hit Grim Patron, he's actually going to be pretty good. He has Rogue against Paladin, and that matchup has actually gotten worse because Rogues have taken out Shredders, but with he has a Harrison in his Rogue, I'm pretty sure.
And he has a Shredder as well. I've seen Shredder.
Yeah.
And
Shredder.
Assassin's Blade.
Yeah, so that's I was about to mention that the Assassin's Blade is actually a big deal because so Micro Pingu is the Paladin with the Harrison in his deck rather than the Azure Drake. So that will be huge if he can hit the Assassin's Blade. But at the same time, Rogue usually should be ahead, and they could usually afford to play around Harrison, just hold the Assassin's Blade until they need it. But the 5-drops actually, as a Rogue player, I am a little bit afraid of like the multiple 5-drops, especially if I'm not playing Violet Teachers myself. I feel like I could easily get behind on board.
So many 5-drops in all of those decks.
We're going to see the Zoo into the Rogue. And actually, I think this is a fine matchup for the Rogue, but the fact that Zaros is playing Harrison and Assassin's Blade is actually not that good because I'm guessing he cut Healbot, or at least other important things. Lotheb's not good against Zoo. And Healbot is actually super important. And BGH is super important too, which I'm guessing he doesn't play. So I think Zaros is actually going to struggle against this Zoo with his deck. Like, Harrison feels really bad to play against Zoo.
On the other hand, he has a great start here because he has the backstab to deal with the Flame Imp. Or, oh, actually, this is much better.
Yeah, but usually this is just not the way to beat Zoo these days. Like, back in the day, if you could clear their board and develop, like, if you get a backstab SS7 against Zoo back in the day, you just win. They'd be behind, but now they have so many ways to play from behind. They can Implosion, they can Bane of Doom, they can just play a Void Caller. This isn't the way to win. Like, see how bad backstab SI7 is here? He probably doesn't even want to do it.
Yeah, it's actually terrible.
So I'm a fan of playing very, very passive against a Zoo, and actually you can find if you just kind of hold back, you kind of just let Haunted Creepers kill you. The Imp Gang boss only does 2 damage. It doesn't do a lot of damage. You can kind of ignore it for a while. And actually, if you play like this and you have a heal bot in your deck, it's actually very difficult for the Zoo to actually do enough damage because they're forced into these turns that they really don't want to play any more creatures because they know Blade Flare is a thing. And actually, it's kind of hard for them to kill you if you have a heal bot. They can't really. They'll get Blade Flared and they'll lose. That's basically
What would be the more passive play? Like, what would you do? Just dagger up and then pass, or?
Yeah, his hand is actually really weak. So actually, like one of the best ways to beat Zoo is like to prep sprint on 4, and then you just have all these options. But see, like these 3/3s on the board they don't really do much for him. Unfortunately, like if Micro Pingu had something like an egg or an implosion, then Zaros would have already lost by now.
Yeah, because for now it seems that if he clears the Voidwalker, the Farseer is going to threaten both the dog and the imp.
Yeah, Dudley's fine here too. Either or. He can actually heal the SI7, but it's not. It's okay. But he's really open to Implosion and Bane of Doom. I think he's looking at the fact that he has no AoE in his hand. He's like, Implosion's really gonna hurt.
So what would you choose? Like, is Dagger better than the Farseer?
Yeah, the reason he daggered here is pretty much exactly Implosion. He can't deal with Implosion because you can see it's kind of like the Earthen Ring would leave him with a slightly better board, right? But he can't deal with Implosion, so he doesn't want to put a creature on the board.
All right.
And so Sap is a little awkward when you're already behind like this.
Oh man,
now he's a little sad about the poison.
That's true.
But now the nice thing about this is he's always going to be threatening Flurry if he puts that blade on. I mean, he has the 3 damage right now, so he's like kind of always threatening Flurry, but it's not enough. Everything has 4 HP. The Imp Gang boss has 4, the Void Caller has 4, plus it's the Void Caller, so he doesn't care if he gets flurried. So kind of a rough spot.
This turn is super powerful for Micro Bingo. He can just clear and get the Doomguard.
Yeah.
That as well.
Oh man. And now he's going to have all the mana in the world to Bane of Doom next turn.
That's true. Like, even if you sub this Doomguard, it doesn't do that much.
Yeah. Van Cleef is great in this matchup, but not without the coin and not without he's out of his deadly and cheap stuff. Oh, he does go for the sap. Actually, so it actually is pretty good against Bane of Doom.
Yeah, he'll create a 4/4, but then again, like Doomguard can clear Edwin, and the weapon is out, and you know, like being Micro Pingu, you see the board where you clear Edwin and you're in a good spot. Maybe you can even.
Oh, that's actually a really hard choice. Okay, so you probably Bane of Doom, then Dr. Boom, then Doomguard. Okay.
All right. Well, are we going to see
you probably
last
just
time
get a second
Illidan
Doomguard right here.
and won him a game? Oh man, that's.
Oh, it's dying.
Okay, but
actually,
it was
this is
pretty
looking
amazing, right?
Yeah. It's one of my favorite. But okay. No, I was gonna say I thought I was looking for Zaros, but actually I just remembered the heavy hitters in Micro Pingu's hand over there. So for Zaros to win, he needs to play BGH, draw it, and then sprint the next turn. But he doesn't play BGH, I'm guessing, by that preemptive well played.
Yeah, he got the Pilot and Shredder, but it's not enough. So Micro Pingu is going to take the game again. Really convincing play for his Demon Warlock. But the big question is he going to win with Paladin? He never won with Paladin before. Played 3 times. Lost 3 times.
Yeah. Like I said, the Rogue vs. Paladin isn't too bad. It used to be really bad. But these days, with Zaros' deck, the Paladins, and actually the Blessing King is actually going to help a lot. Because like I said, as a Rogue, you didn't care about Paladins damaging you. You had all the time in the world. But that's actually going to put a decent amount of pressure on. Of course, he has the Harrison. So I would actually put it at like I'd only give the rogue like 65 max. It's going to be pretty much better than you're used to in a rogue versus paladin matchup. Additionally, he has the ooze handlock, which is probably going to beat the paladin every time, right?
And
Unless he gets the amazing
yeah,
quartermaster start.
he should be. And the warrior with revenge, double revenge warrior. That's going.
Yeah, what else was in there?
Alex
Quite
Straza,
remember.
I believe.
Is there a Nefarian? I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Hard to
Nefarian
remember.
was in the druids.
Okay. So that actually, I was hoping that maybe I mean, not hoping, but I was thinking maybe Rizarus could have a plan where he locks out the Paladin, but I guess probably not with the Warrior. It's not going to be a consistent plan. But he's going to get 2 good wins against the Paladin with his Warlock and Rogue, probably.
So
He just has to find
you
a win
just
with his Warrior somewhere.
okay. I just wanted to ask if you go with the rogue, but apparently you do. So game number 2, that rogue versus warrior with Nefarian.
There's the
Oh yeah.
Nefarian that it wins him the game 100% of the time, but it's actually pretty bad against Rogue. Right?
Well,
What do you... You'll take
your
an
opening hand,
Abyss.
sure.
Yeah. Best case scenario. Sprint is actually good. Okay, so you got Sprint and Assassinate. I like the most expensive ones. Then you got like a Sabotage,
Oh
maybe an
man,
Oil.
sabotage.
But then there's those are the most expensive cards. Most of the Rogue spells are like 0 to 1 mana.
Betrayal.
Backstab, Poison, yeah, Betrayal, Gang Up. Gang Up would be sick, maybe.
Preparation into shield block for 0.
I don't see Gang Up. What can you Gang Up? Just Armor Smiths.
Nefarian.
Just get 5 Armor Smiths going.
Just gang up
We'll Gang Up
Nefarian.
Nefarian and then use Infinite. Okay, I like it.
Yeah. And you never lose. How can you lose after that?
Okay, that'll
So
be interesting.
What about this
Um,
hand, about this matchup, like overall from the rogue's perspective?
Oh man, I missed the mulligan, but the number 1 card is if he didn't know it was Control Warrior, so he might have thought it was Patron. But even so, against Patron and against both, you really want Sprint. But actually, the number 1 card is Piloted Treader, and you'll take 2. And if you have those, you take a 5-drop as well to curve into. But outside of that, prep. I mean, Sprint is the most important card, and you don't even need the prep. So you keep the Sprint. If you get the prep, great. Otherwise, it's fine. But those are the cards. Shredder and Sprint are the cards that matter against Control Warrior. And then if you have Shredder, you'll take a Lotheb too. Would be the ideal.
All right,
Against
because right now,
Patron, yeah,
without sprint, he doesn't have any ways to draw the cards, right? So looking at his hand, there is a
Exactly.
lot of damage, but yeah, it's not like he can do much. He needs minions or draw.
yeah, and you need efficient clears, right? So you can't like deadly swing on a Belcher, and it's very awkward. But if you get the prep sprint off, you start to get the combos. You start to get the spell power combos. Like, okay, it's fine if he doesn't get value on the first Azure Drake, but maybe his second Azure Drake and his downless, he's gonna need to hit like a few fans or the 5 damage Visses on those 5 HP creatures, or he's gonna combo some backstab somehow with the spell power. It's kind of important.
Preparation sap is it all right here, or do you just counter your losses and are fine with
I
that?
think I really want to get the extra value when I see my Azure Drake doesn't get Death Spitten immediately. So he's got the Fiery on, so I want to force him to like use 2 cards. Unfortunately, no matter what he does, he's going to have a nice Cruel. So either way, it's not going to work out. But that's what he's hoping for when he saps. He's hoping that the Warrior has to use the Fiery Warx and something else. But he does, but it's like really clean.
Taskmaster, yeah.
Yeah, and you can still get the Shredder back down.
Oh wow, look at that. You can.
Yeah, you're gonna get. You don't have to do that now, though. You can wait.
Yeah, but still, this is juicy.
And he doesn't
Smash.
have to coin Shredder. Actually, like normally you coin Shredder, but in this matchup, you can just armor at this point. I think armor's fine, but he gets the Shredder down. It's kind of like proactive removal. He doesn't know what the rogue is going to play, and he'll just have this on the board, and maybe he can use it as removal. But this is a horrible hand for rogue.
Oh man, yeah, this is tough. Just go with
Wait,
the
wait.
Fallenness to draw a card.
But he plays. Remember, he plays Harrison. So I mean, remember he plays Assassin's Blade. So maybe that's a good hand if he draws Assassin's Blade. So now he has to. If he gets Assassin's Blade, he has to bait the Harrison, and then he just wins. That's a lot of weapon damage, but it's going to take a while.
So this means that he has to Deadly Poison now to bait the Harrison, right? Like Deadly Poison.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind like, yeah. I mean, it's really hard to play as rogue when you have like this handy and you don't know what you're gonna draw next. So it's like I want to make a plan, but I'm like kind of using all my cards on something, but deadly into the deadly into the
Shredder.
shredder is pretty efficient. You're not really wasting cards. It's a pretty efficient
Yeah.
play, so feel free to do that. And then if you want to evis or not, probably not, but maybe if you get something crazy, you feel like you need to.
And from the
This is
word's
actually
perspective,
reasonable as well. This is actually pretty good because it contests the board, right?
oh, he's going for aggro. Yeah,
I did not.
it's all right. Definitely, it's like serves the same purpose as Deadly, kind of.
Yeah, yeah, and it's you have the mana now, so you'll do it now. And plus, the deadlies are. I would say the deadlies are more valuable if you have the assassin's blade because you can't really afford to. It's so hard to oil an assassin's blade, but it's so easy to
True.
put two deadlies on. So
Yeah, like
basically
even
saying I have a
next
lot of
turn.
mana now. I want to use it.
On the other hand, it's also a good Harrison target, like
Yeah,
for
yeah.
one.
Zaros is definitely thinking he does not have Harrison after seeing that play. He's like, he would have Harrison me for sure.
He gets the sprint, which is really important here.
Yeah, that's the card. I wonder if he's gonna swing on anything with this oil. He has the flurry. This is a
He
tough
has
one.
Harrison as well.
He has
Oh
this
man,
flurry.
would you
Okay, so he
prep
doesn't
flurry?
swing. No, no. But I was just thinking that's the three different options: swing, don't swing, prep flurry. So he
Ah,
gets the Harrison baited, or quote unquote baited. If he picks up the Assassin's Blade, he'll be in great shape. But he's also taking a lot of damage. Might be forced to flurry here. Okay,
others.
so he can. Nice. He can get a.
Can he get everything here? Like weapon.
Well, he definitely wants.
Deck.
Like I said, he's not going to get the oil on the Assassin's Blade anyway, so he may as well use the oil, get full oil value here, and then see what else he can get after that. It's definitely worth prepping, I think. So let's see. If you prep, you're going to have 4 more mana. So maybe Evis. So yeah, you can use everything, and you can also Evis the Shredder if you want to do that. But
Yeah,
also, he
that's
might
actually
just
pretty
have.
sick.
He actually has a lot of damage. I haven't counted. I don't think it's 27. Let's see. 5 plus
Basically
16
6.
is 21 plus 4 is 25. 25 damage max.
Yeah, and you
Um,
have Harrison, so it's like for a possible draw. So even if you use everything here, you should be in a good shape, and especially because the deckhand is going to stay on board if
yeah.
you're able to backstab whatever comes out of the. Oh,
I
okay.
think you were right. I think he should have gone for the backstab, but okay, this is fine, I guess. Yeah. That's
It
it
worked
is
better
probably
for
the
him
well, it is
because
probably the play I'd make in his shoes, but if seeing we see that the all-in play would have been pretty sick here, but
yeah,
it is all in, so okay. Actually, this worked. This is perfect. He's gonna get the Harrison.
yeah, you don't even
Pingu's hand
swing
is
with his
great.
Death Spite, right?
Oh, yeah,
There's
I
no,
guess that makes sense. Yeah.
or do you swing? You do swing. All right, you do swing because you do prepare your opponent for the lethal next turn. Then Harrison, so much Harrison in this metagame right now.
Yeah.
Oh, and a Shredder, nice.
Because he now gets a lot of damage on board. He can afford the SI7 with his turn 2, so that's 11 plus the board. That's 20 damage. It's lethal if he doesn't armor up, but he's going to remove summon armor up. Okay. So Micro Pingo just needs to get one weapon hit to the face, and he's already got lethal set up. He picked up the Cruel there.
Yeah, he needs
Not to mention he has the Deathbite activated too. So yeah, Zaros needs
Such Belcher.
Taunt, Heal, which I don't think he plays either of those.
All right, so it
So
seems
now
like
he needs to backstab SI7 to find an Oyotron. I mean, he doesn't know. I guess he doesn't know there's a Grom in hand. But that would have been the only way to live.
that's true. Just kill your own Shredder.
Yeah.
All right, so it seems that's it, and Micropingo is going to already a well-played Gromash finish, 14 damage to face, and take a lead 2-0 versus Zaros.
He's going to go for the 16 damage BM.
Wow, BMing here.
I will be your death.
Oh, Zaros shaking his head. He doesn't like it. He's being
Oh
disrespected.
man, just playing with his food, Micropingo. All right, so the last deck that's open for Micropingo is his Paladin that hasn't won a game yet.
Yes, the Paladin. Okay. Yeah, he's been so close every game. He's been lacking the finish, and I don't know. Alright, so he's got to beat. So, like I said, the Warlock and the Rogue should should have a pretty easy time. Although, like I said, it's going to be one of the harder rogue decks for Paladin. The Paladin decks for rogue to beat. But then Micropingo will have a great chance against the warrior. But I wouldn't be surprised to see this go to the final game.
Double
Should
revenge, right?
Zarius, yeah, should he pick it in that order? Sometimes people are like, I'm just going to get the hard one out of the way first, and go with the warrior. But generally, a deck like Control Warrior wants a lot of information, so his best odds would be starting with the Rogue and the Warlock, getting information off the easy matchups, and then playing the long control match with all the info. But at the same time, if this deck is so, I guess everyone knows about this deck but us, so he might already just know the deck.
I think like basically we're saying that Paladin is good versus Warrior, but this specific build of Warrior, it has double ooze. No, it doesn't have double ooze, but like it has Harrison, it has Revenge, and so it has means to actually stop the Paladin. I believe we have like a small error here on overlay because Microping won with Warlock, so it's in fact Paladin that his last deck. So for Zaros, he needs to win 3-0 versus Paladin. With Rogue, it seems like a good matchup. Then his Handlock seems like an amazing matchup with double ooze. And then Warrior, I think Warrior seems alright. It might be the hardest, but still.
Yeah, so I was saying, do you open with the hard? I mean, I was saying for information, but if he's watching the stream, his opponent's match, if he knows the deck list, he might just go with the hardest one first.
Definitely. Okay, so we are going to jump into the game in a moment. Right now, the players are taking a short break, but I want to use this opportunity to remind you guys that you can enter the giveaway for a PC. You can see it on the right, and the game is actually starting. But before the game starts, quickly go to the geico.onog.gg and try to get into the giveaway to win the PC. All right, starting hands. We have Rogue versus that Paladin deck. Can Paladin win a game?
Like I said, it has a good shot. And I was talking about how the lack of Violet Teacher hurts the Rogue. And Senjin is no Violet Teacher, but it is a 5 HP minion. You can kind of dodge the True Silver sometimes. Maybe he picks up a backstab here. Prep is almost good enough. If he prep sprint's great. But if you can keep the 5 HP on the Senjin and you don't have to worry about True Silver at all, it's really nice. And he does pick up the backstab, so there's a good chance he's going to have Senjin on the clean board. He's going to have it at 5 HP, so it's going to dodge True Silver. It's actually going to, if I look at what's in Micropingo's hand right now, if we look at the next few turns, it looks like the Senjin's actually going to get to block the Shredder, and then he's actually going to get to heal it up, which is actually really good. Are we seeing that? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I agree there. And what do you think about Zaros' hand? Is it good versus?
Well, like I said, these next 3 turns are going to be amazing. The mini bot makes it a little harder though, but it looks like it's still going to happen. But actually, that's a great tempo play. But if you see his hand, it's kind of low quality with the South Sea, the Abyss. You don't really want the Abyss and the Earth Ring, and then he's not going to go for that play anyway. So Zaros is actually going to lose if he doesn't draw into an Azure Drake or Sprint pretty soon. He has a few turns, especially with the Blade Flurry. Blade Flurry, you don't even need the oil, just Deadly usually full clears a Paladin's board with the Blade Flurry, so you can full clear their board once, and then so he has a lot of turns to draw into the Sprint, so he should be pretty okay.
We've seen Zaros showing to the viewers and to us that he is expecting a 3-0 versus Paladin. Makes a lot of sense.
Nice.
We talked about it.
This is actually very efficient too. I thought he had to coin out this engine, but this is pretty good because now he gets to protect the 3/1 Earthen.
So why is this matchup so bad for a Paladin overall?
Well, I think Violet Teacher was a big part of it, but Blade Flurry just pretty much clears anything. Like a Paladin has a very hard time dodging Blade Flurry. They kind of have to play their minions. They can't really hold back their minions. They're going to fall behind in tempo, right? So they're kind of forced to play into Blade Flurry. So if you pick up Blade Flurry, you just clear their board. Violet Teacher was a pain because it can dodge True Silver, and then the 1/1s are super annoying because you don't want to consecrate or quality consecrate, but you kind of have to. And then just the damage sap is so painful on Tyrion and your Sylvanas and your Belchers. And yeah, basically that, and then Fan of Knives for your muster.
Yeah. But then it seems like Zaros is not playing most of those cards. He is playing Flurry, obviously, but we haven't seen Fan of Knives, I believe.
Yeah, but that Yeah, well, it doesn't matter because he Micro Pingo missed the turn 3 muster anyway, so it's not even a big deal. But actually, yeah, if you look at his hand, it's kind of just damage, but which is not what you want. But the flurry is going to buy him a lot of time.
All right, we can see the Sylvanas being dropped by Micropingo, and oh wow, Lothab is nice there. But can he clear Sylvanas easily somehow?
Yeah, he can trade in and coin a Vis and then drop the Lothab, but it's not that strong of a turn. And yeah, he really needs a sprint. If you can
What do
win
you
this.
think about? Is there any merit in just refresh the weapon, coin, oil, trade Senjin into Sylvanas, and then maybe attack face with the weapon to avoid Harrison? You have a 4 attack weapon for next turn.
It looks like he wants to take 10 and just wait, but I like I think I like Evis and then coin out the Lothab the best and just trade it in. But it is actually pretty reasonable to just Senjin face, dagger, and ignore. Okay, he's gonna go for the Abyss play. He doesn't have to Lothab if he doesn't want to, but I think he may as well.
Yeah, Lothab is pretty good here for sure. Just getting a 5/5 on board. You still have a dagger to kill the dudes. If there is a Belcher being dropped, you can contest the Belcher. You still have a minion for Tinker and the prep. So basically, you can go full combo if you need to.
All right, he's probably gonna. He gets Aldored. He might oil it up, and then it might just get re-Aldored. But actually, yeah, it's looking really bad for Zaros. He needs his Harrison. There's the Harrison, but now Marco
Wow.
Pingo needs a weapon so he can draw it. And then yeah, he needs Sprints and Azure Drakes. But as you can see by Marco Pingu's hand, he has a lot of time. There's no pressure coming out anytime soon.
Yeah, with the heal bot and Aldor, he's just waiting there. So are we going to see Flurry this turn?
Yep,
Seems so.
looks like it. Never mind.
Would you Flurry here?
No, it's a really valuable spell. But yeah, you're afraid of Harrison a little bit. But no, it wasn't worth it.
Okay. So as you said, Re-Aldor possibly. Healbot, not really. You can just go with the second dude. Or is there any merit in just dude Quartermaster? Not much, I guess.
Yeah, I think you just Aldor.
Aldor dude and shielded mini bot should be fine.
Yeah.
On the other hand, how afraid are you of the Flurry now? With the 4 attack weapon.
The only thing that dodges the Flurry is the Hero Power Quartermaster, which doesn't really, so you can't dodge Flurry. But you can do something like not play the mini bot, but mini bot's pretty good at dodging Flurry, so may as well play it.
Yeah, but then again, there is the Lothab, which has 1 attack, so it can get the shield out.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I think there's a option in not playing the mini bot, but other than that, everything is fine.
It's so funny that Zaros is actually waiting for Master for battle, and he needs Master for battle. Like, even if there is a True Silver, it's just 1 card from Harrison.
Yeah, well, at this point, he might just put it on for 2 charges if there's nothing on the board. I think you play the oil. Yeah, you played the oil. He would have Harrisoned you last turn. And you need to get value out of this on the board, and so you may as well take the swing now. You'll maybe get a hit next turn. He's doing some math right now, so he's thinking it hits twice for... Basically, he's going to have a 4-attack creature, 4-attack weapon. They're both going to hit twice, so that's 16, so he needs 4 more damage. So yeah, you definitely oil here.
Oh man, it's not easy to tame the Lothab.
Oh, he already hit into the mini-bot. Yeah, that was the problem.
Lothab got Aldored twice, and he still has 4 attack.
That Belcher at 5 HP is going to be really annoying with this 2/4 damage. Usually the rogue top decks sap here when this happens. We'll see if Zaros is good at rogue.
Usually. That's the thing, you just top deck sap. Okay. But then if you
the next one the next turn. Okay, Fleur is almost good enough. You don't get it. You push 4 damage to face with the flurry, so he's at 12, and you have a 4/2. It's reasonable. Just kind of like passing the turn back, yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Well, you end up with a 4 to Lothab and a clear board, so it's nice. And you still wait for the weapon to get played, so that you can Harrison John said.
Yeah, definitely um, yeah, because he'd still be at 12, and you could put 9 plus your weapon, 10. You'd still be 2 off. But he might be considering it if you play the Harrison now. Just top deck 2 damage. Deadly Poison. You can't SI7. Evis.
Yeah, actually, I like Harrison being hardcasted here.
Oh, I think it's risky. I think you're gonna get value. I think it's a risk. But at the same
It
time,
is.
he could be like, I lose Tyrion right now if he plays Tyrion, so... But I guess Harrison didn't help that either. Actually, yeah, so there's 5 Harrison targets left if you include Tyrion. There's 2 True Silvers left. There's 2 Musters and there's Tyrion, so I think it's fine to wait.
Okay, so I guess now you go into the trading zone.
Oh,
You play Harrison anyway.
now that's a tough one. He's held it so long.
Your opponent
think
has
you
only 2
wait.
cards in hands. So do you really
Yeah,
wait?
but you can just trade into the heal bot or the knife juggler, and then just SI7 next turn with whatever you draw. It's a slight risk though. It's pretty close.
All right, so basically your opponent is a 20, and if you wait, it's much better if you hit the weapon. Like you really need to hit the weapon to win, right? Because if you just overextend and play those minions and they get cleared, you lose unless you join sprints.
Yeah, so he has so he has 2 Azure Drakes and 2 Sprints versus Micro Pingu's 2 True Silvers and 2 Musters, but the True Silver only draws 1. I think you just play the Harrison. Now that I think about it, he has like I said 4 good draws. If you include Fan, that's 5-6 good draws. But at the same time. I think this is a mistake. The more I think about it, it's slightly worse because now you give your opponent more time to play something like Tyrion.
To arms, men!
And you're also like really low on health, like 16, 13 after the attack.
Yeah, so now that Blessing of Kings is getting scary, the worst top deck.
Blessing of Kings is actually lethal. True Silver is lethal.
True Silver's lethal.
Tough spot for Zaros. He is facing elimination. 4th place, actually, if he loses this. No money, but still 1 World Championship point and some of the GEICO points. Let's see how much is he getting. I believe it's 5 GEICO points in the overall ranking. So still, good performance overall, like even if he loses here, because those GEICO points will allow him to get invited into the future tournaments, into the featured tournament, if he is the one with most of those points. Is there anything?
This is how you lose to Paladins never drawing Sprint. It was like one of the ways you lose. But he never drew Azure Drakes either, which is really rough. Or Fan.
There was no weapon for Micro Pingu and Harrison to work.
This guy's toast.
Yeah, it's tough. Well, it's not. He's not dead yet. There's only 5 damage incoming, 7 total. But
Yeah, but we're pretty sure he doesn't play heal bot, unfortunately. But yeah, let's see what happens.
Blessing of Kings. That's it.
That's it. Oh man.
Wow, that top deck, that card he needed on the back of Blessing of Kings. Micro Ping is going to take the series 3-0 versus Zaros and get a solid 3rd place. 7 GEICO points, 1 World Championship point, and $50 just for playing Hearthstone in the open tournament. But this is not the end for us yet, guys. Don't go anywhere because we are going to have the grand final of the EU qualifier, where we will see. Who do we see? Eldritch versus Shup.
Got a Dragon Druid in there. Pretty cool.
Dragon Druid. Yeah. It's pretty exciting, pretty exciting. And the winner of the next match is going to get 10 GEICO points, 10 World Championship points, which is a lot, and $125, where the 2nd place is going to get 5 World Championship points, $75, and 9 GEICO points.
And did you mention the 1st place player gets qualified for the PAX thing?
I didn't mention it, and it's actually amazing. Well, he's not qualified for PAX yet. He gets qualified for the feature tournament. So the whole tournament structure works in a way that we have 16 open qualifiers. So guys, definitely check liquidharv.com and sign up for them. Organized by ONOG and sponsored by GEICO. Then after 4 qualifiers, we're going to have a feature tournament for 8 people. You can qualify for them. 2 people get invited. You get qualified when you win the qualifier like we are casting right now. Or you qualify by having the biggest amount of GEICO points out of the player pool. So after 4 qualifiers, we have the feature, and we will have 4 feature overall. And then we have the PAX Prime finals, as Hype mentioned. The overall prize pool is $60,000. For the finals, we have $25,000. So a big one, a really big one. All right. So
Awesome.
any comments about that match? Paladin, and in the end, Paladin won that one game.
Yeah, I'm always sad to see Rogue lose. So it was pretty
Okay.
solid against the. He had a good chance that we were sweeping that Paladin, but yeah, the Rogue jobs were poor.
All right, so we are going to mourn the defeat of Rogue. Let's hope that Hype will not cry over it.
All
And
right.
you can get it. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. Rogue will prevail at some point, but we are not going to have Rogue in the finals. We're going to show you the finals in just a moment. We're going to go in a short commercial break, and after that, we'll be back with more Hearthstone action. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Summer Circuit. I'm your host, Nimsh, and I'm joined by Hyped, my co-host. We are going into the final Eldritch versus Shoop, and we are going to see some Dragon Druid action.
Yep, Dragon Druid. We got Onyxia. We got Neff. I love Neff, but I mean, you don't see Onyxia that often. And it's been a while since I've seen an Onyxia Savage Roar.
Oh man, yeah, it's been a while, and also there's a Hungry Dragon in the deck, two of them.
Oh yeah, those are really cool too.
Definitely a very interesting deck. And Rend, oh man, like Rend, come on, there's
I don't know if I can't pretend I'm as excited about the Rend, but I do want to see a Hungry Dragon on turn one. When that card first came out, first got teased, the first thing I thought of was coin Innervate Hungry Dragon. I'm dead. I want to see that.
yeah. All right, so what do you think about the matchups? Eldritch versus Shoop. We see Druids. Wait, Shoop is running Druid and Priest. That's not correct.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track of the Warlocks, so I'm trying to remember who did. I remember the double ooze Warlock, but outside of that, I forgot. I think these guys are both playing Handlock though, because there was just the one Zoo.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, and then the Warrior is Control. Have we seen any Patron Warriors this tournament? I don't think we have. I don't think anyone brought Patron.
We've seen one. Actually, we've seen Eldritch playing Green Patron Warrior. He won versus Handlock, which was pretty impressive. Like he played
that's
it.
Right. That was really nice. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So he's running Green Patron Warrior. He's running the Dragon Druid, and the Warlock was, I believe, Handlock. Where Shoop was running a Paladin. That might be a Paladin. I'm not sure if... I don't think players could actually change the decks. I believe this is still
yeah, it was a Paladin. It was the same Paladin, except for I think he favored the Azure Drake rather than the Harrison.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so game number one of this final for the European qualifier is going to start. The winner is going to get invited to our feature tournament. And those guys are getting a lot of... GEICO points and World Championship points as well.
Was Shoop the one with the Draxus and the Rag?
Yes.
I think so, yeah. That's a cool, very heavy deck, which is going to be good against Warrior.
Then
but
again, double execute.
Not necessarily Patron Warrior. I mean, okay, Handlock is supposed to be good against Patron Warrior. Eldritch is like changing our minds after that performance, but I'm guessing that doesn't happen that often.
Yeah, it's pretty uncommon. Most of the time, you don't have enough. Like, Handlock is just putting the big threats. You don't have executes, or you have only one, so you deal with one threat, and then Handlock is just continuing piling those taunt walls, which you can't go through. But this hand is pretty good for Eldritch. Like, double execute already. He knows he's playing versus Handlock. Armorsmith, great activator for the execute as well. I would maybe only prefer to have Acolyte of Pain instead of... Oh, look at that! Acolyte of Pain. Perfect.
We do get to see Eldritch on cam too. That's nice.
Yeah, both players having cams. We'll see the expressions. So Eldritch is a poker player, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah, from Sweden.
Yes. Yes.
And then Shoop is a chess player from US.
Yes.
So again, US versus Europe in this European qualifier.
Shout out to someone that got cut out. Oh, we don't. He tried to. That's okay. Shout out to everybody. Everybody deserves one.
All right, so Acolyte, there is Deathspite as well. Pretty good activator. Double Twilight Drake. So on one end, Shoop should be pretty happy with the double Twilight Drake opening versus this. But then those executes, man. Just key cards.
Yeah, so and he's going to get at least 2 draws off this Acolyte.
So he's basically... Eldritch is trying to get Warsong and Throttling. Patrons are fine. Like, Patrons
he won with Patrons somehow last game.
Yeah, like, normally you just win with big Throttling after Deathspite. Sometimes it even happens on turn 6 or 7. Like, I think turn 7 is like a sweet spot. Like, you want Handlock to play something like Sylvanas or Dorison on 6, or like his 7 without taunts, and then you have Deathspite set up, and you go with Warsong, Throttling, Deathspite, Whirlwind Kill, Like most of the time it works based on the damage on both players and the minions that are left.
Did you catch that last turn? That's pretty interesting from him. Instead of trading the Acolyte in, which most people do, he went face and he put a Fiery on and went face with that as well. So pushing a lot of damage, making the Hellfire really scary. And then he can execute next turn if he wants.
Yeah,
He
pretty
knows
interesting.
this. Yeah, he knows this has to be Hellfired or Shadowflame. It seems like that's kind of Eldritch's game plan is to really force out the AoEs early, force Shoop to have them, and force him to use them on boards that he kind of doesn't want to.
It worked out. It worked out last time, and we will see if it works this time. What would you do? Would you just maybe Shadow Flame? Or
I think I'd go for the Hellfire Mortal Coil there.
So many possibilities.
because
Actually, Belcher's
Yeah, can you
actually
Belcher?
pretty good too.
Almost out of
Belcher seems fine.
I was just looking at Eldritch's hand. It's interesting. It's got 2 executes past taunts, and then it's got 16 points of weapon damage. Which will be interesting. I mean, he just likes winning without Warsong and Frothing, I think. So he'll do it with Grim Patrons without charge, and he'll do it with just weapons, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to do some crazy things. You're unfavored, so you gotta find new ways to win or take high risk strategies. But they might not even be high risk strategies. They might just be new strategies that we're not used to.
Definitely. I like the strategy that he's taking here. It's definitely something that I've not expected, and it worked for him. Let's see if it works this time.
Yeah. So now, okay. So his hand really opened up with those acolyte draws and the natural draw. So now he has a battle rage and a second acolyte. So he's like, okay, I don't have to go all in if I don't want to now. I have options. It seemed like he kind of wanted to like pair the executes for his like kill before he drew, but now he's gonna go ahead and use one. He figures those drakes are gonna get taunted at some point. Gonna have to execute him at some point.
What do you think about just attacking the second Drake to get some damage on you to enable Battle Rage, and then you
Yeah, it's
execute
fine
the
with
Drake,
it.
and you play
Yeah.
Death Spite on empty without
Yeah.
attack?
Well, he's even one step ahead of us because he wants to do all that, but he wants to get the Death Spite to go off next turn. Actually, yeah, but he went face too. But
Oh
he still
wow,
has the
he's just
option to.
gambling.
Yeah, he's a poker
Nope.
player, so it's a
Yeah,
calculated gamble.
He says that you don't have the Molten Giants, and I'm just going to rush you with that execute.
Yeah, or just that's my best way of winning this game.
Considering the
So
second execute is nice, by the way, because should like seeing one execute, he might say, "Hey, there is no second execute," because he would probably execute my Drake, right? So right now, conceding the second execute might be important for him.
yeah, so Shoop needs a double taunt. Okay, so is the heal gonna do it? Okay, Eldritch is a little upset. But now he has the option to do Battle Rage. Oh, and Emperor. Okay, it's tough. Okay, so Emperor hits. Actually, Emperor doesn't hit any relevant cards.
Yeah, that doesn't do
It's
much.
basically a worthless Emperor. Hits the Execute is the most useful one. I guess you can Battle Rage on your big turn because it's going to cost 1, but it's pretty useless Emperor.
I think this is the Battle Rage turn for sure. I would go Acolytes. I would
Well,
attack.
look how
into-
awkward it is with the. Yeah, he can't attack into the. He has to attack into the Drake because he has.
Yeah, attack the Drake.
That's kind of awkward.
Wait, but even okay, if you attack the Drake, you actually get damage, even though there is Armor Smith on board. I would still
Yeah,
call
yeah.
Battle Rage after this. Definitely.
Yeah, it looks like a Battle Range turn, but which one does he hit? And he likes hitting face more than creatures. He might just hit face. No, he feels like he has to clear here. So that's fine. He's going to draw 3. He's probably just going to leave it and execute after it gets taunted, probably. Ooh, that's a nice whirlwind. Looks like he passed, though. Oh, no, he executed.
No,
Battle
it's-
Rage. What?
Yeah, that's definitely a Battle Rage.
Oh, I got confused by the draw off the Acolyte.
Yeah,
I thought
yeah.
you were-
I was like, why did he draw a card?
Yeah.
But it's fine now. Still no Warsong though. There is Grommash, potentially 12 points of damage on 8. Or even, yeah, turn 8. Because, but then
Yeah,
Tori
it's
Sun is
sneaky
still
with
strong.
Enrage. Okay, so now he's out of executes, so he's gonna have trouble getting past this, but
If he gets Warsong, all right. If he will get
Yes.
Warsong, would that be lethal? I believe so. With
Yeah, most
Imperial
likely with the.
Courage. All right, maybe not
Well, you can.
actually.
Yeah, you can Thorson now. Oh man, Shoop is very scared, shaking his head. He's like, I thought this was a good matchup for me. But he's
So many
imagining he
cards.
has the War Song. He doesn't actually have the War Song. But he does have the 12 damage Grom, like you mentioned.
Yeah, but even without Warsong, so this hand is really scary. Hitting so many cards with Torison, and right now
Yeah.
Shoop is also in a position where he has to get an attack into that Torison. His mana will be a bit limited, like 7 points of mana.
Yeah, he's super scared. Like, the best play is obviously Emperor, but you could tell by his reaction to the his opponent's Emperor that he's super scared. He's probably going to take a non-optimal defensive line right here. But he does have Doctor Boom and Emperor.
Unless he takes a gamble, like you might go with Emperor and take the gamble that you're not dead,
Yeah.
and in fact he will not be dead unless there is a second Enrage top deck, which is quite funny.
Oh, it's tough. Yeah, I think the Doctor Boom is just a liability at this point. I think you go with the best offensive play is the Emperor, but it looks like he's a little bit scared. But this is still pretty good. It's like the same body, it's just you lose the effect of the Emperor. And he's missing Taunt Givers, but he does have the Shadow Flame for that Watcher.
And he has still like Sludge Belcher. All right, so looking at Eldritch, you might be thinking, hey, he will have Taunt Givers, and I have no more Executes in my deck. So do you go with Death's Bite this turn?
Oh man, yeah, I don't know if you're worried. Yeah, you just have to like push through the taunts with Frothing at this point, right? Do you think he's gonna make patrons? Oh no, he can't with the Lothar.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
this
is
is
also
reasonable. He figures on his turn he's gonna use one patron, one Frothing, rather than double up on the Frothing. He doesn't need that much damage. He just needs more ways to get through taunt, which the patron will give him better options. And then he just goes face with the other Frothing.
And actually, Grommash with Death's Bite attack and Inner Rage is lethal. So, yeah, like he can go for Sludge Belcher easily, because then he will
Yeah.
have attack, slam. He will have enough mana for that. Yeah, 9 points of mana. That will be enough. But there is a heal bot. Shadow Flame, sure.
Okay, interesting.
So we
Because you
have
could
60
get the
points
same
of
thing with
damage.
Sludge Belcher. Okay.
Still no War Song. Definitely annoying. So you do you slam the? I guess you do slam. You want to get the War Song.
Yeah, and then if you decide to finish it with a Whirlwind, you could make a few patrons if you don't get the War Song. He does have the Hellfire waiting, but
Oh, he's going for the patrons again, but then this is so late in the game. You
yeah.
will be expecting.
Yeah, he didn't slam first, which is interesting.
I guess you might slam your own patron.
Oh, okay. No, that doesn't work.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of a... Okay, it didn't hurt him, so... That hurts, though, wasting that last Death by charge. But he has 2 Whirlwinds and a Inner Rage, so I guess you should be okay.
Yeah, like most of the time when I see Green Patron losing, it's when they don't get the War Song, and like without the War Song, you cannot execute the Frothing combo.
Yeah.
It might be valuable. Like, what do you think about keeping War Song in your opening hand versus handlock? If you have the knowledge that you're in fact playing versus handlock, just keep the War Song. It's so important. It's awkward because you want Acolyte and Execute, but then again, like if you don't get the War Song, you might just lose.
Yeah, maybe if you have, like, a Battle Rage to support it, or, like, an Emperor... Yeah, maybe I think if you had, like, enough draw cards to go with it, maybe.
Alright, so here, a good Hellfire, no weapon, no War Song, and a very tough spot. That
Yeah.
Sludge Belcher definitely blocked everything for now. You might consider just hard casting double Courser and Armor Up.
Yeah, I think Double Corsair is going to be better than anything you can do with Grom. You saw Shadow Flame into Hellfire. He could even play the Frothing, but I think that's unnecessary risk. He'll get the
No,
War Song eventually.
You You have to keep the frauding for the war song, yeah. All right, so possibly double Corsair. Oh, Corsair frauding. It is risky, but
Goes for it. He wants to win next turn somehow.
he might be assuming that the situation is so bad
Yeah.
that he has to take the risk. All right, so now it seems like a pretty good Shadow Flame with Farseer and Mortal Coil on top of that. You might be scared though, because there's still somewhere there. There is a green patron waiting for you, and that's your last AOE possibly. So there's only 3 cards for now for the warrior, and what's important, there is no possibility for Battle Rage. Like warrior is not taking damage, so he can't
That's
even
funny.
cycle Battle Rage. There is the
Alright,
patron.
Can he do it? He's out of AoE.
Wow, actually, Warlock might have trouble with this. You can Siphon Soul one, kill the other. Can you contain this vermin?
I don't know if he like wouldn't armor up there for the battle rage, but now he went ahead and armored up.
Oh man, and the Sludge Belcher just there is
That
dark.
dark bomb.
So you can Siphon Soul and Dark Bomb. Oh, actually, this makes this is it. You just leave the 5/1 on board.
Yeah,
You're good.
he can't multiply it unless he plays Earthen Ring, but he doesn't have a way to multiply them anyways.
So it seems like Green Patron got disarmed.
Yeah, definitely. He put up a big fight without the card Warsong, the cards we thought he needed. Lots of weapon swings to the face.
No, it's not like you can do much. You basically can kill
Yeah,
it.
I think
charge
you
phase with
rom
Rom.
the slime, and then you send the 5/1 patron to face.
Yeah. That's probably the only way, doing the maximum amount of damage, saving your minion.
So he has
And
Lethal
if your
on board.
If your opponent doesn't have anything, if he has empty hands and accidentally clicks on end turn, you actually win.
You know, Owl would be really good because he's gonna Belcher, right? So Owl, but I don't think he plays Owl, but that would be lethal. The Owl top deck.
What about Sludge Belcher? No.
That's what I'm saying. It loses the Owl, but he has to.
Oh yeah. Sludge Belcher, Molten, Ancient. Is there anything he can actually still draw? Like maybe Battle Rage into
Big
War
Owl.
Song? Oh man, he got
Okay.
Battle Rage. Insta-cast Battle Rage.
So the Dread Corsairs are down. Those would have been cool.
Okay, Ghoul is actually not it.
Yeah, you can't sack the Ghoul because then it's gone.
There is finally the War Song. For the
Little
next
late.
turn. There are no more taunts actually, and he's
Well,
still
you
in
can
the
still go to face for
10.
He takes him to 3. Yeah, he's at 3 HP, but he's got Thraxus.
So actually, Warsong can still win this game. Wow. Wait, yeah. Thraxus.
Is he out of Frothings, or does he have one more?
I think we've seen one for sure. I'm not sure about the second one. Yeah, but Draxus will be kind of stealing this game. You just attack Draxus.
12. Yeah, Drax supposed to be at 12, but I don't think he can do 12. That much damage with one card. He'd have to draw, like, another gnomish into something crazy.
Yeah, even like if you draw the Flooding, it's not doing that much damage. But then he has at least 2 turns. He's not dead next turn.
Okay, that's a good point.
Warsong into Warsong. Just continue piling getting the damage in. It's
So is his
tough,
last
right?
card... Oh, no, he's 2 Frothings. Okay, so his last card is... He used 2 Acolytes.
Double Armor Smith, we've seen them. Most of the people play only one. Maybe it's the Loot Hoarder.
Yeah, he chose Death, so...
That was a very close game actually in the final. And the final of ONOG Hearthstone Summer Circuit, sponsored by GEICO. And I want to remind you guys that you can enter our giveaway for a great PC. Just go to the site you can see on screen, which is geico.onog.gg. And the PC is great, TSM branded. You can get a chance to get it. And obviously, check liquidhearth.com for the qualifiers. We are going to have 50 more qualifiers. This is the final of the first one, the EU one. There will be 7 more for EU and 8 more for NA. The NA one starts tomorrow, I believe. I'll definitely check liquidhearth.com for them and sign up, play for free, and end up winning those awesome prizes.
Awesome, awesome.
I'm getting information that the qualifier is at 6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for NA. You have to own an NA account to play in it, but that's it. Just register, send the decks, check in on time, and play and give yourself a chance to be one of the players we cast with Hyped. Okay, so Handlock is out.
Yeah.
Patron is still there, but still having a good chance versus Druid and versus Paladin.
Yeah, plus that was Patron's worst matchup in this lineup. He's definitely going to pick up a Patron win against this Druid and the other Paladin, but he's probably a little sad that he let the Handlock get a win, because he does have that Druid that needs to find a win. Okay. So this is this the Dragon Druid with the Ancient of War in it?
No, this is the normal one.
This is the
Eldritch
normal
is
one,
playing
okay.
Dragon Druid.
Okay.
Well acted.
So Ancient of War is a pretty good card against Patron, but it's not good enough on its own. So he's going to need some Harrisons, some Oozes, stuff like that to win this matchup, I think.
So you mulligan away, right? You just mulligan to get the Wild Growth.
Yeah, pretty much. Eldritch's hand is pretty bad so far. But Sheep's hand isn't great either.
Yeah, it seems like Eldritch is lacking draw. Like one of the... You basically want the draw. This is a combo deck. You want to cycle the cards, get those Acolytes, get Battle Rages. He didn't get anything. He just got slow. Start with the minions. Which is okay. It's better to get the Armor Smith early than later. Death's Bite is great, but still... normally, this matchup is pretty good for Grim Patron. If Patron is able to get the Patron.
Yeah, sometimes you just win with Death's Bite and a Rage Patron on 5. But without that, it's going to have trouble. But he's going to get some nice tempo off the free Corsair, which I'll probably play right here.
Yeah.
And they can draw 3 off the... 2 immediately off the Acolyte, and then 3 eventually.
True.
You might get silenced.
Acolyte is a massive draw.
Yeah, I'm going to get a ton of free armor, too.
Oh man, that's a pretty good start now. Suddenly, with that Acolyte. So what can Druid do to win this matchup? Because when there's a lot of patrons, you can't do anything. A swipe is really bad.
Yeah, you need to get ahead on board early and start pressuring damage. And they actually don't have... See, normally without the Armor Smith, they don't have Belchers, normally maybe 1. And they don't have things like Shield Block and Shield Slam, so they actually don't have that much HP. So all of a sudden, if you have an okay start, and then all of a sudden you just charge them with the Druid of the Claw on turn 5, all of a sudden they're like already in combo range. They die, they're pretty fragile. But he's gonna draw 3 off the Acolyte right now. Or yeah, 3, full 3. Probably leave it alive at 1 HP. Looks like he wants the extra armor.
I would definitely draw 2 cards here. I think...
Yeah, it seems a little bit risky to let that Acolyte get silenced with this board.
Yeah, and his hand is also lackluster, so just use the Inner Rage first. Like, even before playing the Ghoul, I would use the Inner Rage on Acolyte, and then attack with the Death's Bite to get the
Yeah, he
second
could have picked
card.
up a Battle Rage if he did this without the Ghoul.
So apparently he's going to keep the Inner Rage.
Yeah.
Keeping Inner Rage is showing that he really values the Green Patron, and he hopes to draw it without the extra help. So that's the combo. Like, you play Green Patron, you Inner Rage 1, you Whirlwind, and then you have 4, which is super tough to deal with.
Definitely.
Tori Summons on 5, hitting 6 mana crystals. Pretty sick. Might be not enough though.
Pass me that arc light.
Loves that armor. Okay, I guess an extra 2 armor for 1 HP on everything you play. And he can still afford a battle rage now if he draws into it.
You do enrage now.
Yeah, if you don't, I mean, you're still gonna get the 3 draws, but if you don't enrage, you lose your armor smiths basically.
Yeah. You also want the frauding. You want some more cards basically. Taskmaster. Not really doing much. I guess you have to kill Thorisan. So I think you just attack first with the Acolyte
Yeah.
into Thorisan.
I'm not saying what the cool Taskmaster does. Preserves the... Oh, he's going face. It's a lot of damage.
That makes sense as well. Like if you go aggro, you can go aggro. You have double War Song, so possibly something you will draw something. You still have one more draw from Acolyte anyway. But then I will possibly go for the draws and try to get the combo out. Get those Green Patrons, maybe get the flooding. Because you have time. Like look at the armor count.
Yeah. He's gonna be really sad to see his double taunt. Not that it's happening this turn, but... Belcher and the other taunt.
And that Thorisan staying there for 2 turns is just crazy good.
Yeah, and behind a taunt, that's crazy.
This might be the moment where the druid is going to stabilize. And no more card draw for Eldritch. He gets an execute. Alright, so he will be able to deal with the Thorisan. But then he has no combo cards almost. Like double War Song is alright, but then if you can't get charged into anything. Even though it's 9 points of health, it seems low. You have no weapon, no frauding. By the time you get frauding, it might be too late.
Yeah, he's gonna have that Druid of the Clot taunt down as soon as possible.
Okay, so the situation is not great. What do? You definitely execute the Emperor, and you are going to Whirlwind once.
That was gonna die to Whirlwind, so he had to do that trade anyways.
Yeah, but I think that's it. Pretty weak turn.
Yeah, he might even execute the Belcher. Because he knows he needs to get through.
Oh man, Thorisan for the 3rd turn, that would be...
Yeah.
Imagine those like 4 mana Ancients of Lore. 1 mana Keepers.
Can go for the heal. Doesn't need it.
Yeah, he doesn't even need the heal now. There is the Death Spite.
Cards. Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, Death Spite is actually...
Yeah, so maybe he should... Okay, well next turn he can heal taunt, so I guess he's gonna go with that.
Yeah. But then Death Spite is giving Eldritch a chance at least.
Yeah.
I would not Whirlwind here. I think I would just attack Belcher and armor up.
This plays better with a Grom, but with the 2 War Songs, might have been better to save it.
Maybe he somehow thought that he's going to Whirlwind the Shade. That's why he used Whirlwind first. Because right now he's thinking about the attack, and he had a...
Yeah, the Death Spite, yeah.
It seems like he is distressed. Maybe he miscalculated that and thought that Shade will magically die after Death Spite attack. Alright, so he hopes... Anyway, he is really hoping for the Frauding Berserker here. With the Frauding, he will have 9 mana, so he will be able to play 3 minions, he'll have a Whirlwind effect, and then will be able to attack with the Frauding and the War Song. But now, heal and a Taunt.
Insane.
It is. This is amazing.
It's 12 mana for 8. Pretty good deal. Pretty good deal. So there was the Grom. That would have been lethal, but that's what he... I think when he made his last turn play, he was thinking about Grom. He's like, well, I have Grom lethal. And he gets it, but he can't deal with the heal taunt.
Yeah, like he'll have to attack with the weapon and the war song. I guess he has to wait still.
Yeah, nothing combos together here really well.
Just playing anything or attacking is just wasting your resources. So just armor up and pass and hope that you still have time.
Yeah, it's
Is
really
it?
awkward to swing that Death Bite into the bear.
Oh man, if you have like whirlwinds and frauding, he'll be able to win. Just attack into the bear. Obviously play Warsong first. Play the frauding. It's it's really unlucky that he didn't get the green patron. If he gets patrons, what's happening there? Will he be able to like take
I was
over
doing
the
the
board?
Frothing math, and yeah, Frothing is exactly 14, but he's probably armor up. But with Patron, it might be a little bit better. No, because he can only make one extra Patron.
Yeah, there's nothing with less than 3 attack on board. So this is not lethal for sure because we're looking at 50
Yeah.
plus, but this is looking scary.
Just Wild Growth once, and then Wild Growth once for the draw.
Can he set up lethal for next turn like easily?
Um,
40
not
points
really,
of
not
damage.
without a Savage Roar. Be 15 plus 8 is 23, plus another 4. Yeah, he can't. Actually, wait, 37, maybe? Here, you cast everything.
If you want to play super save, like sometimes Green Patron is running Brawl. It's rare, but it happened before. So if you want to be super safe, you might not actually play the second taunt here. I don't know, stuff. Like you can go with Cat. Definitely attack with the Shade, that's correct.
Yeah, he can only do 33 next turn, even if he charges this turn. Okay, so yeah, he's playing around the brawl like you mentioned, I think.
Alright, so the Fireworks is not going to do much. It's another blank.
Ouch.
Yeah, it's painful. You're totally blocked. Even though you had so much health, you're just going to die to those trees.
Yeah, none of his cards combo together at all.
Oh man, it's just going to Grom. Attack Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw blocking 14 points of damage. You might be thinking that he's dead next turn if he doesn't do anything.
He's still... Okay, so next turn combo does 28 plus 7, 35. So I guess he wouldn't be dead to combo, technically. His opponent doesn't have combo anyways, but he lives to combo if he top decks it. So
There's
it's
a
pretty
swipe.
nice.
Well played.
Yeah, well, for Shup now, it's just swipe the Grimash, set up a taunt, go face with everything.
Yep.
And that's pretty much it. Is there anything else you want to do?
Nah.
You should have lethal next turn if you do it. So you attack, this turn you attack for 15. And so you put your opponent at what, like 22? And if you have a Druid of a Claw, swipe and Force of Nature in your hand, you definitely have lethal next turn. It's a pretty solid situation, especially after that desperate Druid of the Claw kill. It's like he had to use Grom and
Yeah.
Deathspite to kill a friggin' Druid. Oh man. Acolyte of Pain, Desperation, Charge.
Sit Jaws and executes. Or Revenge, maybe? No. Okay.
Battle Rage is drawing him one more card. Green Patron finally, but after all that, this Druid kept to be unbearable for Eldritch. And that will be game number 2 for Shoop.
Yeah, huge
2-0.
victory for Shoot, picking a win off the Patron Warrior with the Druid. Normally a pretty bad matchup. And yeah, like I was saying, now he has the Paladin, which when Patron first came out, Paladin, everyone said Paladin was a free win because you make dudes off their tokens, you get the Frothings, but then Paladin players have told me, they've been like, no. If you know what you're doing, you could be a little more careful and it's okay, but I don't believe him. I think it's still a bad matchup.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Paladin is a bad matchup. It's a great matchup for Green Patron because you have so many whirlwind effects and so much stuff to do. The weapons as well. Like even with Harrison, you like even if they destroy your Death Spite, you still have
Yeah, well,
Grimaz
she
and
was
other
playing
stuff.
the Azure Drake anyways. No Harrison.
All right. I think our players are taking a short break. So I want to remind you guys what we are watching. We're watching One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Summer Circuit, as you can see on the screen right now. This is just the start. We had an EU qualifier on Saturday. We are casting the finals now. 16 qualifiers in total will be held. And we have an NA qualifier tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, if I remember correctly. $60,000 prize pool total, sponsored by GEICO. You can go to geico.onog.gg to register for the giveaway. There is a sick PC. We're giving it away. Great stats. You can play Hearthstone in it, but you can actually play Witcher free and all the other top tier games and even stream them because it's a pretty good setup. And the whole circuit looks in a way that we are going to have 4 qualifiers. Then after 4 qualifiers, we have a feature tournament. We're going to have 4 feature tournament in total, and then we have the grand finals at PAX Prime at the end of August. It's the LAN, and there is actually no requirements hyped. You can just sign up and play, right? Just no
Cool.
buy-in, nothing.
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Are you going to play yourself?
In the live one or in this one? I'm gonna play on the online one for sure. I don't know if I'm going to PAX, but I mean, if I qualify for them, yeah, sure.
All right. I'm going to participate as well because it's just a waste not to play in them. They're great. Even in the qualifiers, we have prizes actually. Today, we are playing for 10 GEICO points, 10 Hearthstone World Championships, and $125 for the first place. Second place is getting 9 GEICO points, 5 World Champ points, $75. Third place, 7 GEICO points, 1 Hearthstone World Championship point, and $50. And why are the Hearthstone World Championship points important and hyped? And how much
They are
points
very
do you have?
important for the regional qualifiers. If you have just two, I believe, you're able to play in the last chance qualifier. If you're the top two, if you're the top two, you get 2 buys at the regional qualifier, and the top 16 also get 2 buys, or also get 1 buy.
All right, that's definitely true. And I think we have a small technical difficulty right now, so give us some time. We'll fix it in a moment and get back to you.
All right, you see me now?
No. You have to maybe click on the camera, maybe.
Do you, when you join the call, do you click the camera?
I do that, yeah. When I join the call, I click on camera. Welcome back, everybody, to the One Nation of Gamers Hearthstone Summer Circuit, sponsored by GEICO. I'm your host, Nimsh, and I'm joined here by Tempo Hyped. Unfortunately, I believe we lost his camera, but he is still here. So, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. If you can still hear me from this spinning gray vortex.
Yes, I can hear you,
Awesome.
and
Perfect.
I
That's
hope our
actually just
viewers
what I look like now.
Okay,
Yeah, okay, there's a picture of me eating ice cream for you.
that's perfect.
All right,
All
so we're
right,
looking at the Paladin without Harrison, but the Azure Drake is good in
one
two
of
of
your.
those matchups. Technically, yeah. So it's good against Druid. It's worse against Warrior. And if you can hit the Harrison, I mean, if you hit the Jaraxxus against Warlock, it's good. But here we're going to see it go straight into the Warrior first.
So, Green Patron versus Paladin match heavy favored for the Green Patron Warrior.
Wow, that was pretty interesting. He tossed back the Piloted Treader, which is, like, in the Rogueverse, Patron War is a really good card. He tossed it back, and he already had the muster.
Look at that hand, by the way. This will be the sickest hand versus any other deck. But if there is a single Widow in the fact,
Yeah, plus the fact that he's going to get the Acolyte, and he has the Armor Smith on the board already, so now he can't really his muster kind of gets killed immediately.
oh man, maybe this is the moment where you go for
Just mustering the
Consecration.
muster.
No, Master is still fine here, and there is the Blessing
Yeah.
of Kings
Okay,
as
that's
well.
pretty
Wow.
good.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. So we'll like Shoop needs a bit more Shoop da Whoop to actually win the whole match. But if he does it with this Paladin deck, then he takes it. He takes the win, and he gets qualified for our second round for the
Oh,
future tournament.
that fiery is huge. If he didn't pick up that fiery, then I think Shoop would have just. I mean, I think he might still just double muster, but it would have been. He might have just won off the second muster and a quartermaster. But this fiery is a big deal.
Do you battle rage here, by the way? You can still kill the tokens, but
If he battle rages, then. Oh man. Do you think Shoop's gonna muster if he battle rages? Or he's just gonna quartermaster right now? It's pretty intense.
yeah, after battle rage it's super risky with this deck specifically because there is
Yeah, that's
plenty of
true.
win.
Probably just get the guaranteed quartermaster.
But then again, you know, like if you don't master now, you will never master again versus patron. Like you have to master and take the risk.
Well, he didn't pick up a whirlwind effect yet, but he still has two more draws for one. Yeah, two more draws for one.
Well, I guess with this you do quartermaster. It's like no questions
Yeah.
asked.
Well, he could have done quarter muster into this second muster into quartermaster, but it's too greedy. But I guess this is about the same anyways. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely sets up a nice board. Even though that 2-5 might be annoying, and if there is a green patron. But then again, it's not the turn where you can green patron and war song. It's still too early.
Yeah, you can see the double Dread Corsair, or just
think
no
it's-
mission one, maybe.
What are you looking for? Like, what is the card you really want facing this? War song, frauding,
The Emperor,
emperor. Yeah, definitely.
always
So
the
you might
Emperor.
dig. You might actually dig.
And yeah, especially with that commanding shot. Commanding shot's a little bit expensive with the combos because you have to war song commanding shot and creature. But if you can find the Emperor, it makes it a lot easier.
All right, so a draw. There's a Death Spite. Death Spite is nice, but it's not the emperor yet.
Yeah, he doesn't have to Dread Corsair anymore because he could just double Dread Corsair on his Death Spite turn.
So are you going for execute? Are you afraid of a second quartermaster here?
I'm not sure. What else do you want to execute? You kind of want to execute Belchers in this matchup, I think, right?
Overall, yes, but then you can still kill Belchers with Death Spite, and if you execute now, then again, do you really have to execute? You don't have to execute because you have a 2-4 that's contesting this 3-2.
Chooses to play neither of them.
Yeah, just keeping his minions on board is fine. Just pushing with damage. He has a lot of burst, actually. Oh man, this is a paladin, but he is packing some serious Shup Dawup. This is 5, 9, plus 6. Okay, maybe not 6 next turn, but plus 4 with the Blessing of Kings.
Nice.
13 points of damage.
We're gonna get see the double Corsair though, I think. Maybe block some damage. Although it's not that great. You kind of feed one into the True Silver. And the other one, it doesn't die to the Quartermaster, but it's not good either. Oh, he's gonna pick up some armor.
Yeah, at this point you have to. There is a Belcher, which will be pretty important later. But what do you do this turn? Do you go for this, for the Blessing? There is a risk of execute.
I don't think it does much more than a Drake or Belcher.
Like normally I would probably go with the Knife Juggler and Master after the attack. But not with Armorsmith.
Yeah, it makes it super annoying. Plus he's got the Death Bite about to pop anyways.
Oh yeah, true.
I think you just feed the Drake right into the Death Bite.
That might be the best. Like you don't want to feed the Slash Belcher to the Death Spite, and you can always draw a card from the Drake. But Eldritch definitely stopped this advance of Paladin.
Yeah, well, it's supposed to stop it, yeah. But it was pretty cool to see Shoop have like a really nice lead like that, or start like that. So it's going to be like a pretty even game at least, instead of just getting rolled over by Patron. The Sylvanas might do a lot of work.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing, especially because Eldritch doesn't have the key cards yet. He doesn't have that much draw potential, only the commanding shout that he'll have to shout out to Sky.
The employee.
Nice. That was a nice shout out.
What now?
This is the way the players can communicate with us.
Nice. There's like at least a 10-minute delay. But it's communication nonetheless.
That's true. So I was saying that Eldritch is lacking Warsong or Frauding. But then again, he has the Patron. What do you think? Maybe Azure Drake is added to those decks for the spell damage. Azure Drake, Consecration on 9.
Yeah, concentration on 9. Reasonable.
Maybe people should start playing Falnos in Paladin decks.
Yeah, maybe. Unfortunately, it's not enough that there's a Frothing on the board. You just buff up the Frothing. Okay, so how does he deal with this?
I don't think he can. It's like he is missing 1 point of
I
mana
have
to get
no
only
time for
one
games.
dwarf.
Alright, Sylvanas has to work a miracle.
How much
It's
damage is it?
25 damage.
Wow, I see 1
25.
damage is lethal. Seriously?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. That's
You just
annoying.
do it, and then you fire your next turn or something? Or
I
just...
guess. Like your opponent will have to clear the board and heal at the same time,
Yeah, it's pretty difficult.
or kill you, but you're at 23. You'll be at 24 after Inner Age.
It's funny, Eldritch is like the guy that always goes face against handlock with his weapons, and now he's like afraid to do it here.
True.
Or hesitant, I should say.
Well, that's his playstyle, and he's going to kill Sylvanas. This might actually give an approach. Oh wow, stealing
It's
armor
even more
smith.
patience. Now he has the freedom to drop the Emperor. Nice.
Yeah, but then again, can this board be cleared? Yeah, I think it's you can leave one patron, and you still have a lot of health. You just threw silver consecration this. You consecration first, and then you kill one.
Oh no, you can run your armor smith in because it won't multiply because the
Oh
board's...
yeah. You basically can have a full. You only leave Thorison on board. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
Yeah, Eldritch might be regretting leaving that one armor smith up.
Eldritch is like, whoa, seriously, you have it?
Yeah. Still 6 off lethal. Oh, plus he can put the weapon on. He's only 3 off. He's gonna get the Tree Silver heal. So he'll be about 5 off next turn, I think. If he goes all in.
Okay, Warsong doesn't do much here. So I guess you just go for it. You close your eyes, and this time there is no choice. Just keep attacking.
I guess, yeah. My math is off. He'll be at 6.
So if Shup is able to clear the board, can he even? He needs a BGH, right? Oh wow, he got a BGH. Look at this.
Oh, good call, Nimsh. Alright,
Now,
so you can't quite BGH Owl Belcher, so I guess it's just gonna be the BGH.
I've got the beast in
I
myself.
think BGH Belcher is super good here. Even heal. And right now, like, Eldritch needs something. Acolyte is nice. He will be able to draw the card.
He can actually swing on the front half of the Belcher and then draw off the ooze. I think I would do that.
You might do it, but also if you draw into a 2-drop, you win.
Oh, it's
So
true.
you attack here. If you draw a 2-drop, you would just win there. And
Or that.
yeah, that's also enough. Okay. All right. So Eldritch, by the skin of his teeth, is going to take the well, not series, but the game.
That's the win with his
It's still
patient
fighting.
It's kind of struggling. Okay.
So again, the question: can Paladin win? Like Shup just needs to win with the Paladin, and if he does, he takes the series. He is our champion of the EU qualifier. But if he can't, if Paladin loses 2 more games, he will be second. Can he
Yeah.
win with the Paladin?
It's generally pretty favored against Druid. We saw somebody pick up a Druid win earlier with Emperor into double lore, but
Yeah.
Eldritch's Druid is actually way different. So it's the Nefarian
Yes.
Druid. Nefarian against... I haven't Nefarian that many Paladins, so I don't know the average, but most Paladin spells are pretty expensive. Paladin in general has like some of the highest class quality cards. So I have to imagine Nefarian's going to be really good. And the Nyxia might be a pain because you can't Aldor it, so we'd have to have the Consecrate for a Nyxia. Okay, but he got the Handlock first anyways.
Unfortunately for us, we want to see the Dragon Druid, but this match might be interesting as well. I'm favoring the Handlock though.
Now we thought he played Azure Drake and not Harrison, but it looks like he plays Harrison as well. But it shouldn't really come into play this matchup unless the Draxus comes down.
All right, so let's evaluate the hands. What do you think about Handlock first? He is missing the Twilight
It's pretty
Drakes.
weak. Yeah, against Paladin, I kind of want the Twilight Drake the most. And if not that, the Hellfire to deal with those like aggressive pushes. Looks like Shoop's not going to be making an aggressive push, but Eldritch doesn't know that he doesn't have the Quartermaster, and he could pick one up in 2 turns anyways. So
Yeah,
I'd be a
that's
little
true.
scared.
And there is like no AoE, yeah, so...
The Zombie Chow was a little late.
You still play it though.
Yeah.
Alright, so just tapping, trying to get there. A bit nervous for sure. If he loses this game, he loses the match.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is so weird right now with those paladins being super aggressive.
Yeah, so he's really threatening a Quartermaster here. So Eldritch might feel like the need to do something weird with like Dark Bombs, or he could just go with the Belcher.
Yeah, it seems like the game is over for him.
Okay,
But there
this
is
is
a
Drake. That makes it
Quartermaster.
easier.
He actually picked a Quartermaster.
Oh man, that's huge. I think Eldritch will go with the Drake here. And so he's going to take
12.
16 damage with the weapon, so
Oh,
if
with
he
the
chooses
weapons.
to.
Yeah.
He's got
Then
the
again, he
Big Game
has-
Hunter ready for the Molten Giant. He has the Aldar Peacekeeper ready. He just has to deal with the Belcher.
With the Giant, he has the BGH as well. Wow.
Yeah, those
Yeah,
Dark Bombs
if-
aren't going to do much, and Eldritch's hand is really weak. But he does have double Sun Fury. It's going to be hard to kill.
But on the other hand, like, Hype, do you think there is any worth in taking the risk and not killing 2 dudes with Dark Bombs? I think at this point, with your hand is decent. Like, you have Belcher on 5. Maybe you just coin Belcher here.
Looks like he's considering all these options. Like, yeah, I thought the Drake was fine, but he's really thinking them all over. Looks like he's going to go with the Drake.
Ugh, that would be so painful. And then we're going to see Molten taunt, and he's just going to die, kind of. He's
Yeah.
just crossing his fingers that there is no Quartermaster, but the Quartermaster comes. 2 arms, man. So much damage. Oh, he actually killed the Drake? Oh, because he's afraid of the Shadow Flame next turn.
Yeah. So it works out.
Sense? Yeah.
I think with the, because he doesn't have the equality, right? He has the Aldor and the Big Game Hunter, so he wants to see threats just one at a time. He doesn't want to see multiple at a time.
That's true. Look at that Hellfire off the top into Molten Giant, but then there is this
I can
BGH.
coin the Dark Bomb. Oh no, he doesn't. Okay. Yeah, the BJ is just gonna hurt. So now what does he taunt then? He has to taunt the Ancient Watcher next turn. That's it. His Sun Furies are gonna go to waste, I guess.
Oh wow, Dr. Boom on 7. So right now you do BGH and just play mini bots, go for face.
This is a quick end for Eldritch. Let's see if he can swing it back. Okay, so he can taunt up that, or he can taunt up a Watcher and just Dark Bomb. Or could Belcher coin Dark Bomb. Actually, I like that the best.
Do you think you really have to tone up? You've seen True Silver. You know there's a second one and the Blessing of Kings somewhere, but it's not like there's any other burst.
He has no
Can you
creatures
gamble?
anyway, so he wants to play. Okay, so you're saying maybe play the Drake here, but I think the Belcher is like almost as good as the Drake in terms of quality, not counting the taunt. So you may as well take the taunt, I think.
So just Belcher coin Dark Bomb instead of Drake
I think
Dark
so.
Bomb.
Definitely Dark Bomb, and then see what you want to do next. Looks like he wants to go with the Belcher.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Belcher saves you lots of health, and also those minions do not contest Belcher on their own. Shop will need something more to go for it. And you still have that Drake, which will have considerable health next turn, and you can tone it up.
Oh man, yeah, shoot, he's got land hands if he ever runs out of cards.
Oh, Mountain Giants.
I don't know if that's good enough right now.
It's a bit too expensive. Like even if you tap, it'll be for 5. You can. No, yeah, Dr. Boom is just too dangerous. Wow. So what do you do if you want to tone up?
Drake
Snowball
taunt
tone up?
feels really weak. Yeah, Drake's only gonna have 7 HP, so it just dies to Doctor Boom instantly.
I wonder.
And you have no AoE to follow up. But then, all right. So if Drake actually dies to Dr. Boom, maybe you should go with the Watcher and taunt the Watcher, and then just with Dark Boom you'll be able to finish off Dr. Boom.
This plays weird because it's like 2 cards that benefit off more cards. Drake and Mountain Giant are not played. The other cards are played first, and now Drake and Mountain Giant are going to be
Oh
expensive and
man,
weak.
8 to face.
Doesn't even feel bad
Face.
about throwing that Doctor Boom into the ooze.
Definitely.
Some
Well, Shup seems to be the one destined to win this tournament with 8 to face at this spot, and we are not going to see the Dragon Druid. It makes me
Man.
sad. Is there anything you can do here?
Right, you
Just taunt
Drake
up
your town up, you got a little bit more time.
Shields up.
You kill the Belcher. So he needs to find Molten Giants fast. He only has 1 left, right? So he needs to find Molten Giant or Draxus. Draxus might be okay this next turn.
Equality finishes the game if there's one.
Oh yeah.
But I don't think this deck runs any, or maybe one. But still, Eldritch's hand is so bad.
And Shoop's board is just not going to die to AoE now.
That's
That
true.
Paladin Shredder.
Alright, Ancient Watcher is a blank. Can he tap into anything? Maybe if he taps into Shadow Flame.
Yeah, Shadow Flame would be really nice. And maybe something bad off the Shredder.
No choice there. Torisan not going to do it. And I believe that's over. Even if he taunts it up. You can easily kill 4-2. Okay, I think that actually is not it yet. Oh, with equality. it should be
Equality.
over. Definitely. Boom just goes for
Yeah,
face.
7 to the face. Unless there's something off the Shredder that somehow hurts him. I don't think so.
Not a possibility. I don't think
Not a
there's
possibility. Yeah, I don't think so
There's
either.
nothing you can. Yeah. All right. So
Oh.
Shup is our champion. Hyped. He won with Paladin.
He was the guy I was cheering for, not because he was American, just because the tree frog thing. I think. Yeah.
The Tree Frog coming along with our sponsor GEICO, and this is super interesting because we have for the first European qualifier, we have a US player actually taking it. So congratulations, and we'll see how many European players we're going to have at the NA qualifier. But before we close down, I want to remind everyone that you can enter our giveaway for the PC. Great stats, great PC at geico.onog.gg. Just go there, register, and get a quote from Geico, and you will enter the giveaway for that awesome PC. And that was the first qualifier out of many, so definitely check where the qualifiers are being held and when at liquidharp.com. We will have 15 more qualifiers, 7 for Europe, 8 for NA. You just need an NA or EU account. No more requirements. Just get the free decks, register, and check in before they start. $60,000 overall prize pool. Even for the qualifiers, like today, you're getting some Hearthstone World Championship points. A lot of them, actually. Shup, our winner, is getting 10 points and $125 and 10 GEICO points. And GEICO points are also very important because you accumulate them, and based on the GEICO point count, you are going to get invites, even if you don't win the qualifier. So let's say we have our second place, Eldritch, who didn't qualify for the feature tournament, but he already has 9 GEICO points. If he continues playing, at some point, he might get invited to a feature tournament because he has a lot of GEICO points, and then try to have a chance to get qualified for the grand finals at PAX, which is a LAN. And from our side, I think that's it. What did you think about overall qualifier hype, like the matches that we had today? Did you see anything interesting? What did you like the most?
I did like the Dragon Druid. Sad we didn't get to see it again. I like the Rogue. Sad to see it lose. But outside of that, Shoot played really well. And also want to commend Eldritch's patron play. He kind of got a bad 2 games off the start in the final, but his play in the other game really impressed us with the way he handled the handlock game. It's no frothing, no war song needed, just grim patrons, a lot of swinging to the face. Really like to see that. That was really impressive.
All right, I definitely agree. For me, the Dragon Druid was also the highlight of the day. But we've seen a lot of interesting approaches and anti patron lineup. So this was an amazing evening for me, and I hope we do more of them. So thank you so much for watching. A big shout out to our sponsor GEICO, to ONOG helping us, our production team, and from me, from Hyped. Thank you so much for watching, and see you guys next time.